Rochester, step on it or we'll be late for the broadcast.
Okay, boss.
Don't turn here. We got to pick up Miss Livingstone.
Pick up Miss Livingstone?
Yes, then we've got to pick up Mr. Harris and Mr. Wilson. This is our first program, and it's up to me to gather my little group together.
What are you, mother hen?
Never mind what I am. Be careful of those bumps. No wonder you wouldn't put a little air in these tires.
There's plenty of air. There just ain't enough tires.
Now, don't be so funny. I've got a brand new one on the front.
Sure stands out, don't it?
Rochester, just drive. Take it easy. Here we are at Miss Livingstone's house now.
There she is, waiting for us.
Oh, yeah. Doesn't she look cute? Hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Hello, Rochester.
Hello, Miss Livingstone.
Gee, Mary, I called you only 10 minutes ago. I'm surprised to see you all dressed up and waiting for us.
I owe it all to zippers.
Well, they are very handy. Well, hop in the car. We got to get to the studio.
Okay. Hold those springs down. I don't want to tear my new dress.
All right, get in. There you are.
Ouch, they got me.
Isn't that awful? Rochester, how many times have I told you to fix these seat cushions?
Either 9 or 10.
Well, I wish I knew what number was bingo with you. Now get going. We still got to pick up Phil and Don.
Okay, boss.
This motor's a little cold.
Gee, Jack, I thought you told me you bought a new car this year.
I said nothing of the kind. I said I was looking at new cars.
That'll never start a boom.
Rochester, this is a two-way conversation, so keep out of it.
Oh, Jack, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. Still driving a 1920 Maxwell.
Now, wait a minute. It's a late 1920. Anyway, in a couple of weeks, I may trade it in on a new model.
Don't do anything rash. I hear the horse is coming back.
Well, thanks for the tip. Now, turn here at this corner, Rochester. We got to pick up Mr. Harris.
I think we better stop and get some gas.
Yeah, so we can make it. We only got about 5 more blocks to go.
I know, but we've been riding on borrowed time all week.
What are you talking about? Look at that gauge. The needle says full.
You blew it there.
I did not. Now, hurry up. We got to get to Mr. Harris.
Where are we going to meet Phil?
Well, he told me to pick him up at Maisie's beauty parlor. Probably getting the bags under his eyes pressed.
Oh, Jack, you're always running him down.
I am, eh?
Yes. You're just jealous because Phil's handsome and you're you.
Look, Mary, if you think I'm homely, why don't you come right out and say so?
It was perfectly clear to me.
Rochester, when I want anything decoded, I'll ask you. Until then, hush your mouth. Now pull over. There's the beauty parlor. Rochester, run in and get Mr. Harris. We haven't much time.
Never mind. Here he comes now.
Oh, yes. Hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. Hello, Mary.
Hello, Phil.
Well, how do I look?
Oh, just like Ann Sheridan. Now get in the car. Move over, Mary.
Boy, what an afternoon I had, sitting under that hot dryer.
Gee, I can imagine.
Who does your hair, Phil? Gladys or Maybelle?
Oh, I always use Goldie. She can curl rings around the other girls.
You know, Phil, if you'd wave your baton more and your hair less, I'd be a lot happier. Have you any good orchestra numbers prepared for our first show?
Darned if I know. I haven't seen my boys in a month.
Why, Phil Harris, you mean to say you haven't even rehearsed for our opening program? We'll be on the air in 5 minutes.
All right, so my band will sound spontaneous.
Spontaneous?
Yes, Mary, that's French for lousy. Can you imagine that? A guy has all summer to get a couple of numbers ready and doesn't do a thing about it.
Ah, stop worrying. My orchestra will sound as good as last year.
Well, Phil, for your information, there's an old Chinese proverb that says, orchestra better get better, or orchestra better get. Get it? I'd remember that, Phil. Who are you tooting at, Rochester?
There's Kenny Baker.
Kenny Baker, where?
There he is, sitting on his front porch.
Oh, yes. Hello, Kenny. Oh, Kenny.
He can't answer. He's on another program.
Oh, that's right. Say, Rochester, you better step on it. We still have to pick up Don Wilson.
Mr. Wilson, my.
What are you my-mying about? This car seats 5, doesn't it?
Yeah, but Mr. Wilson seats 2.
Now, there's plenty of room, Rochester. He can sit in front with you.
You know, boss, there's an old Chinese proverb that says, when fat man sit down in small car sit down also.
All right, Confucius, just drive.
Hey, Jack, isn't that Don Wilson's house there on the corner?
Yeah, there it is.
Look, there's his mother in front.
Slow down, Rochester. Oh, Mrs. Wilson! Mrs. Wilson! Where's Donald?
Oh, hello, Mr. Benny. Don's gone ahead to the studio.
Oh, he has. Well, thank you, Mrs. Wilson. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, isn't she a sweet little lady? Huh?
Hey, Jack, look what time it is.
Oh, my goodness. Step on it, Rochester. We'll be late for the first broadcast.
I told you we better get some gas. This miracle can't last.
Oh, it's downhill from now on, so hurry.
Okay, boss.
Not too fast. There's no top on this car.
There was when we started.
Oh, did we lose that again? Faster, Rochester, faster.
Darn it, my hair's blowing all over the place.
Well, stop complaining. So is mine.
Yeah, but yours blows right off.
Well, that's so. Come on, step on it, Rochester. We'll be late. Step on it.
The Jell-O program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingstone, Phil Harris, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as this is our inaugural program, I would like to present our Master of Ceremonies. Who is he?
Who is he?
To begin with, he's a star of stage, screen, and radio. Plays the violin and was born in Waukegan, Illinois.
Oh, it must be me.
He is humorous, witty, and spends money like a drunken sailor.
Now that throws me off. Oh, well.
So now, ladies and gentlemen, there you are. It's up to you. Who is he?
Ya-da-da-da-dum, da-dee-da-dum. For heaven's sake, Jack Benny. Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking, and Don, I'm simply amazed at our audience. I've only been off the air 14 weeks. You'd think that somebody would have recognized me.
Well, Jack, you can't exactly blame our guests here tonight. After all, they're strangers.
Well, my father isn't a stranger. Look at him sitting in the second row. He's still guessing. Well, anyway, Don, it's sure good to be back on the air again, isn't it?
It certainly is. You know, Jack, I'm much happier when I'm working than when I'm laying off.
Me too, Don. I hate just walking by the bank. What have you been doing this summer, Don? Did you have a nice vacation?
Well, Jack, I didn't do much of anything. I just got on my yacht and took a cruise up and down the coast. It was a lot of fun.
You got on your yacht? Why, Don, do you own a yacht?
Oh, sure. I bought one last July. It's a tremendous thing.
Well, that's quite a surprise. You mean to say that you bought a yacht on what I...
Well, I was pretty lucky in the stock market this summer.
Oh, you must have been, Don. You must have been. Well, that was nice, Don. I'm glad you had such a grand summer. And, you know, I've never seen you looking better. You've lost weight, haven't you?
Yes, floating in the salt air will do that for you. I've lost 5 pounds.
5 pounds. That's like a centipede losing a toenail. 5 pounds.
Well, it's a start. By the way, Jack, what did you do on your vacation?
Well, I wanted to do something different this year, so Rochester and I just piled into my car, took a tent along, and toured the whole country. You know, we sort of led the gypsy life.
Gypsy life, huh?
Yes, Rochester read tea leaves, and I played the fiddle. We did very well in Memphis. And, oh, Don, I must tell you something. Just a second. Come in.
Pardon me, is this the Aldrich family?
No, this is the Benny family. The Aldrich family has moved to another station.
Well, turn my dial. Goodbye.
Oh, how I'd love to. Well, anyway, Don, say, what was I talking about?
You were telling me about your vacation, Jack.
Oh, yes. I must tell you what happened when I was... Oh, wait a minute. I'll tell you later. Here comes Mary.
Hello, Joe. What do you know? I'm back again on the Jell-O show. I hope I make you laugh and giggle. Chop, 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 and dig, dig, diggle.
Well... Well, it was certainly nice to you, Mary. I didn't get a reception like that.
Hello, Mary. It's sure good to see you again.
Oh, hello, Don. Say, what happened to you? You look marvelous.
Well, thanks. I've been taking good care of myself this summer.
Yes, Mary. Don lost 5 pounds on his yacht.
Your stomach looks thinner, too.
Certainly does. Say, you got quite a nice coat of tan, Mary. What'd you do all summer?
Well, I stayed right here in Hollywood until we had that awful heat wave. Good thing you missed it.
Yeah, they tell me it was pretty bad here.
Jack, it was simply unbearable. It was 107 degrees in my shade.
You must have been in demand, Don. Say, Mary, you didn't stay in town during that hot spell, did you?
No, I went down to Laguna Beach and spent 2 weeks with my aunt and uncle.
Oh, is your uncle in business down there?
Yes, he's a shill for a lemonade stand.
Well, that's quite a novel occupation. So you were down at the beach, huh?
Yeah. And, oh, Jack, I must tell you.
What?
I met the cutest lifeguard down there.
Yeah?
What a doll.
Uh-huh.
He saved my life 4 times.
Mary, how could he save your life? You always wear water wings.
I bit a hole in him.
Well, that was using your teeth. So you found a new romance, eh? What's his name, Mary?
Barracuda Jones.
Oh, I'd like to catch him, or meet him sometime. Bring him over. Well, Don, I think it's about time that Mr. Harris got here. Where's Phil?
Here I am, Jackson.
Oh.
Hi, everybody. This is Smiling Phil Harris, back on the good old Jell-O program. Yeah, make it Jell-O. Back at the NBC studio, which is just a mile and a half from the Wilshire Bowl, no cover charge. Yeah.
Don't humor him, folks. He's conceited enough. Well, Phil, that's quite an entrance you gave yourself. Music and everything.
Well, I had nothing to do with that, Jack. The boys planned it themselves. It was spontaneous.
Is that from the French?
Definitely. Well, Phil, at that, I don't blame you for giving yourself a build-up on the first show. And now that you're here, how about a number?
Look, I'm an actor. I ain't playing till I get a little dialogue.
Oh, a little dialogue, eh? All right, then. Tell me, Phil, what'd you do this summer? Did you have a nice vacation?
I certainly did.
Well, and now, ladies and gentlemen, Phil Harris.
Hey, wait a minute.
What's the matter?
I told you I'm not playing a number until I get a couple of laughs here.
Phil, the easiest way for you to get laughs is to play a number. Now, go ahead.
Okay, Jackson.
Oh, by the way, Jack,
Yeah.
I meant to ask you, aren't we going to have a singer on the show this season?
Oh, of course, Don. I'm trying out a young tenor. He's a kind of a cute kid, too. He should be here soon.
Hey, Jack.
What?
Tell him about that other singer you wanted to get.
What other singer?
You know, the one you thought you could put over on the sponsor.
I didn't try to put anything over, so don't...
What was it, Barry?
Well, after Penny Baker left, Jack thought he'd save a little money this year.
I did not.
What happened, Mary?
He tried to get his canary on the program.
Well, I just figured it'd be a novelty for a couple of weeks. Besides, Dickie Boy can whistle Sunrise Serenade with the best of them. Believe me.
What's the name of this young fellow you're trying out?
His name is Day, Dennis Day. His mother's here with him.
How old is she?
It's none of your business. Anyway, you'll meet him soon. Now, go ahead, Phil. Let's hear a good, hot tune.
Would you like to hear something about 107 in the Shade?
As if you could, brother. Play anything. We can take it. Hold it a minute. Answer the phone, Mary.
Okay. Hello? Who? Yes. It's for you, Jack. It's Mrs. Day.
Oh, Dennis's mother. Give me that phone. Oh, boy, what I've gone through with her already. Hello, Mrs. Day. How are you? Yes. Uh-huh. Yes, we're expecting you right away. Well, look, Mrs. Day, can't Dennis take his bath later? I mean, we're on the air now. We need him. Fine, he's been in town 3 weeks, and he has to take a bath today.
That'll never hurt the program.
Quiet. Now, look, Mrs. Day, I'm not trying to run your affairs, but you see, this is our first program of the season, and Dennis should be here on time. You know, this isn't a clam bake. We're established. Now, please hop in a car and rush Dennis over here immediately. What? Should he wear a blue suit or a gray suit?
Tell her to wrap a towel around him.
Mary. He can wear anything, Mrs. Day. Now, hurry, won't you? Goodbye. Oh, boy, what a lilac she is. Play, Phil. That canary wasn't such a bad idea after all. That was Go Fly a Kite from the Star Maker, played by Phil Harris and his spontaneous orchestra. Say, Phil, that number sounded a lot better than I expected. Wasn't it good, Mary?
Yeah, that was swell, Phil.
Oh, it was all right, but personally, I thought the boys played a little too pianissimo.
Too what?
Pianissimo, too loud.
Phil, even though you carry a union card, for your information, pianissimo means soft. Fortissimo is loud.
Is that so? Would you like to make a little bet on that?
Would I like to? I'd love to.
Then you must be right.
You're darn right I'm right. You know, I didn't study music 15 years for nothing.
No kidding, Jack. Did you study the violin for 15 years?
I certainly did.
He admits it yet.
Listen, Mary. Mary, you can joke about it now, but when I was a young fella, I was torn between two loves. In fact, it was a toss-up whether I'd become a concert violinist or a comedian. I didn't know which path to take.
Don't tell her finish. I'm reading the book.
That's very amusing, Mary. However, if you'd like to know the truth, the first time that I... Hey, that must be Dennis Day and his mother. Now, listen, fellas, before they come in, I want to tell you something. while they're here, I want you to show me a little courtesy and respect. I'd like to get this kid started out on the right foot. Now, remember that.
Okay, Mr. Benny.
That's more like it.
There's somebody at the door, kind sir.
All right, don't overdo it. Come in. Well, how do you do, Mrs. Day? How do you do? Come right in.
Thank you. Come along, Dennis.
Yes, come in. Well, I'm glad you found the studio all right, Mrs. Day. Did you take a cab like I told you to?
Yes, it was $1.65. Here's the slip.
Oh.
You sure walked into that one.
Oh, well, I don't mind.
Then smile.
Mary, I'll mind my face and you mind your business. Oh, Mrs. Day, I want you to meet the members of my cast. This is Mary Livingstone, Don Wilson, and Phil Harris.
How do you do?
How do you do, Mr. How do you do, Mr. Day?
And this is her little boy, Dennis.
Say hello to the people, Dennis. Hello to the people.
Oh, fine.
Well, naturally, Mary, he's a little nervous, aren't you, Dennis?
Am I, Mother? Certainly not.
Oh. Now, Dennis, I want you to feel right at home here. After all, I know you must be a little bit nervous. We're all your friends, and we want to help you in every possible way.
I'm indeed grateful, Mr. Benny.
That's sweet. And now, Mrs. Day.
Yes?
How can a basso profundo like that have a tenor for a son? Now, Mrs. Day, I realize this being Dennis's first time here that you're not aware of our schedule. You see, we have a very definite starting time.
You have?
Yes, we do our first broadcast at exactly 4 o'clock Pacific time, and our repeat broadcast at precisely 8:30. Now, is that clear?
Perfectly. And when is payday?
Payday?
That's not so definite.
Miss Livingstone, please. Oh, he'll get paid, Mrs. Day. Don't worry about that. Now, Dennis, I think that about covers everything. That's all there is, and that's all you have to know. You're here to sing, so just be on time and do your best. Now, are there any questions?
Yes, when do I get some funny lines?
Funny lines?
I know how you feel, Bub.
Phil, you complain once more, and you'll be known as the silent maestro. Now, Dennis, what song have you selected for your debut on our Jell-O program?
He's going to sing a delightful new number called Good Night, My Beautiful. It's becoming very popular.
Yes, I know. It's a grand number. Now, before you sing, Dennis, I thought our audience would like to know something more. Know your age. How old are you?
59, including mother.
Well, that's not what I meant, Dennis. How old are you by yourself?
Dennis is just 19.
19. Well, 19 from 59. That makes you 40, doesn't it, Mrs. Day?
I'll take that.
Take it. You snapped at it. Now, just one more question, Dennis. Where is your home? That is, where were you born?
Dennis was born in Cairo, Illinois.
Oh, Cairo, eh?
Whoop, an Egyptian.
Bill, the boy was born in Cairo, Illinois, not Egypt.
Well, a comedian like me overlooks them details.
I'd like to catch you overlooking the Grand Canyon someday. Now, go ahead, Dennis. We're all waiting and anxious to hear your song. Now, this is the microphone.
How do you do?
You are nervous, aren't you? But go right ahead. You haven't a thing to worry about. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for his first song on the Jell-O program, Dennis Day will sing Good Night, My Beautiful from George White's Scandal. Take it, my boy.
Now remember, Dennis, breathe deeply.
Yes, Mother.
Don't forget the words.
No, Mother.
Come here, let me fix your tie.
Oh, don't bother, Mrs. Day. You know this isn't television.
You're quite fortunate, Mr. Benny.
Very good, Mrs. Day, very good. Sing, Dennis. Oh, boy, I'd love to give her a hot foot. Yes, sir? Dennis, that was very, very good. I'm sure everyone enjoyed it.
Thanks, Mr. Benny. You've made me the happiest girl in the world.
Oh, he is nervous, folks. Play, Phil. And we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. Well, Mary, our first program is over. Aren't you happy?
Yeah. just think, only 38 more weeks and we can take our vacation.
That's right. Gee, I don't know where to go. Do you?
Oh, we'll someplace think of...
Gee, I don't know where to go. Do you?
Oh, we'll think... I'm nervous, Jack.
Oh, we'll think of someplace. Yeah, good night, folks. See you next week.
The Jell-O program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingstone, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Donald Wilson. And now, folks, as you all know, 447 years ago last Thursday, Christopher Columbus discovered America.
That's right, Don.
To finance this expedition, he borrowed a huge sum of money from Queen Isabella of Spain.
Yep.
So tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you a man Columbus would have had trouble with, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Jell-O again. This is Jack Benny talking. And Don, although I appreciate your timely introduction, aren't you assuming too much?
Now, what do you mean?
Well, how do you know Columbus would have had trouble borrowing money from me? That's just a wild guess.
Well, Jack, I was merely trying to be topical, that's all. Last Thursday was Columbus Day, and I wanted to tie you in with him.
Don, tying me in with Columbus is indeed flattering. But you didn't have to make me tight.
He didn't make you tight. He just lifted the veil.
Oh, he did. Now, listen, Phil, and this goes for you, too, Don. We're beginning a new season, and I think we ought to make a few changes. I'm sure there are more vital things to talk about than me being tight.
I'm awfully sorry, Jack.
Me too.
Don, I believe. You know, fellas, this is only our second broadcast, and during this new season, we ought to try and get on more believable subjects.
You're right, Jack. We've all been picking on you too much.
You said it, Mary. Imagine saying I wouldn't finance Columbus. Well, if I'd have been living in those days, I would have been glad to loan him the money.
Yeah, but he'd have a tough time sailing that boat with one arm.
Mary, I wouldn't have asked for collateral. To hear you talk, you'd think I never spent a dime.
Well?
Well, nothing. What about that party I threw Wednesday night at the Coconut Grove?
What party?
You know, the party I threw at the Coconut Grove. Didn't I pay the check for 10 people? Didn't I leave a big tip?
Yeah, but you took a tree home for firewood.
I did not. I just took a few branches that fell off. So don't exaggerate.
Boy, that's rich. Benny the wood chopper.
Bill, get this straight. I didn't go to the Coconut Grove Wednesday night to chop down any trees.
Then why did you wear that lumberjack shirt?
That wasn't a lumberjack shirt. That was my tuxedo shirt that was washed with some plaid socks. So there.
Why, Jack, you ought to sue the laundry.
He can't. He did it himself.
Well, you're certainly right up on your toes tonight, Miss Livingstone. Quite a contrast to your opening performance last Sunday.
You said it, Jack. Oh, boy, was I nervous. I nearly fainted.
I'll say it is. It's a wonder you couldn't control yourself. You've been on the air before. Why all the worry?
Did you ever have a strap break in the middle of a program?
Oh, I see. So that's what happened, huh?
Say, Mary, is that why you borrowed my fraternity pin?
Yeah.
Phil, how can a hillbilly that only went as far as third grade have a fraternity pin?
What are you talking about? I'm a college man.
What college?
Cornpone Tech.
Cornpone Tech?
Yeah, cornpone. Here we come. Shave and a haircut. Bay rum.
Oh, a barber college. Well, I'm certainly glad to hear that, Phil. Right after the program, I'll let you cut my hair.
Okay, just send it over the Wilshire Bowl.
All right, Smarty.
No cover charge.
Mary. Now, wait a minute, fellas. That's another topic I want dismissed this season. I don't want to hear another word about my toupee, because I don't wear one.
What's that over your right ear, a halo?
Now, Mary, cut it out and let's change the subject. Say, Don, come here a minute.
What is it, Jack?
Did you hear any nice reports on our opening program last Sunday? I mean, was there any good comment on it?
Why, yes, everyone I talked with liked it very much, and they were especially enthusiastic about our new tenor, Dennis Day.
Oh, that's swell. Of course, he was a little nervous his first time on the air.
Well, I have to admit, Jack, that I was pretty nervous myself.
I had the shakes, too.
Phil, you've never had anything that a good night's sleep won't cure. But really, Don, I'm very happy about Dennis. Of course, I'm going to have to do something about that mother of his. Oh, boy, what I've gone through with her already.
Well, after all, Jack, it's a mother's instinct to look after the best interests of her son.
I know that, Don, but I don't want her around while we're broadcasting.
Oh, why don't you put your foot down, Jack? Why don't you threaten her?
Not a good that'll do. She's bigger than I am. Look, we've been on the air 10 minutes and they haven't shown up yet. And you know why? Because I told her to be here on time.
Oh, Jack, you're just imagining things. Mrs. Day seems to be a very nice woman.
Don, you don't have to put up with her like I do. She's always interfering with my business. She came over to my house the other day and made Dennis stop mowing the lawn. How do you like that?
Don't tell me you got that kid mowing your lawn already.
Well, it keeps him out of mischief, and besides, Dennis was perfectly willing to do it.
He should be. You got it in his contract.
I have not. His mother took it out. Anyway, my lawn sure looks nice, half mowed.
Well, why don't you make Rochester finish it?
Oh, he can't. He joined some kind of a union where he can only do 5 jobs for me. He's up to his quota now. Anyway, fellas, getting back to Mrs. Day, if she does... Whoops, that must be her now. Don't say anything, fellas. Come in. Well, Andy!
Hiya, Buck!
Well, hello. Well, Andy! Well, Andy, it's about time you showed up. I was expecting you to drop in last Sunday.
Well, I couldn't make it, Buck. I had to drive Ma and Pa to the Pomona Fair. We never miss it.
Oh, the Pomona Fair. I say, did your mother win first prize again on her famous elderberry wine?
Well, she was expecting to, Buck, but Pa was all alone in the back seat with the jug.
So your Pa drank it, huh?
I think so. We passed an orange grove on the way, and Pa said, "Holy smoke, look at that sunset."
Well, then you're probably right. Say, Andy, they generally have pretty good exhibits at the Pomona Fair. How are they this year?
Swell. The farm products were wonderful. You know, Buck, they had an ear of corn there 3 feet long.
What was that, Andy?
I knew you'd be interested, Phil. Well, I'm glad you had such a good time, Andy. By the way, did you get a chance to tune in on our show last week?
I sure did, Buck.
How'd you like our new tenor, Dennis Day?
Well, he was great, but Ma was a little disappointed. She thought I was going to sing this year.
Well, you could hardly talk that one.
That's all we need.
Now, wait a minute, Andy, wait a minute. You're not a tenor.
I am on some words.
You're a quartet on some words. Well, stick around, Andy. I'll have you meet the kid. He'll be here pretty soon.
I'd like to, Buck, but I got to run along now.
Why, Andy? What's your hurry?
Well, my girl's picking me up in front of the studio.
Oh, your girl, eh? Who is she?
Whoever picks me up. So long, Buck.
Well, say, that Andy's getting to be quite a devil. Well, come on, Phil. Let's get going with the show. How about a number?
Okay, Jackson, would you like a newie or an oldie?
Phil, just play a goodie if you can-y. A newie or an oldie. There you go. That was Put That Down in Writing, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. And Phil, in all fairness to you, the band sounded very good, much better than last week.
What are you talking about? The music was sensational last week.
Sensational?
Yeah, did you see that marvelous write-up I got in the musical Curio?
The musical what?
Curio. I got it right here.
Let's see that. Curio. That's Courier, musical Courier. He owns a fraternity pin yet.
If I could crush that strap, I'd give it back.
I don't blame you.
What does the write-up say, Phil?
It's a rave from start to finish, kid. You read it, Jackson. I don't want to sound hammy.
Okay. It says, musical review. Phil Harris and his orchestra are back again on the Jell-O program this year. And on the opening broadcast, Sunday, October 8th, we can only say that the music was abominable.
I guess that's bad, eh?
In all selections played, the brass was turbulent, and the strings were as stagnant as anything this reporter has ever heard.
And that guy's one of the best critics in the country.
He certainly is, Phil, so that's what you call a rave notice, eh?
Sure, I got a scrapbook full of that stuff.
Did you hear that, Mary? He saves those kind of write-ups.
Maybe he's going to blackmail himself.
That must be it.
What are you kids talking about? Why, that's one of the best write-ups I ever got. Did you notice them big words?
Phil, this review says that your music was abominable, turbulent, stagnant. If you take a bow on that, it proves that you're definitely an illiterate egomaniac.
No kidding.
Gee, that went to his head, too.
Well, I give up. I did my best. Now, let's drop all this nonsense and get down to business. You know, fellas, when you get that kind of...
Say, Jack,
What?
here comes Dennis Day now.
Where?
Right behind his mother.
Oh, yes. Hello? Hello, Dennis?
Oh, hello, Mr. Benny.
Well, did you hear that, Dennis? That shows everybody liked you last week. You were a big hit.
Gee, it all seems like a dream to me.
I can imagine. Oh, hello, Mrs. Day.
How do you do? And, how are you, Miss Livingstone?
I'm fine, thank you.
Mary. Now, Dennis.
Yes, please?
Dennis, I don't want to harp on any particular subject because this is all new to you. But as I told you last Sunday, it's rather important that you be here on time. You were a little late again today.
I'm very sorry, Mr. Benny.
That's quite all right.
You see, we haven't lived out here very long.
You've apologized, Dennis. That's enough.
But, Mrs. Day, your son was just trying to be courteous, that's all.
He said he was sorry. That's all that's necessary.
Oh, brother.
What was that?
I said, oh, brother. I was talking to my brother. He's sitting in the 18th row. Hello, Sam. My goodness. Now, Dennis, tell me, did you hear any nice comments about your singing last week? Did your friends like you?
Oh, yes, Mr. Benny. I was so thrilled that I took the first paycheck you gave me and framed it.
Oh, you framed your check. You mean you're not even going to cash it?
No, sir, never.
This is the happiest moment of Jack's life.
Now, Mary, I'm glad he's sentimental. It shows good character, Dennis.
Thanks for the frame, Mr. Benny.
Never mind. You know, Dennis, I'm one of the friends who thought you were grand last week. You went over very well.
Sure, the kid went over. Say, Mrs. Day, how'd you like the way my orchestra accompanied your son?
Since you asked me, I thought the music was a bomb.
There you are, Jackson. Everybody says so.
Phil, I can't stand this any longer. I'm going to explain this whole thing to you in your native tongue. When that critic said that your music was abominable, he meant that you weren't jiving, that you were off the beam.
You mean I wasn't in the groove? I wasn't hip?
Exactly.
Well, dummy up on that. Mama, Jackson.
Now, don't take it too hard, Phil. We all get a bad write-up once in a while.
Shucks, and I just subscribed to that paper for 25 years.
Well, that's too bad.
Oh, Jack, you shouldn't have told him. He was so ignorant and happy.
I did it for his own good, Mary. Phil's been getting pretty swell-headed lately.
Is that so?
Yes, Phil. You know, there's an old Chinese proverb that says, when orchestra leaders get kicked in pants, hats fit better. Remember that, Phil. Now, Dennis.
Yes, please?
We're ready for a number. Have you got your song prepared for tonight?
Oh, indeed I have, Mr. Benny.
Okay, so now, ladies and gentlemen, Dennis Day, our young vocal discovery, will sing that old and popular favorite, Melancholy Baby.
Dennis is not going to sing Melancholy Baby. He's going to sing Cinderella, Stay in My Arms.
Now, Mrs. Day, I've arranged with Dennis to sing Melancholy Baby. It's my favorite torch song.
Dennis is singing Cinderella, Stay in My Arms.
Just 1 minute, Mrs. Day. Whose program is this?
It's up for grabs.
Stay out of this, Mary. Ladies and gentlemen, Dennis Day is going to sing Melancholy Baby.
Oh, no, he isn't.
Oh, yes, he is.
It's no use, Mr. Benny.
Dennis, I'm handling this. Just do as I say and we'll have no trouble. Melancholy Baby, folks. Sing, Dennis. That was Melancholy Baby, sung by Dennis Day. And now, ladies and
That
gentlemen...
was Cinderella, Stay in My Arms.
Now, listen, Mrs. Day. Cinderella was a melancholy baby, and you know it. Anyway, Dennis, you sang that number beautifully. You didn't sound a bit nervous tonight.
I wasn't, Mr. Benny, but last week, gee, oh boy.
Well, that's only natural.
Gosh, if it hadn't been for Miss Livingstone, I don't know what I'd have done.
Oh, it was nothing, Dennis. I didn't want you to be scared, that's all.
Well, that was awfully sweet of you, Mary. What'd you tell her?
I just said that if a certain comedian got by for 7 years, why should he worry?
Well, that's a fine way to talk about Fred Allen. Anyway, Dennis, don't feel upset about last week because we were all just as jittery as you were. Every one of us.
I was as cool as a cucumber.
Is that so, Mrs. Day? As if I care.
What was that?
I said we're on the air. We're on the air.
And hello, Sam.
Mary, I'm talking. And now, ladies and gentlemen, if I may resume control here, I would like to announce our play for next Sunday. A week from tonight, the Benny Belligerent Barnstormers will inaugurate their new season of dramatic offerings. After much thought and careful consideration, we decided to open with our version of Darrell F. Zanuck's 20th Century Fox production, that historical drama of adventure in darkest Africa, Stanley and Livingstone. Thank you, Kismet. This, I feel, will be one of our outstanding presentations.
I agree with you, Jack. I think it's a great idea to do Stanley and Livingstone.
Yes, Don, at least it'll be something new.
New? Fred Allen did it 2 weeks ago.
Mrs. Day, what Fred Allen does on his program is no concern of mine. This is a true story that took place in the year 1875. And I have just as much right to do Stanley and Livingstone as Fred Allen.
Even more, you knew the boys.
I'm not that old, Mary. Now, getting back to next week's attraction.
Oh, Mr. Benny.
Yes, please. Yes. Yes, Dennis.
Why does Mr. Allen talk through his nose?
What was that, Dennis?
I said, why does Mr. Allen talk through his nose?
Because he hasn't enough strength to blow it, and thanks for asking. Now, ladies and gentlemen, oh, gosh, I hope he's listening. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take the remaining moments of our program to give you a preview of some of the highlights from next week's stirring drama. First, pardon me, I'll take it. Hello?
Oh, Mr. Benny, this is Rochester.
Well, Rochester, I'm busy now. Call me back later.
But it's important, boss. Carmichael's got a toothache.
Toothache? Doggone, I knew there was something wrong with that polar bear this morning. Is he in pain, Rochester?
Yes, boss, and he's in a bad mood. I threw a fish at him, and he declined it right back in my face.
Well, Rochester, it's your own fault. Carmichael wouldn't have a toothache if you'd take care of him. Did you brush his teeth this morning?
Only as I passed by.
Well, that's awful. Which tooth is bothering him, Rochester? Is it a molar or a bicuspid?
What's that, boss?
I said, is it a molar or a bicuspid?
Yes, pretty bad.
Rochester, what I'm trying to get at, what's bothering him? Is it a front tooth or a back tooth?
It's that long front one. The one he dimpled my leg with.
Well, look, I'll be home pretty soon. Meanwhile, here's what I want you to do. Now, pay strict attention.
Okay, boss.
Now, take a piece of cotton.
Take a piece of cotton.
Roll it into a ball.
Roll it into a ball.
Put some toothache drops on it.
Put some toothache drops on it.
And then shove it in the cavity. Rochester! Rochester!
Your echo just resigned.
For heaven's sake, now, don't be such a coward. Animals understand when you're trying to help them.
Uh-huh.
You remember that story about the man who took a thorn out of the lion's paw?
Yeah, whatever become of him?
Well, look, Rochester, just leave the bear alone. I'll take care of him later. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boss.
What?
Can I borrow your top hat tonight?
My top hat?
Yeah, I got a date with a tall girl.
Well, just stand on your tiptoes and leave my hat alone. Goodbye. And that polar bear's got more trouble.
What's the matter, Jack?
Oh, Carmichael's got a toothache. There'll be no living with him all week. Well, where were we?
You were going to give us a preview of Stanley and Livingstone.
Oh, yes. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the highlights of our next week's attraction, Stanley and Livingstone. That thrilling saga of the Dark Continent. Take it, Don.
Africa. The jungle. Headhunters.
These, ladies and gentlemen, are just a few of the highlights from next week's Sunday's sensational offering, Stanley and Livingstone. So be sure and tune in. Pardon me, come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
I'll be seeing you in the jungle next week.
Oh, are you a headhunter?
No, hair is all I'm after. Goodbye.
And he's not kidding, folks. Play. And we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. So be sure and listen in to the opening of our dramatic season.
Say, Jack.
What?
Let's stop someplace and get a sandwich.
I can't, Mary. I gotta run home and take care of Carmichael. Oh, say, do you know a good dentist I can get for him?
Here, I got an uncle that's a swell dentist.
Well, call him, will you? Is he painless?
No, he's got rheumatism, something awful.
Oh, well, I guess he'll do. Good night, folks.
The Jell-O program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingstone, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the third time this season, we bring you our master of ceremonies. A man who smokes a cigar so short that it finally becomes an inlay, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And Don, that introduction was so cute, and you're so big that I just can't be mad at you. It was very clever, Don, although a bit exaggerated.
Well, Jack, you do smoke your cigars pretty short.
I know, Don, but there's a reason for that. It just so happens that the cigars I smoke are very hard to get. They're made especially for me by a man in Tampa, Florida, a fellow called Perfecto Ginsburg. Oh, it's an excellent smoke.
Are your cigars very expensive, Jackson?
Well, they are, Phil, if you buy them individually. Of course, you can order them by the box or by the gross and save money.
How do you get them?
Jack buys them by the yard and cuts them off.
Now, Mary, that's not only silly, but unbelievable.
Go on. You even send your old matches back to Sweden to be re-dipped.
Mary, the only matches I ever sent back to Sweden were those that didn't work. Jeepers, nobody could be as tight as you make me out to be.
Oh, no? Tell him what you did last week to little Dennis Day, our new singer.
Mary, we got a long play to do tonight. And now, folks...
Come on, Mary, what happened?
And now, folks...
What about Dennis?
Jack paid him his salary in silver dollars and then taught him how to stand on his head.
Now, Mary Livingstone, you're just making that up. In the first place, I don't pay Dennis his salary. I give it to his mother, who in turn gives it to Dennis.
Who in turn stands on his head.
Oh, that's tough of them, Mary.
Phil, when we need a scorekeeper here, I'll let you know. Meanwhile, make like a mummy. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as you may remember, last week we announced that tonight, the Benny Livestock Company, the Benny Livestock Company, would present their version of Darrell F. Zanig's production, Stanley and Livingstone. Now, in our version, I will play the part of Mr. Stanley, the newspaper man, as portrayed on the screen by that sterling and inimitable actor, Spencer Tracy.
Inimitable?
Yes.
What are you talking about? That guy's a great actor.
Phil, that was a compliment. Inimitable means that Spencer Tracy cannot be imitated or duplicated.
Not tonight, anyway.
We'll see about that. Now, Mary, you're going to be my secretary, and Phil, for some unknown reason, you're going to be the editor of the newspaper. You know, my boss.
Your boss, eh?
Yes.
Benny, you're fired.
Wait for the play. And Don, you're going to be a cannibal.
A cannibal?
Now, Dennis Day.
Wait a minute, Jack. Dennis isn't here yet.
He isn't? What's the matter with that kid, anyway? I told his mother last week that he must be here on time.
You know, Jack, I don't think Mrs. Day likes you very much.
Oh, she doesn't? Huh. I should worry and get a wrinkle.
Just worry about the ones you got.
What was that? What'd you say?
I said, just worry about the ones you got.
Oh, my wrinkle. Never mind. I'll find out what's keeping that kid. Mary, get Mrs. Day on the telephone. It's Hollywood 2734. I'll tell her a thing or two, believe me.
Operator, get me Hollywood 2734.
She's been getting away with murder, and I'm not going to put up with her temperament any longer.
What are you going to do, get off the program?
Phil, you better keep still. I'm mad at you clear through Christmas already. And another thing.
Hello? Who is this? Oh, Jack, it's Gladys.
Hang up. I gave you the wrong number. Mrs. Day is Oxford 7071.
Oh. Operator, get me Oxford 7071.
Gee, I got a little mixed up there.
Gladys, eh? Say, Jack, is that the tomato I saw you with on Vine Street the other night?
Phil, she's going to have her teeth fixed, so no crack. She's a darn nice kid.
Hello? Just a minute, Mrs. Day. Here's your call, Jack.
Okay. Hello, Mrs. Day. This is Jack Benny. Now, Mrs. Day, what about Dennis? We've been on the air 15 minutes, and he's not here yet. What? He's been a bad boy, and he can't come to the program. But this is his job. I don't care if he won't eat his carrots. There must be other ways to punish him. But I know Mrs. Day. I know Mrs. Day. I know Mrs. Day.
Look, he knows Mrs. Day.
Mary. Now, will you please make an effort to get Dennis over here immediately? Thank you. Goodbye. Oh, just a minute, Mrs. Day, while we're on the subject. I've had just about enough of your meddling. I'm running this program. If you don't like it, you can stay away.
All right, Jack. Take your finger off the hook.
Mary, I was just rehearsing what I'm going to say when she comes in. Now, everybody settle down. Come on, Phil, let's have a good number.
How about Hollywood 2734?
You know what I meant, Phil. So hit it.
Okay, Jackson.
I can't understand Gladys being home. She told me she was going to Santa Barbara for the weekend. Getting back to our play, Stanley and Livingstone, we have attempted something in a more legitimate vein. Now, in our version, as I said before, I'm going to play the part of...
Come along, Dennis, and stop sulking.
Here she is, folks. Tugboat Annie. Well, good evening, Mrs. Day. I'm so glad you were able to get here. Really, it's very sweet of you.
I'll have no sarcasm, young man. I had a perfectly good reason for keeping Dennis at home. He was a bad boy.
But, Mother, I don't like carrots.
I don't blame you.
Dennis, if you ever expect to be a great singer, you must eat your vegetables.
Mrs. Day, for your information, Bing Crosby never ate a carrot in his life. And he's doing all right.
Well, Crosby feeds carrots to his horses.
Yes, and look at him. What they need is raw meat. Now, let's forget about carrots. Oh, Dennis.
Yes, please?
Right after your song, we're going to do our play. And since you don't like vegetables, you're going to be a cannibal.
Dennis is not going to be a cannibal.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Day, but that's what he'll have to be. He's had no acting experience. What else can he do?
I can stand on my head.
Wait till Saturday. Anyway, Dennis, it's all settled.
Oh, no, it isn't. He must have a more dignified part.
Oh, I suppose you'd like to have him play the lead. I suppose he can do a better job than I can.
He's wide open, Mrs. Day. Give it to him.
Mary, she doesn't need any help from you. The old hag.
What was that?
I said, let's play tag. I feel yuck. Do you mind? Now, let's have no more interruptions, please. Go ahead with your song, Dennis.
Yes, Mr. Benny.
That was Dennis Day singing South of the Border, and very good, Dennis.
Thank you.
Now, we're going to do our play now, so take your clothes off and put this ring in your nose.
Okay.
Mr. Benny, I told you Dennis is not going to be a cannibal.
All right, then I'll make him my native guide. That's a cannibal who went to college. Are you satisfied? And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction, Stanley and Livingstone. The opening scene is the editorial office of the New York Herald, where we find Jack Stanley, star reporter, and his secretary, Miss Mary Latouche.
Latouche, I quit.
Mary, we don't want to confuse your name with Dr. Livingstone.
Come on, let's start the show. I want to get on you, Benny.
Well, just because you're my boss in the play, don't let it throw you. We now take you to the office of the New York Herald. Curtain. Music.
Hello, New York Herald. Miss Latouche speaking. I hate that name.
Mary.
What's that? Yes? 9:30? All right, I'll tell him.
Who was that?
Gladys.
Oh.
She wants you to bring some White Rock.
Okay. Now, don't bother me for the next half hour, Miss Latouche. I'm writing a story about Dr. Livingstone.
Is that the explorer that's lost in Africa?
Yes, and the boss wants me to go look for him. He thinks it'll be a great scoop for the paper.
Here comes the boss now.
Where is he? Where is that star reporter? Let me at him.
Look at him. Hello, Chief.
Oh, there you are. Now, see here, Stanley. I've been looking over that story you turned in yesterday, and it's the worst lot of junk I ever heard.
Well, I thought it was pretty good, Chief.
Good? Why, that stuff was turbulent, stagnant, abominable.
You're showing off now. Last week you didn't even know what that meant.
Never mind the wisecracks. You either go out and get some hot news or resignate.
Resignate?
I knew he'd slip.
Well, look, Chief, I'm trying to get all the news I can.
Well, you can't sit here and wait for it. You gotta go out and dig.
Chop, chop, chop. Well, all right. I'm doing my best, Chief.
And another thing, Stanley, I gave you an assignment 2 weeks ago. I told you to go to Africa and find Dr. Livingstone.
Well, I'm waiting for my laundry to come back.
He sends it to Waukegan.
I do not.
Now listen, Stanley, you better find Livingstone or you're fired. You hear? Fired.
Okay, Chief. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, boy, was that fun.
The last time I'll work for him as long as he works for me. Well, so long, Miss Latouche. It looks like I gotta go to Africa. I'm off to the jungle.
Wait a minute, I'm going with you.
Oh, what could you do there?
You need a straight man, don't you?
That's right. Well, come along, gal. We might as well leave right now. We'll find Dr. Livingstone, or my name ain't Jack Stanley.
6 months later, the Stanley expedition has reached Africa and have started their long trek into the jungle. As we pick them up, we find Mr. Stanley with his native guide, Zombie,
That's you, Dennis.
who is accompanied by his mother.
Oh, fine. Go ahead, Don.
Africa, the jungle.
Gee, it's hot. 4 months trekking through the jungle and still no trace of Dr. Livingstone. Miss Latouche, what do you got your finger up in the air for?
I'm trekking, too.
Now, stick close to me. We're in constant danger.
I wonder where we are.
Wait, I'll ask my native guide. Hey, Zombie.
Yes, please?
How far are we from Tanganyika?
Me think got him walk 6 more miles.
Dennis, what's your language?
Mrs. Day, he's a native. He's supposed to talk like that.
Oh.
Lead the way, Zombie. That's just about enough of this jungle. Nothing but swamps and wild animals and those awful tsetse flies. I wish they'd stay off my glasses. Oh, well. It won't be long now.
Oh, Jack. Jack, watch out.
What's the matter?
Look what's in front of you. Look.
Good heavens. Look out, Mrs. Day. There's a boa constrictor right in front of you.
Well, let it get out of my way.
Don't think it won't.
Now, let's all be careful and stick close together. We gotta watch out for cannibals. Come on, Zombie. Lead the way.
6 hours later, our little group of explorers is approaching the village of Tanganyika. It's a wild and desolate country. Will they find Dr. Livingstone? We shall see.
Hey, Zombie. Are we near Tanganyika?
Yes, master, plenty soon.
Good. This may be the moment we've been waiting for.
Oh, Jack, look. Look at that sign on the tree.
Where?
Right there. It says Wilshire Bowl, 9,000 miles.
I must make a note of that. The boss will give me a raise. Hey, wait a minute. See that hut over there in the clearing?
Look, master. White man, white man.
You're right, Zombie.
Where are you going, Jack?
I'm going over and talk to him. That might be Livingstone. Pardon me, sir. Are you Dr. Livingstone?
No, I'm young Dr. Kildare.
Dr. Kildare, what are you doing in Tanganyika?
We're having a sneak preview of my latest picture.
Oh, have they got a theater here in the jungle?
Yes, there it is.
Oh, yes.
Well, I'll be darned. Jack, look what's coming next week.
What?
Man About Town, starring Rochester.
Oh, well, I got a fine chance here. Oh, well. So long, Doctor.
So long.
Lead the way, Zombie. We must find Livingstone.
3 weeks later, the Stanley expedition, tired and weary, have now reached the little village of Zambezi. Will they find Dr. Livingstone? No.
Well, there's no use stopping here. Come on, kid. We must find Livingstone.
2 years later, and our brave little band of explorers, after many hardships and privations, have now reached the little village of Tanganyika.
Tanganyika? We were here 2 years ago. What's the matter with you, Zombie?
Don't blame Dennis.
Well, he's our guide, isn't he?
Dennis is doing the best he can.
Mrs. Day, my nerves are shattered. I'm at my rope's end. We're out in the jungle. Take it easy. Well, I'm afraid we'll have to give up. Our expedition is a failure. Listen, do you hear that? What is that, Zombie?
Ujiji tribe. Very bad cannibals.
Cannibals?
Don't worry, Miss Latouche. I'll talk to these Ujijis in their native tongue. Here they come now. Gee, they look fierce.
Yeah, look at their leader. Are those Keith?
It ain't a grand piano. All of you stay here. I'll go ahead and talk to them. I'll stop this. Tuba down! Hoka!
Hoka!
Me, Hoka Kua Rani Kili, Hoka Dr. Livingstone. Now look, Chief.
Master, him no chief, this man chief.
Oh, well, I'll talk to him. Hey, Chief. Me, Hoka Kua Rani Kila, Hoka Dr. Livingstone.
No, Hoka Kua Rani.
He's pretty mad. Lucky I brought some trinkets with me. Here, Chief. Here's a string of beads for you.
Cuba beads. Me, Puka Bamba, Hoka.
Oh, well, play, Phil. We're a little late, so good night, folks.
The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingstone, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. So now, ladies and gentlemen, tonight Jack Benny officially opens his social season with a Halloween masquerade party at his house for the whole gang. So without further ado, we whisk you to Jack's home in Beverly Hills. Take it away.
Ay, ay, no rancho grande. Ay, ay, no Santa Fia.
Rochester, hand me those slippers.
Okay, boss.
Rochester, will you please stop that yodeling and help me with my costume? I want to be all dressed up when the others get here.
You sure look funny in that outfit, boss. Who are you supposed to be?
What's that?
What famous character are you struggling to convey?
Look, Rochester, I'm wearing a red jacket with a lace collar, a plush hat with a plume in it, and silk tights. Now, who am I?
I don't know.
I'm Romeo. Romeo.
The great lover?
Yes.
Say, boss, ain't you pressing a little?
Rochester, stop worrying about me and my costume. This is just what they wore in those days. My goodness, haven't you ever seen a Shakespearean play?
I never saw the Mikado till they swung it.
Then don't be a critic. Now get busy and put those jack-o'-lanterns in the window.
Okay, boss.
And Rochester, I thought I told you to spread those corn stalks all around the living room. We gotta have some atmosphere.
Can't we have atmosphere that's easier to clean up?
Rochester, I wouldn't complain. Now get busy before the guests arrive. Answer the door. Gee, I wonder if I got these tights on backwards. Oh, well, they're the same either way. I guess they're all right.
Hello, Rochester.
Hello, Miss Livingstone.
Oh, hello, Mary. Hey, Mary, this is a masquerade, and you're wearing a fur coat. What are you supposed to be?
A sand dancer at the North Pole.
Well, it is pretty cold there.
Oh, Jack, I was only kidding. I got my costume on underneath. Look.
Well, I'll be darned. A campfire girl. Gee, that's cute, Mary.
Thanks. What are you supposed to be, Jack, in those silk tights?
What am I supposed to be? I'm Romeo.
Romeo?
Yes.
You mean the Romeo in Romeo and Juliet?
Of course. Why?
You look like you fell off the balcony.
Oh, I do.
No kidding, Jack. Of all the things to wear, gee, that looks silly.
Mary, it's not silly. I got this Romeo costume because he was the greatest lover of all time.
Did you get a book of instructions with it?
Never mind. Now, Mary, we're having a swell party tonight, so try and be nice.
Who's coming, Jack?
Well, there's Don Wilson and Dennis Day and Phil Harris.
Yeah?
And then I invited Barbara Stanley and Robert Taylor, Carol Lombard and Clark Gable, Tyrone Power and Annabella, and Ginger Rogers.
Gee, what names? Are they all coming?
No, they had a headache. Isn't that too bad?
Yeah, every time you give a party, there's an epidemic.
Oh, well, we'll have lots of fun with our own little gang. I hate celebrities. Hey, Rochester, stay away from that punch bowl.
I just wanted to see if it was strong enough.
Strong enough?
Yeah, the last party you gave, nobody passed out.
Rochester, I don't give those kind of parties. That's just plain fruit juice.
Mm-hmm. Poor Mr. Harris.
Don't feel so sorry for him. The shock will do him good.
Say, Jack, can I help you get the food ready?
Thanks, Mary, but Mrs. Day has volunteered to help me. She's out in the kitchen now.
Mrs. Day? You mean Dennis's mother is helping you?
Yes.
And she's going to prepare the food?
Certainly.
And you're going to eat it?
Of course. We're friends now. Gee whiz, Mary, don't be so suspicious. Gee. I told Mrs. Day she could prepare the whole meal.
I'm dining out.
Rochester! You'll stay right here and take a chance like I do. Gosh, Mary, to hear you talk, you'd think Mrs. Day was gonna... You'd think she was gonna poison... Oh, perish the thought. Anyway, Mary, when you get to know Mrs. Day, she's a very sweet woman.
Hey, boss.
Yes?
Where do you want me to hang this mistletoe?
Mistletoe? Don't put that up now. That's for Christmas.
Let him alone, Jack. It'll help your Romeo costume.
Mary, I can do all right by myself. Now, let's see.
Mr. Benny, I was wondering. Oh, good evening, Miss Livingstone.
Hello, Mrs. Day.
Oh, is there anything I can do for you, Mrs. Day?
I can't seem to find the sugar. Where do you keep it?
The sugar? Have you looked in the sugar bowl?
Yes, and all I found was $85.
Oh, yes, that's my little nest egg, number 12. Say, Rochester, where do we keep the sugar?
$85 is sugar to me.
Well, you just forget where it is. Mrs. Day, I think you'll find the sugar on the second shelf right in back of the shoe polish. It's in a big can.
Thank you, Mr. Benny.
You're welcome. And by the way, Mrs. Day, from now on, let's not be so formal. Please call me by my first name, Jack.
Very well, Jack. And I want you to call me Lucretia.
Lucretia?
I hope I don't get your place.
Now, Mary, that's just a coincidence. Mrs. Day wouldn't... Oh, don't try and scare me. Rochester! Rochester, what are you doing at that punch bowl?
I was just going to pour in a little Central Avenue oomph.
I told you I didn't want any alcohol in it. I wanted to be plain fruit juice.
Shucks, people won't even pop for apples in that.
Never mind. See who's at the door, Rochester.
Okay, boy.
Well, they're coming. How does my costume look, Mary?
Your tights are a little droopy. Pull them up.
Oh, yeah.
Hello, Mr. Day. Come on in.
Hello, Rochester.
Why, Dennis! Mary, look at him.
Well, I'll be darned.
Dennis, this is a costume party.
I know, I'm supposed to be a tramp.
A tramp? What are you wearing a tuxedo for?
Gee, this is Hollywood, ain't it?
Oh, I see. You're a colossal tramp. Well, that's very novel.
Oh, say, Miss Livingstone, you look wonderful in that campfire girl suit.
Thank you, Dennis.
And you too, Mr. Benny. You make a swell ballet dancer.
I'm not a ballet dancer. I'm Romeo. Romeo.
Why don't you have some cards printed, Jack?
That won't be necessary. Now, Dennis.
Yes, please?
Dennis, don't think I invited you over to my house to work tonight, but we're going to have a little entertainment later on. It'd be nice if you'd sing a number.
Oh, I'd be glad to, Mr. Benny. Oh, do you mind if I run through it first?
No, go right ahead. There's a piano right there. Would you like me to accompany you on the violin? Would you, Dennis?
Gee, I'm afraid to say no.
Oh.
That gives you an idea, Jack. Now leave the kid alone.
Okay, go ahead, Dennis. Try out your song. Mary, the gang will be here pretty soon. Help me count this silverware. You take the spoon. Now, here's the...
Oh, Mr. Benny, have you any iodine?
Yes, Mrs. Day, there... What?
I knew it.
What was that, Mrs. Day?
I said, have you any iodine?
Iodine?
Yes, I just cut my finger.
Let me see that. Gee, that's swell. That's too bad. Oh, Mrs. Day, you want some iodine. You'll find a bottle in the medicine chest.
Thank you.
Dennis, go ahead with your song. Gee, for a minute, Gee, well, Mary, get me a glass of water. Dennis, that was swell. It's really a lovely song.
Yeah, why don't you sing it on our program sometime?
That's not a bad idea. Now, make yourself at home, Dennis. The others will be here pretty soon. Rochester, for the third time, will you please stay away from that punch bowl?
Well, I'm worried about it.
Well, it's no concern of yours. It's just plain fruit juice, and it's going to stay that way.
You mean there's no hope for advancement?
Exactly. Now, get away from there. Well, here comes some more of them. Mary, why don't you go out in the kitchen and help Mrs. Day?
You mean watch her, don't you?
I mean help her. Don't try and scare me every minute.
Oh, Mr. Benny.
Yes, Dennis?
I was wondering if I could see Carmichael. You know, I've never seen a real polar bear.
Why, of course, Dennis, although he's a little grouchy tonight. You know, he's mad because I wouldn't let him come to the party.
Well, some other time, maybe.
No, Dennis, you can see him right now. Rochester, take Dennis upstairs and show him Carmichael.
Carmichael?
Yes.
I'd better not disturb him, boss. He's reading Grapes of Wrath.
I'm reading that. Take it away from him.
Take it away from him? He's using my thumb for a bookmark now.
Oh, don't exaggerate. Now take Dennis upstairs. Never mind, answer the door. That guy has to argue about everything.
Say, Jack, I must tell you, you look swell in that Romeo costume.
You see, Miss Livingstone? Well, thanks, Don. How'd you know I was Romeo?
Mary pinned the sign on your back.
Mary. Let's see that sign. Oh, fine. Romeo kicked me. Mary, throw this away.
Well, well, Mr. Harris, come on in.
Hi, everybody. Come on in, fellas.
You know that, don't you?
Hey, Phil, I'm glad you brought your band along.
Say, Jackson, you sure got the house fixed up swell.
Haven't I, though?
Oh, boy, look at those corn stalks.
Wouldn't you know it, folks? The first thing. Well, I suppose you fellas are all thirsty. There's a nice bowl of punch on the other side of the room. Walk over and have a drink.
It ain't worth the trip.
That's none of your business, Rochester. Say, Phil, that's not a bad-looking costume you've got on. May I ask whom you represent in that cap and gown?
I'm a college professor.
Oh, professor. Phil, I don't like to say this, but you haven't got the mentality for your costume, has he, Mary?
No, and you haven't got the body for yours.
Mary, regardless of what you think, I do look like Romeo.
No kidding. Are you supposed to be Romeo?
That's me, Phil, the great lover.
Oh, no, Jackson. No.
Phil, it's not that unbelievable, so don't knock yourself out. Hey, Rochester, I thought I told you to take Dennis upstairs to see the polar bear.
Maybe he's asleep.
He's not asleep. Now show Dennis that trick you did with Carmichael yesterday.
You mean the one where I put my head in his mouth?
That's it. That's the one.
That was no trick. He just caught me when I was bending over.
Well, he was only playing. Now take Dennis upstairs.
Can I go up and see the bear alone, Mr. Benny?
Of course you can, Dennis. His room is right at the head of the stairs. Now run along.
Thanks. Goodbye, please.
Isn't he polite, huh?
Oh, Jack, you ought to have your head examined.
Mary, I look all right.
I mean sending that kid upstairs alone with a polar bear.
Oh, well, Dennis is perfectly safe. Carmichael isn't vicious. He's just playful.
Playful?
Yes.
Next time he plays with me, we're going to have bear and dumplings.
Rochester, if you lay a hand on Carmichael, I'll send you back to that cabin in the cotton. Now remember that.
How soon do we go to eat, Jack? I'm getting hungry.
Are you, Don? Well, I got a surprise for you. Mrs. Day is out in the kitchen preparing the dinner.
You mean Dennis's mother?
Yes, we're pals now.
Say, that's wonderful, isn't it?
We shall see, the captain shouted.
Mary, I want you to stop with that silly idea of yours. Mrs. Day is preparing... Hey, Rochester! Rochester, what did you put in that punch bowl?
You mean just now?
Yes, just now. What did you put in that punch?
I was just stirring it.
Rochester, what did you put in that punch?
It could have been an idle gesture, you know.
Rochester, for the last time, what did you put in that punch?
Yo-ho-ho and a bottle of rum.
Rum?
One side, man. I'm the leader.
Phil, take it easy, fellas. There's punch enough for everybody. I'll see you later, Rochester. Oh, Mrs. Day, I was just telling Don about the marvelous meal you're preparing. How's it coming along?
Oh, fine. I just took the pumpkin pie out of the oven.
Pumpkin pie? Oh, boy.
And you know what, Mr. Benny?
What?
I had some crust left over, so I made a special little pie just for you.
Well, I'm sure it'll be delicious, Mrs. Day. Say, fellas. Before we go in to eat, what do you say we have a little entertainment? You know, everyone do something.
Everybody take part.
Okay, what'll we do?
Well, how about Mary and Phil singing a number?
That's swell. How about it, Mary?
Oh, Jack, I don't want to sing.
Me neither.
All right, then I'll tell you what. I'll play a good hot violin solo. How's that?
Let's sing, Phil. We haven't a minute to lose.
I knew that would do the trick. Come on, Phil. You too, Mary. Go ahead and sing. Wait a minute. Hold everything. Come in. Well, who's this?
I don't know. He's got on a white sheet and he's wearing a mask.
Yeah, he's disguised as a ghost.
Yeah, I wonder who it is. Who are you, stranger?
I ain't talking. You gotta guess.
Gee, I wonder who that can be.
Maybe it's Clark Gable. You invited him.
That's right. Are you Clark Gable, mister?
No, but you're hot.
Gee, this is a mystery, all right, huh?
Come on, be a sport. Take your mask off, stranger.
Yes, the suspense is awful.
Okay, fellas. Hiya, Buck.
Well, I'll be doggone. It's Andy Devine. Well, Andy.
I sure had you fooled, didn't I?
You certainly did. Well, make yourself at home, Andy. Come on, take off that sheet.
I can't do it, Buck. There's nothing under here but me.
Oh, well, then keep it on, by all means. Say, Andy, what do you think of my costume? How do you like these tights?
It's swell. What are you supposed to be, a Floridora girl?
No, I'm not a Floridora girl. I'm Romeo.
Romeo?
Yes.
Well, I guess closer than you did.
I don't know about that. Well, Andy, go over there and have a glass of punch. And Phil, you come back here. You got to sing.
Coming, Jackson.
Sit down, Andy. Phil and Mary are going to do a song, and then we'll all have something to eat.
Oh, that's
What's it going to be, Phil?
Well, it's a brand new song called Make with the Kisses.
Okay, and Don and I will take the second chorus. Hit it, boys. Well, that was very clever, Don.
Hey, Buck, how about me singing a chorus?
Oh, no, Andy, nothing to it. We'll be eating pretty soon.
Come on and get it, everybody. Food's on the buffet. No cover charge.
Yeah, this way, everybody, and help yourself.
Oh, let me at it. I can hardly wait.
Oh, Jack, look at that lovely buffet. Mrs. Day certainly fixed a swell supper.
Oh, boy. Baked ham, spaghetti, pickles,
Uh-huh.
salad, cheese, candied yams.
Yes, sir.
And a great big dish of caviar.
I thought I hid that. Oh, well, it's Halloween. Help yourselves, boys. Come on.
Okay. Get plenty of it.
Phil, unless that plate you're fixing is for your whole band, take it easy. My goodness. Mary, look what you did. Look what you dropped on my new Chinese rock. Look what you did with your duck.
Well, well, it's chop suey, so don't worry.
Don't worry, she says. I'll never get that out.
Have some more baked ham, Mr. Devine. It's mighty good, mighty delicious.
Don't sell it, just serve it. And please, everybody, stop grabbing.
This is sure a swell party, Buck. I wish Ma and Pa could be here.
Say, why'd you bring them along, Andy?
Well, it's Halloween, and they had to stay home and keep an eye open.
Oh.
You know, we live out in the country where things ain't so modern.
Well, they're sure missing a good time.
Well, folks, how'd you like the food?
Really, it's swell, Mrs. Day. It's wonderful.
Now, everybody be sure and save room for some nice homemade pumpkin pie. And here's a little one I made especially for you, Mr. Benny.
Gee. Thanks.
Here you are.
Well, take it.
Don't rush me. Well, it certainly looks delicious, doesn't it, Phil?
Yeah. Mind if I taste it?
No, of course not. Here, have a bite.
Thanks. Not bad.
Next week, Guy Lombardo and his Royal Canadian.
Mary. You like it, Phil?
Let me have a bite of that, too. I want to see if I made it sweet enough.
You mean you're going to eat a little piece of this little pie, Mrs. Day?
Of course. Why not?
Oh, nothing. Darn you, Mary Livingstone. Well, let's dig in. Pumpkin pie. Oh, boy. Gosh, this is swell.
I kind of had you going there, didn't I, Jack?
You did not. I knew you were kidding all the time.
The color's coming back in your face, too.
Well, that's good. Now, fellas, as soon as we get through eating, we're going to play games. What'll it be?
I know. Let's play post office.
Why, Mrs. Day, Lucretia. I'll tell you what. What's that?
It's Carmichael.
What's the matter with him?
Mother, help.
Oh, my goodness, it's Dennis.
And Carmichael's right behind him.
Dennis, what are you doing with that bear?
Grab him, Rochester.
I got him, boss. Now he's got me.
Well, hang on to him. Carmichael, let go of Dennis. Don, get away from that ham.
Man the lifeboat.
Quiet. Carmichael, quiet. Carmichael, quiet. Quiet, I say.
Carmichael, shut up!
Thanks, Mrs. Day. good. Are you all right, Dennis?
Oh, sure, that was fun.
Fun.
Dennis, don't you ever tease that animal again.
But, Mother,
Never mind, don't argue. Well, come on, everybody. Let's play post office.
Okay, folks. Then we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. You'll have to excuse me now, folks. We're still playing post office. Oh, Mary, did a message come from me yet?
Yes, the man's here for that Romeo costume.
Oh, and just when I got rolling. Good night, folks.
The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingstone, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, this being the first Sunday in November, we bring you the last rose of summer, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, I've heard you give me some pretty silly introductions in the past. But that one takes the cake. Last rose of summer. What does that mean, anyway?
Well, it doesn't mean anything. I was just trying to be clever, that's all.
Don, I'll take care of the clever stuff around here. Anyway, I don't want to start out every broadcast talking about me. Me all the time. It's embarrassing.
It's a little dull, too.
Oh, it is. Well, Phil, let me ask you something now that you've established your presence among us. Is this program getting a little too monotonous for you?
Well, it's not exactly...
I mean, do you find me, personally, so incompatible?
What?
Incompatible.
Would you mind cutting that down where I can get at it?
Not at all. What I'm trying to get at, Phil, is this. Do I bore you? I mean, do I grate on your nerves?
No, not exactly. Why?
Because, Phil, there's an old Chinese proverb that says, when orchestra leader unhappy over job, him soon clap hands with joy in bread line. Very good advice. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, One Lung. Is my laundry ready?
Never mind that. You know, Mary, I don't know why I even argue with Phil. I use an ordinary word like incompatible and it throws him. He's absolutely illiterate.
Well, it's your own fault, Jack. You knew he couldn't read when you hired him.
What do you mean?
You had to draw up his contract with pictures.
Oh, that's right. I remember. I had to get a lawyer and Rube Goldberg. Say, Mary, did you see Dennis Day when you came in? I told him to be here early tonight.
Yeah, I saw him downstairs in the drugstore, and I got some good news for you, Jack.
What?
I don't think his mother's with him.
How do you know?
He was on his third banana split.
Oh. I knew he'd go on a spree the minute he got away from her. 3 banana splits, eh?
And a malted milk.
3 banana splits and a malted milk?
With an egg in it.
With an egg in it?
And a hamburger sandwich.
A hamburger sandwich?
With onions.
With onions?
Little Sir Echo, shut up, shut up.
I will if you will. Mary, you must be mistaken. Dennis couldn't possibly eat all that stuff and 3 banana splits.
With cherries.
Well, here we go again, folks. Now, look, Mary, run out and get Dennis. We have an important play to do tonight, and I want to start casting it right away.
He'll be here in a minute.
Oh, Jack, is this the play you were telling me about?
Yes, Don, and we've got to get going on it. In fact, I'm going to announce it right away. Hey, Phil, give me a chord in G, will you?
You'll take a chord any place we happen to hit it.
That I know. The chord, please. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Boys, that was grand.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, tonight, for our supreme effort in our current dramatic season, we are going to offer our version of one of the most famous stage and screen productions of all time. None other than that sensational play, and equally sensational motion picture, The Women. Thank you, Max. Now, this play was written by that renowned playwright, Miss Claire Booth, and was first produced in New York City by Max Gordon, who just hit the cymbal. Then Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, realizing its dramatic and comedy potentialities...
Potentialities?
Yes, Phil, I'll cut it down for you later. Brought this great vehicle to Hollywood and created an outstanding film success. So tonight, ladies and gentlemen, the Benny theatrical termites will munch on it. Now, in our version...
Say, Jack, how are we going to do The Women when I'm the only girl in our show?
We'll just have to do the best we can, Mary.
You mean we're all going to be women tonight?
Exactly. Well, not exactly, but I've got it all... But I've got it all figured out. Now, to start with, I will play the leading role as portrayed on the screen by that lovely and talented actress, Miss Norma Shearer.
Oh, no, Jackson, no!
Well, Mary, somebody's got to do it.
Why can't I be the leading lady?
What?
I look more like Norma Shearer than you do.
Isn't that awful? You look more like Norma Shearer than I do.
Yes, I do.
In an evening gown? Don't be ridiculous. Phil, you're going to be Rosalind Russell. Don, you're going to be Joan Crawford. And Mary...
I know, I'm going to be Wallace Beery.
Mary, will you please be serious? Since all the rest of you are going to be women tonight, you'll have to be a man. Mary, you're going to be Don Wilson and announce our play. Now, let's see. Is Dennis here yet? Oh, Dennis?
Yes, please?
Oh, hello, Dennis. I didn't see you come in. You know, we're casting our play, The Women.
Am I going to be in it?
Yes, you're going to play Joan Fontaine's part. You know, the little girl that just got married.
Boy, what a day. 3 banana splits and now I'm a bride.
Yes, that's quite a schedule.
Say, Jack, if you're going to play Norma Shearer's part, who's going to be your daughter?
My daughter? Oh, yes. Dennis, I'll have to change your role. Instead of the young bride, you're going to be my 5-year-old daughter, Denise.
5 years old?
Yes.
And you're going to be his mother?
Yes. What are you laughing at?
You got a late start, didn't you, Ma?
Mary, I'd be quiet if I were you, lest the new May Company get an old employee. You know, reunion at Fairfax and Wilshire. Now, let's see. Oh, yes. Where's Rochester?
Here I am, monsieur.
Rochester, I sent for you because we're short of actors, and you'll have to play the part of my maid.
Your maid?
Yes.
Why can't I be your valet?
Because I don't want a man in my room and I'm dressing. So you're going to be my maid. Now, fellas...
I ain't gonna wear no dress.
You are, too. Now, fellas...
I ain't gonna put on no mascara.
You are, too. Now, fellas...
It ain't gonna show.
All right. Now, fellas, remember, we must be very legitimate. The only reason we're playing the part of women is because we're short of actresses.
Well, why don't you hire a few?
You know, Phil, women are so scarce in Hollywood.
Mary, if you're inferring I'm too cheap to hire actresses, come right out and say so.
All right, you're too cheap to hire actresses.
Anyway, folks, our version of The Women will go on immediately after Dennis Day's song.
Oh, Jack.
Yes, Don?
Who's going to play Mary Boland's part? You know, the Countess de Lage.
I can't tell you, Don. I'm saving that for a surprise. Andy, now you spoiled it. Go ahead and sing, Dennis. Nobody can keep a secret around here. That was last night, sung by Dennis Day. And see, you did very well without your mother. You don't need her here at all. You know, Dennis, there are times when your mother's a pest.
Be careful, she's listening in.
That's what I say. Your mother needs a rest. She's entitled to it. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
See, Jack, I could have sworn you said Dennis's mother was a pest.
Well, I'm getting this front tooth fixed, Mary. It slurs my words. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our play, The Women, which we will present in 2 acts. Darn that front tooth. See what it does to me? All right, take it, Mary.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, The Women. The opening scene is the fashionable Park Avenue residence of Mrs. J. Updike Benny. As the curtain rises, we find Mrs. Benny seated in her boudoir, talking to her 16-year-old daughter, Denise.
Mary, I said Dennis is 5 years old.
I'm making him 16. He just winked at me.
Oh.
The Women. Act 1. Curtain. Music.
Oh, Denise. Denise.
Yes, Mumsy?
We're having dinner alone, darling. Just you and I. Daddy's working late at the office.
Oh, Mother, when are you going to wake up? When are you going to realize that men are only snakes in the grass?
Denise, I will not have you talking that way about your father.
But gee, Mumsy, Father hasn't been home to dinner in 5 years.
Well, maybe he isn't hungry. I trust Updike implicitly. Oh, dear, it's getting late. Darling, hand me my foundation cream. I must get made up.
Aren't you going to shave first?
Denise, I'm not a bearded lady. Oh, Rochelle.
Yes?
What are you doing?
I'm pressing your pants.
Rochelle! Now, Rochelle, I want you to go down to the kitchen and tell the cook Mr. Benny won't be home to dinner tonight.
That's a pretty long walk for so little news.
Never mind, Mr. Benny is detained at the office.
Don't tell me about men. I married 8 of them.
Well, Rochelle, wasn't there even one of them who was nice and sweet and kind to you? One you could trust?
Mrs. Benny is one woman to another.
Well, I refuse to be cynical.
There's the phone, Mumsy.
Yes, I'll take it, dear. Darn this negligee. I'm always tripping over it.
Don't be so clumsy, Mumsy.
I wonder who that can be. I hope it's your father, Denise.
Has he got our phone number?
Denise. Hello? Hello, Jacqueline. This is Phyllis. Oh, Phyllis, darling, how are you? When did you get back from Bermuda?
Yesterday, and my dear, I had a marvelous time.
Did you really? How was the trip back, Phyllis?
Oh, divine, and the captain was a dream. He chased me all over the boat.
Oh, Phyllis. Pardon me a minute. Rochelle, hook me up, please. I want to get dressed while I'm phoning.
Okay, Mrs. Benny, inhale.
Oh, Phyllis, do tell me more about your trip.
Well, Jacqueline, who do you think I met on the boat honeymooning with a South American cattleman? You'll die. You'll just die.
Who was it, Phyllis? Tell me.
Donna Wilson.
Donna Wilson? Is that tub still kicking around? My goodness.
Tub nothing. You should see her now. She's quite slim.
Now, she might look that way when she's dressed, but if her stays ever snap, watch out. Tell me, Phyllis. Ow! Rochelle, be careful with those hooks.
Okay, Miss Benny, where do you want this buckle?
Where do you think I want? Phyllis, darling, I'm just dying to see you. Let's have lunch tomorrow at the Park Villa.
Oh, grand. Shall we meet in the Rendis booth room?
That's rendezvous room. It'll think you went to Vassar. I'll tell you what, Phyllis. I'll call Donna and we'll have a little get-together.
All right, darling. See you tomorrow.
Bye-bye, dear.
Bye-bye. Oh, by the way, Jacqueline, I almost forgot to ask you, how was Updike?
Updike?
Here they go, folks. Meow!
Oh, Updike's just fine, darling. He's been very, very busy at the office, poor boy.
I saw him at the Silver Slipper last night. He was pretty busy there, too.
The Silver Slipper? Are you sure, Phyllis?
Why, yes. I hope I haven't shocked you, dear. I thought you knew.
Oh, I'm sure you must be mistaken. Well, my dear, see you tomorrow. The Park Villa for lunch.
Yes, goodbye, darling. You poor thing.
The hussy. I could scratch her eyes out.
What's the matter, Mother?
Nothing, darling. You run along and have your dinner. I don't feel like eating tonight.
Why?
Never mind. Now come over here and kiss Mother good night. Good night, darling.
Good night, Mother. Ooh, those cigars.
I've been putting up with that for years.
Phyllis, the cat, the hussy. Why did you have to tell me? Oh, Updike. Updike. How can you do this to me? You said you'd love me in December as you would in May. And here it is November. I know I'm not pretty anymore, Updike, but I've given you the best years of my life.
Oh, come now, honey, don't cry.
I can't help it, Rochelle.
I told you men are no good, none of them.
But what'll I do, Rochelle? This is so humiliating. What'll I do?
Honey, take this razor, find that man, and make way for tomorrow.
Rochelle!
This clam bake will go on immediately after the next number. Play, girls. That was An Apple for the Teacher, played by Phyllis Harris and her redheads. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Act 2, The Women. The scene is the rendezvous room of the Park Villa Hotel, where we find Phyllis Harris and Donna Wilson, three charming ladies, awaiting the arrival of Jacqueline Benny. The Women. Curtain. Music.
Well, Donna, I just couldn't believe my eyes. Updike is sure giving her the runaround.
If you ask me, Phyllis, Jacqueline's got just about as much appeal as a parsnip.
Oh, she'd be all right if she just put her wig on straight.
No fooling. Does Jacqueline wear a wig?
Yes, half the time she looks like a French poodle. Quiet, Donna. Here she comes now.
Oh, hello, girls. Phyllis, Donna.
Jacqueline, darling!
And did you hear what happened after that?
Did we?
And to make it worse, oh, it was simply awful. Now, don't breathe a word of this to a soul.
We won't. Oh,
And, Donna, I can't get over how thin you look. Why, you're nothing but skin and bones.
and did you notice how my chins have gone down?
Yes, down to your stomach. Oh, I was just pooping, Donna.
Oh, girls. Look who's sitting at that table over there.
Where? Oh, yes, and is she getting high hats since she's been on the radio?
Who is it, Jacqueline?
It's Frida Allen. Isn't she a sight?
Get a load of that dress.
You know, Frida Allen has the worst taste. She should never wear short sleeves with that anchor tattooed on her arm. And girls, you want to hear something else? Frida's going to the hospital tomorrow to have her face lifted.
What, again?
Yes. About every 3 months she has a landslide. Oh, look, girls, look. Here comes Andrea Devine.
Andrea!
I thought she was in Paris. Hello, Andrea.
Hiya, Jacqueline.
Andrea, darling, what are you doing here? I thought you were living abroad.
I was, but I came back to marry a cowboy.
A cowboy? How thrilling. What's his name, Andrea?
I forget it, but it's on his guitar.
Oh. Are you very much in love, Andrea?
Am I? L'amour, toujours l'amour.
Well, by the way, Andrea, why did you divorce the Count? I'm just dying to know.
Oh, Pierre was always so busy at the office. He was working night and day.
Oh.
Uh-huh, like guess who, Jacqueline?
Now listen, fellas. I'll have none of your innuendos. Just because Updike happens to be working at the office a great deal, you don't need to jump at conclusions. He's a very good husband.
Oh, stop trying to kid us. It's all over between you and Updike, and you know it.
Phyllis Harris, you take that back or I'll scratch your eyes out.
Girls!
You do, and I'll pull your hair out.
I'll pull your hair out, too.
I'll bet Jack gets more than Phil does.
Phyllis, you say one more word about Updike and I'll slap the rouge right off your face. And then will those bags show.
It's no use, Jacqueline. You can't compete with them chorus girls.
I can't, eh? Take that. Take that. And that. And that.
Oh, let go of my hair.
Watch those fingernails. Take that. And that. And that. That'll teach you, Phyllis Harris. I'm going home. Pay the check, Donna. Goodbye.
Later that night, we find the heartbroken Mrs. Benny in her boudoir packing for her trip to Reno. And she's not going for the scenery. Music!
I'll show up, Dyke. Can't treat me like that. He can't humiliate me in front of all my friends. Denise, hand me my hat box.
Oh, Mumsy, why are you packing all your bags? Where are you going?
I'm going to Reno.
Reno?
Yes.
Gee, Mother, don't you love Father anymore?
How can I love him when he won't come home? Oh, Denise, your mother's been a fool. A blind fool. For 5 years, I haven't seen your father. 5 long years.
But, Mother, dear...
No use, Denise. I can't keep it from you any longer. Your father is a lout. Now, let's hurry, dear, or we'll miss the train. Who can that be? Come in.
Mrs. Benny?
Yes, what do you want?
Don't you remember me? I'm your husband, Updike.
Updike! Oh, I knew you'd return to me. I knew it. Oh, Updike, darling.
Let go of me. I just came back in my long underwear.
Oh, they're in the bottom drawer. Play, Phil. Come along, Venus. We're going to Reno. and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. Say, Mary, as a member of the fair sex, what do you think of the way we fellas did the women tonight? I thought it was pretty good, didn't you?
Well, Jack, there's an old Chinese proverb that says, Lum Gao Ching Lung Chang Lu Toy.
What does that mean?
Oh, how I'd love to tell you.
Good night, folks.
The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingstone, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen... Oh, Jack.
Yes, Don.
Is your tooth still bothering you?
Just a little, Don, but it'll be all right. Go ahead.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, you ought to see a dentist, Jack. A toothache can be very annoying.
I know, Don, but I'm all right. Go ahead and introduce me.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, but Jack, it must hurt. Don't you feel any jumping pains?
Only when you mention it. Now, please, go ahead and introduce me.
All right, Jack.
Good.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we bring you a man who, despite a severe toothache, feels that the show must go on. That brave little soldier, that grand old trooper, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Ooh, that tooth. Jell-O again, this is Jack Benny talking through a murderous molar. Well, Don, here it is Sunday again, and we're back on the old merry-go-round. Time sure flies, doesn't it?
It certainly does. You know, Jack, it doesn't seem possible that we've been on the air 6 times already this season.
No, it doesn't.
No kidding, fellas. Have we been on the air 6 weeks?
Yes, Phil, and they sure roll around fast, don't they?
Yeah, it seems like I hardly get one paycheck till I have to start battling for the next one.
Oh, you do? Well, listen, Phil, if I were you, I'd take my paychecks any way I could get them.
Yeah?
Yeah, and I wouldn't complain about your job. You're very lucky. You know, in musical circles, they refer to you as Horseshoe Harris. And that goes for your boys, too, those 17 rabbit's feet. So left well enough alone. Now, what was I talking about, Don?
You were complaining about your tooth.
I was not. I was talking about how the weeks fly by. You know, Don, sometimes it amazes me how I can prepare all the ideas that go into this program in 7 days. It's really quite a grind.
I can appreciate that, Jack. It must be pretty tough.
Oh, it is, Don. 'Tis.
I don't know what you're squawking about. Look at all the band numbers I got to rehearse and get ready. It's no cinch, believe me.
Phil, you mean to tell me you actually prepare your numbers ahead of time? Those voodoo valses?
Sure, we got to have everything right up to snuff. We got to live up to our slogan, you know.
Your slogan? Oh, you've got a slogan now.
Sure, listen to this. If it's a Harris selection, it's sheer perfection.
Well, say, that's very good.
I got another one we use on the road. Get this. If it's a Harris number, you'll never slumber.
I agree with you there. And, Phil, if you can stand one more slogan, it goes like this. If it's a Harris melody, it's sure to smell-a-ty. And I don't mean Christmas night. Now, where was I? What were we talking about, Don?
You were complaining about your tooth.
I was not. You know, Don, there are times... Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Say, what's the matter with your face?
My face?
Yeah, one cheek isn't sunk in anymore.
Oh, that's my tooth. My left cheek is swollen a little.
A little? You look like a squirrel that's all set for a long winter.
Oh, I do.
My goodness, Jack, that tooth's been bothering you all week. Why don't you have it pulled out?
Oh, the pain will go away. Say, fellas...
I never saw anybody so scared of a dentist.
I'm not scared of a dentist. That tooth is loose and it'll probably fall out by itself.
You mean like that thin stuff on top of your head?
I mean, don't worry about me. I'll get this tooth fixed my own way.
Say, Jackson.
What?
One of my piano players don't like you. He'll be glad to knock it out.
Oh, you mean that little squirt sitting over there? Why, I'll...
No, the other one.
Oh. Oh, hello, Butch. I didn't see you. Now go sit down.
He won't hit you, Jack, with those glasses on.
She's right, Jack. It's against the law to hit anybody that's wearing glasses.
Listen, Don, I said that to a big guy one day, and he took my glasses off, punched me in the nose, and put them back on again. So don't tell me.
What were you doing in the meantime?
Jack was explaining the law to him.
Yes, he'll know better next time. Say, Phil, how about playing a number? My tooth is acting up again. I want to put a couple of drops in it.
Okay.
What kind of toothache drops are you using, Jack?
I don't know. It's something Rochester makes. I think it's chloroform and white mule. It does the trick, though. Go ahead, Phil. Play something.
All right, Jackson. Get ready, boys. And remember, folks, if it's a Harris selection, it's sheer perfection. Yeah.
Hey, what's that for?
Oh, you weren't here, Mary, but Phil has suddenly become slogan conscious. Give her that other one, Phil.
Well, here's one you haven't even heard yet. When Smiling Harris plays a tune, every month in the year is June. How's that, Mary?
Wow, that's corn that isn't even ripe yet.
That's a good one.
Say, Jack.
What?
If vaudeville ever comes back, I got a swell slogan for you.
Never mind.
What is it, Mary?
When Benny plays on his violin, you can shoot him down, and it ain't no sin.
Mary, we weren't talking about my violin, so that laugh doesn't count. Now, let's forget our poetry contest and get along with the show. Play something, Phil. Hey, genius.
What?
Play something. And that guy answers to anything if you just put a hey in front of it. Look at that old-time finish. That was Stop It's Wonderful, played by Phil Harris, who can now tear up his slogan. A Harris selection is sheer perfection. Oh, Maharaja. And now, folks...
Wait a minute, Jack. Are you insinuating that number was inharmonious?
What's that?
Inharmonious, mediocre, lacking in finesse and euphony.
Why, Phil.
Well, that's the day's work. Good night, all.
Rosalind, come back here. What a guy. He learns 4 big words and he's all in. And now, folks, before we say, where's Dennis?
I saw him downstairs with his mother just before the broadcast.
I did, too, and old Jack is Mrs. Day mad at you.
Mad at me? Why, we got to be very good friends at my Halloween party.
Well, she was home last Sunday listening to our program, and she heard you call her a pest.
I didn't call her a pest. I said she needed a rest.
Well, she got it, so watch out.
Oh, Mary, Mrs. Day is much too broad-minded to be upset about a little joke. And now, folks, however, Mary, I wouldn't mention anything about it when she comes in. You know.
Yeah, I know.
You know how it is.
Yeah, I know how it is.
Yeah. And now, folks...
Mary,
let me alone. And now, folks, following our success last week with our version of The Women, tonight we are going to...
Oh, boy, wasn't I marvelous in that play?
What?
Didn't I give a terrific performance?
Yes, Phil, you were sensational. Would you consider a $1,000 raise in salary? I feel guilty having you at these prices.
That's a deal. Shake.
Get away or I'll break your arm. Terrific performance. Anyway, folks, as I was saying, following our success last week with The Women, tonight we are going to offer...
Uh-oh, look who's coming.
Well, hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
And your mother's with you. Well, this is nice. Good evening, Mrs. Day.
How do you do?
Well, you're looking very good, Lucretia.
Thanks, and you will please refer to me as Mrs. Day.
Well.
It is now 20 degrees cooler inside.
Mary. Well, Dennis, I'm glad you're here, and I know you have a lovely song prepared for us tonight. Are you ready?
Yes, I am. Say, Mr. Benny, what's the matter with your jaw? Did someone hit you?
No, Dennis, I have a bad toothache. You know, Mrs. Day, it hurts like the dickens. It's really a miracle that I can be funny tonight.
You were very funny last week. Very funny.
Oh, did you enjoy the show?
Yes, especially the part where you called me a pest. It was such a brilliant remark.
Why, Mrs. Day, I called you a pest?
Yes, you did.
On the radio?
Yes, on the radio.
On my program?
It wasn't Duke Ginsburg and his Happy Hawaiians.
Very quiet. Now, look, Mrs. Day, it may have sounded like I called you a pest, but this darn tooth of mine slurs my words and bothers me all week.
Your tooth, huh?
Yes, you can see for yourself. Look. It's the red one right here. The one on the urn. Sir?
Oh, that does look pretty bad.
Yeah, it hurts like the dickens.
Hey, Jack, let me hear you say your name.
What?
Let me hear you say your name.
Jerk Vernie.
That's what I
thought. Mary, I've got a toothache. I prefer a little sympathy to ridicule.
Well, then, for heaven's sake, stop complaining and go to a dentist.
I'm not going to a dentist.
What's the matter? You afraid?
No, I'm not afraid.
Well, there's only one other reason, so let's take up a collection.
Phil, that won't be necessary. It's the first time I ever had trouble with a tooth. I haven't been to a dentist since I was 10 years old.
Don't tell me you made those uppers yourself.
No, I didn't make those uppers myself.
Now, Jack, I don't want to be an alarmist, but I think you ought to do something about that tooth. It might lead to serious consequences.
Well, gee, it does hurt, but I don't know who to go to.
I know a good dentist, Jack, and he's just 2 blocks from here. Come on, let's go.
Oh, don't pull me.
Go ahead, Jack. We'll take care of the program.
Sure, I got some swell jokes, and I'm dying to tell them.
No, I know your jokes, Phil. Oh, waiter, have you got frog's legs? No, I always walk this way. That's nice, smart material. Come on, Mary, let's go.
Okay.
Well, so long, fellas.
So long, Jack. All right, Dennis, you can go ahead with your song now. What's it going to be?
I'm going to
He's
sing...
going to sing a very popular number called A Man in His Dream.
From that
Paramount picture, The Starmaker.
Starring Bing Crosby. I got that in.
Dennis, don't be such a ham. Now sing.
You know, Mary, my tooth doesn't seem to be bothering me now. I think I'll let it go till some other time.
You'll do nothing of the kind. Here's the dentist's office.
Well, I'd rather wait until...
He's a swell dentist, Jack. Look at that sign.
Where?
Right there. Dr. Frank Nelson. Bridges like San Francisco.
He's not very modest, is he? Well, let's go in. Say, he's got a nice office, hasn't he?
Yeah. How do you do, sir?
How do you do? I'd like to see Dr. Nelson.
The doctor is busy with a patient right now. Would you care to wait?
Why, yes.
Well, you know what you're doing, I guess.
What?
I'll tell the doctor you're here. Please be seated.
What's that, miss? Is that a drill?
Yes, the doctor is working on a patient. Some fun, hey, kid?
Say, Mary, are you sure this dentist is all right?
Of course he's all right. Do I look worried?
No, but then I'm the one with the toothache. I'm not worried, Mary, but I just want to make sure that... Well, let's scram. I hate this waiting. Come on, Mary.
Jack, come here. Dr. Nelson is absolutely painless.
Painless? What was that, 6 o'clock? I'm getting out of here.
That'll be all for today, Mrs. Stewart. When will I see you again?
You should live so long.
Well, young man, are you waiting to see me?
Yes, but I...
Your name, please.
Benny. I'm Jack Benny, the actor.
Sorry, we don't give theatrical rates.
Well, I didn't mean it that way. I expect to pay the same price as anybody else.
Eventually.
Mary. Ooh, that tooth's throbbing again.
Step right this way, please. Follow me.
Can I come in, too?
Yes, Mary, you stick right with me.
Oh, nurse, sterilize my mandibular injector and have the gutta percha ready.
Yes, doctor.
Now, step into this chair, Mr. Benny, and I'll strap you in.
Strap me in?
Yes, we don't want you squirming around.
Oh.
Would you like a manicure, Mr. Benny?
No, thanks. I just dropped in to have my tooth fixed.
Oh, yes, the tooth. Now, first we must determine which one it is.
Yes.
Just a moment. Is it this one?
No.
This one?
No.
Is it this one?
That's the one, Doctor. It hurts something awful.
We'll take care of that.
Oh.
This is a large cavity, and I'll have to fill it right away. Do you want gold or silver?
I want cement.
Oh, cement is no good, Mr. Benny. It wears out.
Listen, Doctor, I've seen sidewalks around here for years, and they're holding up all right. Now go ahead and fill it.
Very well. I'll use cement, and then we'll all put our footprints in it.
I'm not Grauman's Chinese. Furthermore, I don't want to bother filling this tooth. I want it pulled.
All right, then perhaps I ought to give you an anesthetic.
Perhaps nothing knocked me out. Perhaps yet.
Very well, we'll give you gas. Now, take it easy, Mr. Benny. Relax and breathe deeply.
What are you going to do?
Nurse, place the mask over his nose.
Yes, doctor.
Now, inhale slowly, and you'll soon be in dreamland.
Now, wait a minute, Doctor. Wait a minute.
Now, just relax. Bye-bye, Mr. Benny.
Mary. Mary, where are you?
Here I am, Jack.
Mary, keep your eye on my money while I'm under the anesthetic.
Okay. Which sock is it in?
The right one. Hey, Doctor, I don't think I want to...
Nurse, hand me those clamps.
Here you are, Doctor.
I don't think
And that saliva ejector.
Yes, Doctor.
I don't think I don't think...
Oh. Well, as I live and brush my teeth with my penner, if it isn't Benny and he's sleeping sounder than his audience on Sunday night. Oh, nurse.
Yes, Dr. Allen?
Hand me that chisel. I'm going to do this the hard way.
Here you are, Dr. Allen.
Thank you, Mrs. Day.
Mrs. Day? Fred Allen? Where am I?
The Jell-O program starring Phil Harris with Mary Livingstone, Mahatma Gandhi, George Bernard Shaw, and yours truly, Lady Godiva.
Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking.
Now, hold on there, Benny. It's town hall tonight.
What?
Why, Portland, what are you laughing at?
Wait a minute, that's not Portland. That's Mary Livingstone.
Shut up, Carmichael.
Carmichael? Who's Carmichael? Oh, my goodness, look at this white fur all over me.
The Jell-O program starring Phil Harris and his orchestra. The orchestra opens the program with Scheherazade by Rimsky-Korsakov.
That's a lie! They'll never make it. Let me out of this chair.
Now, here, hold still, Carmichael.
I'm not Carmichael. I'm Jack Benny.
Mrs. Day, hand me that crowbar. I'm not getting anywhere with this chisel.
Crowbar? Let me out of here. Let me out of here. Good thing I got away from there. Where am I? What am I doing in this cage? Who's that coming toward me?
Carmichael, your day has come.
What?
I've been waiting a long time for this.
Rochester, what are you doing with that razor?
Ain't no use backing away, Carmichael. Winter's coming and Papa needs a fur coat.
Look, Rochester, I'm not Carmichael. This is me, your boss, Mr. Benny.
Mr. Benny?
Yes, put down that razor. I'll give you a new tuxedo. I'll give you anything you want. I'll give you a raise in salary.
You ain't Mr. Benny.
Rochester.
Carmichael, you're about to become a fond memory.
Rochester, let go of me.
Ain't no use scratching. Pull in those long claws.
These aren't claws, Rochester. These are my fingernails.
Would you like a manicure, Mr. Benny?
No, I'm just here to get my tooth pulled. Rochester, get away from me. What are you going to do?
Carmichael, I'm going to carve you up and have you for Thanksgiving dinner.
Rochester, you don't even know when Thanksgiving is.
Who does?
Now, Rochester, for the last time, get away from me. Hiya, Rochester. Look, there's Phil Harris. He'll tell you who I am. Hello, Philsy.
Hiya, Carmichael. There's a fish for you.
Ouch! Phil, look at me. I'm not Carmichael. I'm Jack, your pal. Jack Benny, the actor.
I'm sorry, we don't give theatrical rates.
Doctor!
Hand me that hacksaw, Mrs. Day. We're coming along fine.
Here you are, Doctor.
Thank you, Mrs. Day.
I'm not Mrs. Day. I'm Carmichael.
You are not. I'm Carmichael. I'm Jack Benny. Mary, what are you laughing at?
How can I laugh? I'm a poached egg.
Mary, what are you talking about? Where are you? Ooh, my tooth.
Oh, Dr. Allen, you'll never get the tooth out that way. You'll have to use dynamite.
Oh, dynamite is so messy, Mrs. Day. Hand me my machine gun.
Machine gun? No.
Now hold still, Benny. I want to make a nice, clean job of this.
Please, Fred, please. You can't do this to me. I'm a polar bear. Don't you love animals? Don't, Fred! Don't! Where am I?
It's all over, Mr. Benny. That didn't hurt now, did it?
Hurt? Where's Fred Allen? Where's Harris? Where till I get my hands on that Rochester?
Now, calm down, Mr. Benny. You were just dreaming.
Dreaming? Oh, yes, you gave me gas, didn't you?
I certainly did. And here's your tooth. It's a beauty, isn't it?
My tooth?
Yes. You mind if I keep it? I'm an elf, you know.
Oh, that's perfectly all right. Well, I feel much better now. How much do I owe you, Doctor?
That'll be $35.
$35? Ooh!
There he goes again, folks. Play, Phil.
And we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. Good night, folks.
The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingstone, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, once again we bring you our master of ceremonies. That bubbling personality, that effervescent comedian, that fizz, Jack Benny.
Hello again. This is Jack Benny, the carbonated kid, talking. And, Don, I like that introduction. It fits me to a T. I am bubbling and effervescent. The fizz you can have back.
Well, Jack, let me explain. When I called you a fizz, it was really a compliment. I meant you were physical.
Mm-hmm.
You know, fizz for short.
I understand, Don, perfectly. In other words, if you called me a mug, you really mean I was magnificent. Is that it?
Exactly.
Well, Don, if you think I fell for that, you're a fathead, and that's short for your whole body. Anyway, Don, let's not get into a routine because I know how you appreciate a good story. And I heard a gag a few minutes ago that will positively put every one of your chins in motion. Oh, it's a honey.
It's a good one, huh?
Well, Virgil, the sound man, told it to me, and you know what a clown he is. Just get this, Don. Don, I haven't even told you the story yet. What are you laughing at?
Is it the one about the nearsighted old maid that buried the midget?
No, heavens, no, Don. Heavens, not that one. This is a brand new story. Get this. There was a fellow walking down the street, and he was leading a pink alligator on a leash, when all of a sudden it started to act up and snap at him.
Uh-huh.
So the guy got annoyed, turned around to this pink alligator and said, "You better behave yourself, or I'll take a bromo seltzer, and that'll be the end of you." Oh, isn't that terrific, Don?
Oh, it's curious. That Virgil has a great sense of humor.
Gee, that was a funny story, Mr. Benny.
Oh, Dennis, I didn't see it. Did you like it?
Yeah. But there's one thing that puzzles me.
What?
If the man was walking down the street, where did he get the bromo seltzer?
Well, I don't know. He probably had a box of it in his pocket.
Oh. Then I guess he had a glass of water in his other pocket.
Yes, Dennis, and a banjo on his knee. Now, don't worry about it. Say, you're here kind of early tonight, Dennis. Where's your mother?
She's across the street in the bowling alley.
In the bowling alley? Well, with her legs, she better watch out. Anyway, Dennis, I'm glad you're here on time tonight. Now, try and make a habit of it.
You know, Jack, I can't get over that story you told me. It's silly, but I get a great kick out of it.
Isn't it ridiculous? Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. What's so funny?
Mary, I must tell you. Did you hear the story about the fellow that was walking down the street leading a pink alligator on a leash?
Is that the one where the man said, "I'll take a bromo seltzer and that'll be the end of you"?
Yes.
No, tell it to me.
Well, this guy was... Wait, you just told me the answer. I thought you said you never heard it.
Oh, stop, Jack. That's one of the oldest jokes in the world.
Mary, jokes happen to be my business. And if that was the oldest joke in the world, I'd be the first one to know it.
Should I let him have it, folks?
Never mind. Do me a favor, will you, Mary? Go out and come back in again.
Well, gee, Jack, as long as you're telling jokes, why don't you tell a good one? I heard a gag last night that was terrific.
Oh, you did, eh?
Yeah. A man walked into the house and said to his wife, "It's raining cats and dogs outside."
Uh-huh.
And she said, "How do you know?"
Mm-hmm.
And he said,
I just stepped in a poodle. I know where you heard that, Mary, at the Wilshire Bowl. Phil Harris has been husking that for 3 years. That's his theme joke. You know, Don, Phil's idea of humor is really pitiful.
Oh, I don't know about that, Jack. I was at the bowl one night, and the people screamed at him.
Sure they scream at him. Every time he finishes a gag, he has a waiter throw a custard pie in his face. That's why.
I didn't see anybody do that.
Oh, well, you must have been their bucket of water night. That's his idea of changing material.
Well, I'll say one thing about Phil. He sure attracts the young collegiate crowd. All the college boys go there.
They have to go there, Mary. That's part of their initiation. Before they can join a fraternity, they have to either listen to Harris or sleep all night in a graveyard.
In a graveyard?
Yes, and you'll be surprised at the number of kids around here that aren't afraid of ghosts. Yes, sir.
You know, Jack, Phil sure believes in that college spirit. Look at that sign on the bass drum.
Oh, yeah. Phil Harris and his collegians. Look, he spells collegians with one L.
Well, he spells Phil with two, so it's all even.
You know, Mary, sometimes I think that Phil...
Jiggers, here he comes now.
Don't jiggers me. Now, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. What's going on?
Well, to tell the truth, Phil, for the last 5 minutes, we've been talking about you.
Well, a little build-up ain't never hurt nobody.
No, Phil, and never done you no good, either. Your grammar is worse than Abe Lyman's, and he never got beyond block.
Well, who cares about grammar? I got other things to worry about.
Oh, I can imagine. Say, Phil, I noticed that new sign you got on the bass drum. What happened to that corny painting you used to have there?
Corny?
Yeah, you know, the one with the yellow moon and the green river and the purple trees. Remember that one, Mary?
Yeah, he used to call it Gypsy Doodle by Rembrandt.
That's the one. Whatever happened to that painting, Phil?
I sold it to the Metropolitan Museum in New York.
You mean the Museum of Fine Art?
I don't know what they got there, but that's the joint that bought it.
Phil, are you crazy?
Crazy nothing. Someday that picture will be hanging in Paris, right next to the Mona Lulu.
Well, I'm not going to even bother to correct that. How do you like that, Mary? The most famous painting of a woman in the world, and Phil doesn't even know her name.
If she were alive, he'd know her name and phone number.
And her address and what she's doing on Friday night. Well, I got myself on a detour for no reason at all. And besides...
Hey, Jack, why don't you tell Phil that story the sound man told you? He'll get a kick out of it.
Oh, he wouldn't even get it.
Come on, Jackson, what is it? Let's hear it.
All right, Phil. Do you know the one about the fellow who was walking down the street and his pink alligator snapped at him?
Know it. I'm the guy that drank the bromo.
There you are, fellas. He's always got a brilliant comeback, even if he has to make a bum out of himself. Oh, Dennis.
Yes, please?
How about a song before we get involved again?
Okay, Mr. Benny. I'm going to sing an old favorite by Stephen Foster called Jeannie with the Light Brown Hair.
Oh, that's swell, Dennis. I love those old songs.
Old songs, old gags. What this program needs is glands.
Mary, you just attend to your own little knitting. I'll handle the show. Sing, Dennis. The guy that drank the bromo. Very good. That was I Dream of Jeannie with the Light Brown Hair, sung by Dennis Day. And Dennis, those old songs always do something to me. I love them.
Me too.
Jeannie with the Light Brown Hair. What a grand title. You know, Dennis, I used to have light brown hair in my hair.
Why, Jack, from the pictures I've seen of you, I thought you had black hair.
No, Don, it was brown. Sort of a russet brown. You know, just like the leaves in autumn.
Well, rake 'em up and let's get on with the show.
Mary, I wish you'd stop with those interruptions. Anyway, Dennis, I noticed another thing. Your singing seems to improve every week. You're gaining poise and confidence.
Well, thanks, Mr. Benny.
Just think, this is your 7th week on my program.
7 weeks. Gee.
Yes, sir.
Am I going to get paid pretty soon?
Pretty soon, Dennis. And now, ladies and gentlemen, tonight we are going to...
Hey, Jackson, why don't you pay the kid?
Phil, I intend to pay him. I'm merely holding his salary until he's a little older. I'm teaching Dennis how to save money.
Well, he's learning from the top man.
Thanks, Miss Livingstone. And if I were you, I wouldn't say another word unless you rube it up on the Lum and Abner program. And now, ladies and gentlemen, tonight we are going to...
Here you are, Dennis. Did you sing your song yet?
Yes, Mother.
Well, good evening, Mrs. Day.
Good evening.
Oh, Mother, you should have been here a few minutes ago. Mr. Benny told the funniest joke.
It was rather good. Tell it to her, Dennis.
Well, Mr. Benny was walking down the street leading a pink alligator.
Oh, stewed, eh?
Dude, it wasn't me, Mrs. Day. Dennis got the story all wrong. I never touch a drop of liquor.
Then why have you got that red nose?
Because I'm a comedian. What do you think? My tie lights up, too. This story, Mrs. Day, is about a man who takes a bromo seltzer and gets rid of a pink alligator.
What's funny about that?
Nothing. It's very sad. I'm crying like anything. Oh, what a dame.
What's that?
I said, oh, what a game. I saw UCLA play Santa Clara yesterday. It was thrilling. And now, ladies and gentlemen, if you will please forgive my outburst, as I started to announce, tonight we are going to offer an original little playlet all about Thanksgiving, written especially for the occasion by Mary Livingstone. Mary, let me have it, will you?
Oh, Jack, I forgot to tell you.
What?
I changed my mind about a Thanksgiving play, and I wrote a poem instead.
A poem?
Hey, Mary, you mean to say we're not going to do a Thanksgiving play?
No.
He and I was all set to be one of them pilgrims.
Oh, fine. You'd make a great pilgrim, Phil.
Well, I would. Listen, buddy, my ancestors came over on the Mayflower.
Oh, did it dock in Dixie? I thought your family always lived in Tennessee.
Not originally. You see, we migrated from Massachusetts.
Migrated? You don't by any chance mean you migrated?
All right, we moved. Forget it.
Migrated. You hear that, Mary?
Yeah, he put in an extra syllable in it.
You're not palooling. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as we have no Thanksgiving play...
Mary Livingstone's going to read a Thanksgiving poem.
Oh, no, nothing doing.
Oh, gee, it's swell, Jack.
I don't care. You're not going to read it.
Jack, Benny, you let me read this poem or I won't buy my Christmas card from you this year.
All right, a lot I make on the ones you get. You don't even have your name printed on them. Now go ahead with your poem.
Okay.
What's the title of it?
The title is Thanksgiving. You're a little mixed up, aren't you, kid?
Well, that fits. Go ahead.
Oh, Thanksgiving. Oh, Thanksgiving. You are with us twice this year. With your pumpkin pie and dressing, and your turkey, front and rear.
That's the part I always get.
The Pilgrims planned in days of yore that you'd come once, not anymore. But now you are a double feature, and we don't know which day to greet you.
Greet you?
That's what I said, you gorgeous creature.
Now don't be funny. Go ahead with the poem.
Suppose we had two everythings, 2 New Year's Eves to laugh and sing, 2 Christmases, 2 Labor Days, and 2 Jack Bennies with 2 toupees.
Mary, you're too pressing. Are you through?
No, but I'm coming into the stretch.
Oh.
So Thanksgiving I don't mind. Well. If you're a week before or a week behind. What's the difference? What the heck? The turkey's the guy that gets it in the neck. The end.
Very good. Mary, that was silly, but you came through with flying colors. And now, Phil, how about a number to kind of break things up here?
Okay, Jackson, what do you want us to play? Anything special?
Well?
You name it and we'll play it.
All right, how about that number you rehearsed all morning? You know, the only one you can possibly play.
Oh, okay. Hit it, boys.
He asked for request yet. Hold it a minute, Phil. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
Are you a little mixed up on account of the 2 Thanksgivings this year?
Yes, I am. Why?
I was in a fog when we only had one. Goodbye.
He's not kidding, folks. He's got his shoes on backwards. Play, Phil. That was Cherry Berry Bean, a swing version of an old favorite played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. And now, fellas...
Hey, what's the matter? Aren't you going to complain about the number we just played?
No, Phil. I thought it was pretty good. I liked it. Didn't you, Mary?
Yeah, it was swell. Did you like it, Don?
I thought it was okay. How'd you like it, Jack?
Oh, it was great. How'd you like Phil's number, Mary?
Well, I thought it was a little loud in spots, didn't you, Don?
Yes, it seemed a little off here and there. What did you think of it, Jack?
I thought it was lousy. And now, fellas...
Hey, what is this, a rib?
Yes, Phil, we were just kidding. I thought your number sounded exceptionally good. Didn't you, Mary?
Feel me out. I'm tired.
Now, fellas, as I started to say a little while ago, and before I forget it, Thursday being Thanksgiving, I want all of you to come over to my house for a real old-fashioned turkey dinner. How about it?
Oh, that's great, Jack. We'll be there with
Dennis, this invitation goes for you also.
His mother, too?
Yes, Mrs. Day, my party wouldn't be complete without you.
You don't sound very sincere about it.
Well, what do you want me to do? Send you a mash note? Glad to have you. The more the merrier. Good heavens.
Say, Jack, is this party going to be like the one you gave last Thanksgiving?
What do you mean?
I mean, is the turkey going to be leg of lamb?
Don't worry about that, Mary. This is going to be a real dinner. I've got the biggest, fattest, juiciest turkey you ever saw.
Where'd you run over it?
I didn't run over it. It's a live turkey. I got it in my garage right now. It's roosting on my Maxwell.
That's all that car needs.
Well, you wait till you see that bird. I bet it weighs 65 pounds.
65 pounds? Why, Jack, you must be mistaken about that.
Oh, no, I'm not, Don. I had it on the scales. It's an enormous thing.
65 pounds. Oh, you're kidding.
I'm not kidding. Wait till next Thursday and you'll see for yourself. It's going to be a swell party.
How many people are you expecting, Jack?
Well, there'll be our gang, and then I invited Clark Gable and Carol Lombard, Bob Taylor and Barbara Stanley, Tyrone Power and Annabella.
Oh, Jack, you always ask them to every party you give, and they never show up.
Well?
Why don't you stop inviting them?
I can't stop now. They'll think I'm mad at them. You know how it is.
How can they be mad at you when they don't even know 'em?
I don't even know them. Listen, Phil, I know every one of those stars personally.
Sure, Jack tells them their Christmas cards.
Mary, will you stop harping on that? The only reason you ever got cards from me is because I happen to have some left over.
Every year.
Oh, quiet. Now, don't forget, fellas, Thursday night at my house.
Oh,
Okay,
we
okay,
Jack. You
Jack.
know that.
Boy, we're going to have a big turkey and cranberry sauce and mashed potatoes. Now, look, kids, if I don't see you again before Thanksgiving, be sure and be at my house by 7 o'clock sharp. And don't eat a big lunch so you really enjoy the turkey. I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
All right, what do you want?
Well, boss, I just heard you talking about a big Thanksgiving party Thursday night. That's my night off.
I'm sorry, Rochester, but you'll have to work. You can take a day off some other time.
I can get my twin brother to take my place.
I don't want your twin brother.
Well, he looks just like me.
I don't care if he did. I want you to be at my house on Thursday night.
How about me in spirit and my brother in person?
Rochester, don't try any tricks. I can tell the difference between you and your twin brother.
That's more than this gal can.
Never mind. Now, look, Rochester, I want you to get that turkey up to 70 pounds by Thanksgiving, so go out in the garage and feed it.
I'm working on a Christmas card.
They can wait. Now, go out in the garage and feed the turkey.
Okay. Oh, say, boss, I meant to ask you something about that bird. Are you sure it's a turkey?
What do you mean, am I sure it's a turkey?
Well, I went out in the garage a few minutes ago and she laid an egg as big as a cantaloupe.
As big as a cantaloupe? What are you talking about?
Not only that, but every time I go in there, she sticks her head in a bucket of sand.
What?
Boss, you bought an ostrich.
I bought an ostrich?
That's right. She just ate the headlights off your car.
The headlights? How do you know?
She had 2 Adam's apples and they were going down fast.
It's all your fault, Rochester. You were with me when I went shopping for a turkey. Why did you let me buy an ostrich?
I told you it was a pretty big bird for the money, but you know you.
Well, I guess there's nothing we can do about it now. Isn't that awful? I got a polar bear in the guest room and an ostrich in the garage.
And mice in the pantry. Let's move out.
Now, don't get panicky, Rochester. I'll be home in a few minutes. Meanwhile, call up the market and order a turkey.
Okay.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boss.
What?
Have you changed your mind about using my twin brother Thursday night?
No, I haven't.
Well, I'll figure out something. Goodbye.
Wait a minute. Rochester! Rochester! Well, I'll be darned.
What's the matter, Jack?
Plenty, that big turkey I bought turned out to be an ostrich.
Oh, boy, you're going to be lonesome on Thanksgiving.
I am not. Now, Mary, don't worry. We're going to have a swell dinner. Play, Phil. I wonder if you can eat an ostrich. I don't know. And we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. Now, don't forget, Mary, next Thursday night at my house for a real Thanksgiving dinner.
Count me out, Jack.
Now, wait a minute. I'm not going to serve that ostrich. I'm going to have a turkey.
Oh, you are, eh?
Yes.
Well, if I find a headlight in the dressing, watch out.
Oh, don't worry. Good night, folks, and a happy Thanksgiving.
The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingstone, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, once again we bring you our master of ceremonies. That genial host of Beverly Hills, whose Thanksgiving party last Thursday will never be forgotten.
I'll never forget it.
Quiet, Mary.
A man who spared no expense to ensure the success of this delightful occasion.
Mary, please.
A man whose social gatherings have made him the talk of the film colony.
Thank you, Don.
A host at whose dinners the second cup of coffee is always free, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, I'm glad you had such a nice time at my Thanksgiving party. But what did you mean the second cup of coffee was free?
I was only kidding, Jack. Mary was ribbing you, so I thought I'd join in. It was really a grand evening.
Well, thanks, Don. And it's for you, Miss Livingston. That's the last time you'll ever have dinner at my house.
Oh, Jack, don't be so touchy.
Well, who wouldn't be?
Gee, you're getting so sensitive lately. It's simply awful.
Just the same, you're not eating at my house anymore.
Who cares? My ticket is punched out anyway.
My, that's comical. You know, it seems strange, Mary, but you're the only one that gets bored when I invite the gang over. Hey, Phil.
What is it, Jackson?
Did you have a good time at my Thanksgiving party?
Yes, the first time I ever got a hangover from a turkey.
Phil, you don't have to tell me how you got a hangover. You were doing all right long before you came to my house.
What do you mean?
When I opened the front door, you fell in like a body in a murder mystery. Not only that, you brought me a manhole cover. So don't blame it on the turkey, eh, Don?
You're right, Jack. Firstly, I thought the turkey had a delicious flavor, although it was a little tough.
Tough? Why, Don, how can you say that? It was as tender as it could be. That turkey wasn't a bit tough.
Go on, it had muscles like Earl Lederman.
Oh, it did. Well, it's too bad it was so virile. Next time I'll get a turkey that walks around with his wing on his hip. Maybe you'll like that better.
And oh boy, the soup you served. You know, Phil, it reminded me of that new picture.
What picture?
The
rains came. Well, I suppose it wasn't a hit. Listen, fellas, if my party was such a big flop, how did it happen to crash the newspapers? It was right on the society page of the Beverly Hills Citizen.
The Beverly Hills Citizen?
Yes, Don, I got it right here. Get this. Here, read it to him, Mary.
Okay. Do you suffer from itchy skin? If so, try...
It's on the other side. Here, give me that. I'll read it. Listen, fellas. Jack Benny entertained. That's the headline. Last Thursday night, at his cozy home on Roxbury Drive, Jack Benny, star of stage, screen, and radio, gave the outstanding party of the social season. Among those present were Mary Livingstone, Don Wilson, Mrs. Lucretia Day and her son Dennis, Phil Harris, Andy Devine, and Mr. Homer T. Schmink.
Homer T. Schmink? Who was he?
Oh, he was the fellow that delivered the ice cream and wouldn't go home. Go ahead, Mary.
You're reading it.
Oh, yes. Among those unable to attend this scintillating event were Clark Gable and Carol Lombard.
Here they come, folks.
Robert Taylor and Barbara Stanley, Tyrone Power and Annabella, the Fred McMurrays, and Mrs. Homer T. Schmink. A good time was had by all. How's that for a write-up?
Let me see that, Jack.
Here you are, Mary. Look at that big print on top. Jack Benny entertains.
Yeah, look at that little print at the bottom. ADVT.
ADVT?
Yes, that means an ad, and you paid for it.
It means nothing of the kind.
Now, wait a minute, Jackson. ADVT means a paid ad in any newspaper in the country.
Not in this case, Phil.
Then what does it mean?
ADVT means a dinner with turkey. That's what it means.
Vit turkey?
Yes, vit turkey.
Oh, Jack, you're wonderful.
All right, Mary, I don't care what you say. I consider that a very lovely notice.
It certainly was, Jack. It certainly was, Jack. And you know what I enjoyed most at the party?
What, Don?
The games we played afterwards. Gee, it was fun, wasn't it?
Yeah, those games are silly, but it's great when you play the old ones, like spin the bottle, pin the tail on the donkey.
Holy smokes, did we play games?
Yes, Bill, we pinned the tail on you 8 times, and you didn't even feel it. And you know why.
No fooling. Say, Jackson, I meant to ask you something. Who was that cute girl I was dancing with all evening?
Forget it, Phil.
Oh, no. Who was that girl I was dancing with? You know, the one in the ermine wrap.
Phil, I said forget it.
Forget it nothing. She was a cute kid, and I want to call her up.
All right, Phil, that cutie was Carmichael. That's who you were dancing with.
I thought she had a cold nose.
You and Carmi were certainly the life of the party. Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Gee, I had a good time at your house Thursday night. The dinner was swell.
Well, I'm glad you liked it, Dennis. And incidentally, you're still new on the program, and I don't want to be bossy or anything, but, we never chew gum during a broadcast. So please throw it away.
I'm not chewing gum.
Now, Dennis.
This is a piece of turkey from your Thanksgiving party.
Oh, well, you must have got the only tough piece. Your mother didn't have any trouble, Dennis. She had 2 wings and a drumstick. Where is she?
Flat on her back.
Why, Dennis, you mean your mother's ill?
There you are. The turkey got her.
Phil, it couldn't have been the turkey.
Well, maybe it was the dressing.
Don, it wasn't the turkey and it wasn't the dressing.
Couldn't have been the butter. We didn't have any.
Listen, Mary, you don't need butter when you have gravy. You can put gravy on the bread.
Supposing you don't like gravy.
Then stay home, for heaven's sake. A big issue over butter and gravy. Now, let's forget about my party.
I don't know what you kids are complaining about. I got a big piece of butter.
I certainly. All you had to do was ask for it. Don asked for a piece of butter, and I gave it to him.
He had to burn his finger first.
Well, then what's the argument? Butter is very good on a burn.
I suppose it's no good on bread.
All right! The next time you fellas come to my house, I'm going to have nothing but butter. Just plain butter. A great big hunk of butter.
Should we come formal?
Yeah, come formal. Let's drop it. Now, Dennis.
Yes, please?
Let's have your song, please, before I lose my temper, please. You and your please.
You wouldn't talk like that if my mother was here.
No, I wouldn't, eh? Listen, Dennis, I'll meet your mother any time, any place, any weight. And that goes for your father, too.
If you can lick Mother, you got a cinch with Pa.
I wouldn't be surprised. Now go ahead with your song. Shall we come formal? That was Faithful Forever, sung by Dennis Day and accompanied by the orchestra, who were still playing I Must Have One More Kiss, Kiss, Kiss. And you both did very well. By the way, Dennis, I'm sorry I spoke so sharply to you a little while ago, but I was rather annoyed and I took it out on you.
Oh, that's all right, Mr. Benny.
You're about the only one around here who shows me any respect. So just keep on being a good boy, that's all I ask. There's a certain formula for getting along with me, Dennis. Be grateful, act polite.
And let Jack save your money.
Nice going, Mary. Listen,
Mary, I've had just about enough of those insults and gags at my expense. If you and Geronimo don't like it... Why don't you go out and get your own program?
We've been thinking about that.
Oh, you have?
Sure, there are plenty of jobs for a guy like me.
Oh, there are. Well, Phil, let me ask you something. Have you ever driven your car across the Mojave Desert?
Sure, why?
Well, did you ever notice that just before you start across the desert, right on the edge of it, there's a gas station that says Last Chance?
Yeah, what about it?
Well, 3 years ago, when you got a job on this program, I was that gas station. Just remember that.
What are you talking about? 3 years ago, my band was the hottest thing in town.
Sure it was the hottest thing in town. You were working in a barbecue pit. Sam's rib joint. Music while you munch. So don't tell me.
Well, we all have our ups and downs. I'm considered the top band leader today.
Oh, you are, eh?
Right now, I'm at the pinnacle of my career.
Pinnacle? Oh, boy, what a guy. Phil, sometimes when I look at you, all I can do is shake my head. Just shake my head.
You wouldn't if you could stop it.
A good stiff collar will take care of that. And you, Miss Livingstone, what I said about Mr. Harris goes for you, too. You're very lucky to be here.
Is that so?
Yes, that's so. You were on this program 2 years before you realized I wasn't a floor walker. And take that pencil out of your hair. Boy, am I clicking tonight.
That's your teeth.
My head shakes and my teeth click. I'm doing quite a rumba above my shoulder. Now get away from me. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have a number by Phil Harris and his orchestra. Get moving, buddy.
Yes, Mr. Legree.
Well, snap into it. What are you laughing at?
You remind me of another picture.
Never mind.
The devil is a sissy.
Well, maybe I did lose my head. Play, Phil. Gee, I'm a regular Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. That was East of the Border, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Wait a minute. That was south of the border.
I know, Phil. That was just my way of saying you were off the beam. And now, ladies and
Now,
gentlemen...
hold on, Jack. Perhaps it's none of my business, and I don't want to try to run things around here, but don't you think you ought to calm down a little?
Well?
Don't let everything get your goat.
Well, I guess you're right, Don. Maybe I did fly off the handle tonight, but I'm not going to let it happen again. The next party I give, I won't invite anybody, and there won't be any complaints. I'll just sit there all by myself. Just me. Just plain me.
And a big hunk of butter.
At least I'll be happy. That's not asking too much.
Well, Jack, I just can't hold out any longer. This whole thing was a rib.
A rib?
Yeah, every one of us thought that dinner of yours was marvelous.
No kidding, Jack. The turkey was delicious.
Best I ever tasted. Oh, it was, eh?
Yeah, the piece I got is swell.
Well, Dennis, stop chewing it. Give up already. So you fellas enjoyed the turkey, eh?
We sure did.
Well, kids, I can't hold out any longer either. To show you guys you know nothing about food, that bird I served Thursday night wasn't turkey at all.
It wasn't turkey.
No, it wasn't. It was duck. Wild duck. I shot him myself.
Who held him?
Nobody held him. I shot him right out of the air. Mary was with me.
You mean when we were out hunting with Annie Devine?
Yeah, so don't pan the food, fellas, when you don't even know what you're eating.
So you went duck hunting with Annie, huh? Was it fun?
Oh, you should have been there, Don. Jack was a scream.
Never mind.
Boy, what he doesn't know about a gun.
I know plenty about guns, Mary. When I was on the rifle team in Waukegan, they used to call me Bullseye Benny. Bullseye.
I can make it shorter than that.
All right, forget it.
What happened at the duck hunt, Mary?
Well...
It's not important.
Well, Jack and I left Tuesday and stayed overnight at Annie's ranch.
I see.
And about 4 o'clock the next morning, I was down in the kitchen helping Annie's mother get breakfast.
Uh-huh.
Well, anyway, Annie went upstairs to wake up Jack. And pretty soon we heard him hollering, "Hey, Buck, it's 4 o'clock.
Hey, Buck, it's 4 o'clock. Come on, we gotta get going.
Hello again. Oh, hello, Andy. What's the matter?
Well, if you want to shoot any ducks, we better get started.
Okay, Andy. I'll be dressed in a minute. Oh, boy, I'm tired.
Gee, Buck, you sure look funny in that nightgown.
What's wrong with my nightgown?
You look like a bride with that long train.
That's not a train. My zipper got caught in the sheet. Where's Mary?
She's downstairs with Ma getting breakfast ready.
What, Mary Livingstone up at 4 o'clock in the morning? Oh, boy, I bet she's grouchy.
Oh, no, Buck, she's cheerful as a lark.
Oh, she can't be.
She is, too. I'm telling the story.
Oh.
Well, anyway, Don, Andy came downstairs, and Jack went over to the bunkhouse to wake up Rochester.
Oh, was Rochester with you?
Yeah. Jack thought he'd make a good retriever. So Jack went over to get Rochester, and he had an awful time waking him up. You could hear him yelling at the top of his voice.
Rochester! Hey, Rochester! Come on, Rochester. Rochester, we gotta get going. Rochester, wake up.
What time is it, sugar?
It's 4 o'clock and it's me. Now get up.
Can I sleep a little longer?
No, you can't. The ducks are waiting for us.
Boss, anything that waits for me at 4 o'clock in the morning better pull up a chair and relax.
Don't be silly, Rochester. How can a duck pull up a chair?
Sit down, boss, and we'll discuss it.
Never mind. Now, you get up out of that bed and make it snappy. Come on.
It's dark outside.
Now, quit stalling. I'll give you just 3 to get up. 1, 2, 3. Rochester, if you don't get up right away, you're going to miss breakfast.
I'm going to score on lunch, too.
right, very well. I'm going into breakfast right now. And for your information, Rochester, we're having pork chops.
Central Avenue pheasant. Yeah, come on.
I thought so. Now hurry it up.
Well, Don, it was about 5 o'clock when we finished breakfast, and then we started out for the duck pond.
But, Mary, you're not allowed to shoot ducks that early in the morning, are you?
No, Don, we had to wait about an hour, but you could hear them all over the place. There were hundreds of them.
Oh, boy, get a load of those ducks. Give me my gun, Rochester. There's a baby I got my eye on.
Here you are, boss. Hey, wait a minute, Buck. You can't shoot any ducks till 7 o'clock.
Oh, yes, darn it.
Why don't you take a shot at that tree just for practice?
Practice? Don't worry about me, Mary. I've handled a gun before.
Yeah, but it had a cork on the end of it.
I mean a shotgun.
Say, Buck, I meant to tell you that gun I'll let you have has got a powerful kick when it goes off. Better be careful.
Oh! I will, Andy. You're worse than Mary. I got a gun at home just like this, a 12 millimeter.
Millimeter? You mean gauge?
Well, whatever it is, I got one. I know how to handle it.
Just the same, you ought to try it out.
Okay, I'll show you kids some fancy shooting. See that orange hanging on that tree over there? Watch me knock it off.
That's the sun. It just came up.
Well, I'll show you something else. Here's a real trick. Hey, Rochester, put this tin can on your head and hold still.
Now, wait a minute, boss.
Come on, Rochester, put this can on your head and I'll shoot it off. Don't be scared.
That's fine. The sun isn't orange and he tells me not to be scared.
Rochester, it's a very simple trick. I saw a man do it in vaudeville.
Well, vaudeville's dead and I ain't gonna tell it to move over.
Oh, boy, what a baby. Didn't you ever hear the story about William Tell? He shot an apple off his son's head.
Well, get him. I'll wait.
All right, if you don't want to play, don't play. I never saw a guy worry so much. Hey, Andy, come here a minute.
Well, what do you want, Buck?
Hold your cigarette up in the air. I'll shoot it out of your fingers.
Nothing doing, Buck. I gotta unlace my shoes tonight.
Oh, what a game. No one's game to do anything.
Well, if you want to try out the gun, why don't you shoot at that elm tree over there?
All right, I'll bore a hole right through it.
Now, be careful of that gun. It kicks like a mule.
Oh, Andy, let me alone, will you? Now watch, everybody. I'm aiming right for that tree. Suppose I don't know how to hold a gun, eh?
Now, wait a minute, Buck. Just close one eye.
Oh, that's right.
And take your finger out of your ear.
Mary, don't distract me. All right, here I go. Ready, aim, fire. Ooh.
You missed it, Buck.
Yeah. Pick me up, Andy. You were right about that gun.
Oh, Jack, look at that big flock of ducks over there in that cove. Big fat ones.
Yeah, let's sneak over and hide in the bushes.
Yeah, we'll be all ready for him at 7 o'clock. Now be quiet, everybody. Say, Andy, how many ducks are we allowed to get? I mean, what's the limit?
10 apiece.
Oh, boy, 20 ducks. Now remember, Rochester, all the ducks I shoot, you'll have to carry home.
Boss, if a duck flies slow enough for you to hit, he's too old to eat.
Don't worry, you just swim out and get them every time I hit them. Here we are now.
Oh, Jack, look at that cute little duck in the water, and it's sound asleep.
Yeah, I'll wake that baby up in a few minutes.
No, you won't. Look what he's got around his neck.
What?
An alarm clock, and it's set for 6:45.
Oh, don't be silly. Gee, I wish it was time already. I can hardly wait till I start blasting away at them.
Take it easy, Buck.
I will, Andy, but gee, I'm kind of anxious to get... Oh, darn it.
Buck, I told you not to shoot before 7 o'clock.
I didn't shoot, Andy. I dropped my gun and went off by accident. What's that?
You got a duck, boss. Get in.
Oh, boy, and I wasn't even aiming at him. Only 9 to go, kids. Wow, this is fun. What a duck.
Gee, it's a beauty, isn't it, Jack?
Yeah, it is pretty. Gee.
Look at those eyes.
Yeah, look at those eyes. Gosh, I didn't know ducks had blue eyes. And look at that sad face. Ain't it sad looking? Gee, I didn't mean to kill
What's
them.
the matter, Buck?
Nothing, Andy. You look at that poor little duck. Gosh, I don't see how people can kill a little thing like that.
Oh, it wasn't your fault, Jack.
I know it wasn't Mary, but gosh, blue eyes. And just think, a minute ago it was alive. Flying through the air, happy and gay. It didn't know it was going to die. Oh, I don't know why I came out here.
Oh, Buck, it was just an accident. You'll get over it.
I won't get over it.
You're not to blame, Jack.
I am too. I'm a murderer, that's what I am. A murderer. Killer Benny. Come on, Mary, let's go home. Rochester, you stay here with Mr. Devine.
Not me, boss. I can't stand it. I'm going home with you.
All right, Rochester, if you're so sad, put down that duck. So long, Andy.
So long, Buck.
So long.
So you... So you see, Don, that's exactly what happened when Jack went on a hunting trip.
But, Mary, if that's the case, where did Jack get the wild ducks for the dinner?
He bought them in a market, and they weren't any wilder than his.
Well, at least my conscience is clear. I can sleep nice. Play, Phil. We're a little late, so good night, folks.
The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingstone, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you a man who officially opened the Christmas season last week by leading the Santa Claus Lane Parade down Hollywood Boulevard, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again, this is Jack Benny talking, and Don, I'm glad you brought that up. That procession was really a spectacle. Wallace Beery was in it, Buck Jones, Tom Mix, Gene Autry, Jack Benny. I never saw so many bow legs in one parade. It was really thrilling, wasn't it, Don?
So I understand, Jack. I didn't see the parade. I just read about it in the papers.
Oh, you didn't get to see it?
No.
Oh. Well, Don, you should have been there. Now, I don't want to compare myself with Tom Mix or Gene Autry, but they tell me I look simply marvelous on that big white stallion. One of the finest horses I've ever ridden.
Well, Jack, weren't you nervous riding a strange horse for the first time?
Oh, no, Don. You see, when I handle a new mount, you say you didn't see the parade, Don?
No.
Oh. Well, perhaps I shouldn't say this, but when I got in that saddle, there wasn't a doubt as to who was the master. I tell you, Don, I gave the crowd a real thrill.
Well, Jack, from my experience with horses, I've found the crowd generally excite them, particularly when they're high-strung. Was yours a spirited animal?
Spirited? Don, if you had witnessed the parade, which you didn't, did you?
No.
Oh. Well, if you had seen the parade, you would have been proud of me. Yes, sir.
I'm sure I would have, Jack. I didn't know you were such a skillful horseman. Do you play polo, too?
Polo? Oh, I play at it, Don. I wouldn't exactly class myself among the first 10, but I swing that old mallet for many a goal.
Is that so?
Yes, sir. Now, you take that game last week at the Uplifters Field. Boy, you didn't see that game, did you, Don?
Yes, I was there, Jack.
Oh, well. Well, it was a great game. I saw it, too. But speaking of horses, Don, even when I was a kid, Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Are you in the same old subject, Jack?
I was just telling Don about the Christmas parade I led the other night. Did you see it?
I sure did.
Oh. Well, Don, I hope everybody gets here early tonight. We've got an important play to do, and
Did you see it, John?
Mary, let's not bore Don with any more talk about the parade. I told him all about it.
Did you tell him you were riding a stuffed horse?
Now, Mary.
A stuffed horse? Now, wait a minute, Jack. You mean to say that horse you rode in the parade wasn't a real one?
Oh, Don, don't pay any attention to Mary. That horse wasn't any more stuffed than I am.
Then why was he on a wooden platform with wheels on it?
Well...
And why did the other horses ignore him?
Look, Mary...
And why didn't his head move up and down during the whole parade?
Because we made a deal. I was to take the bow. You want to know something, Mary? That horse won a gold cup for jumping.
Well, he can't even twitch now.
No use arguing with you. Ask Andy Devine about that horse, Don. He was in the parade.
Oh, Don, I almost forgot to tell you. The funniest thing happened.
What was it, Mary?
Oh, never mind.
Right in the middle of the parade, the tail fell off the horse.
Oh.
Jack thought it was his toupee and nearly fainted.
Mary, stop dreaming it up. We got enough other things to do tonight besides rehashing a parade. Now, let's forget it. Now, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. What's cooking?
What?
What's cooking? What's swinging on the gate, Bub?
What's swinging on the gate?
Yeah, what's with the gab? What's buzzing?
Don't go away, folks. I'll get to the bottom of this right now. Phil, do you mean what were we talking about when you came in?
That's it. What's the chatter adding up to?
Well, look, Phil, I don't like to hold you down or anything, but we have a pretty intelligent listening audience. I wish you wouldn't throw them off the beam. Can't you come in sometime and simply say, hello, Jack, what's going on?
Sure I could, but it ain't me. Don't fit my character.
You and your character. With your character, Phil, you should be wearing button shoes. With cross tops. And a straw hat with a string on it.
And a jazz bow tie. I got the whole outfit.
Don't ever wear that jazz bow tie around here or I'll take your chicken inspector badge away from you. Jazz bow tie.
Say, Bill, did you see Jack in the parade the other night?
What parade?
Now, look, Mary.
Come on, what about the parade? What happened?
Well, according to Mary, Jack was riding a stuffed horse.
John, who are you going to listen to, your boss or Miss Livingstone? And for last time, Mary, that horse was not stuffed.
Then why did his stomach light up and say, go to Jean's for chili and beans?
All right, Mary, all right. Let me ask you something. If that wasn't a real horse, why did I fall off?
Your safety belt broke.
I wasn't wearing a belt.
That's rich. Buck Benny falls off a stuffed horse.
You should talk, Harris. I wish I had $1 for every time you fell off the bandstand at the Wilshire Bowl. Would I be in the dough?
Can I help it if I faint?
Phil, when people faint, you throw water on them. That would kill you. You know, I'd like to start a conversation just once where I didn't get the word.
But, Jack, you bring it all on yourself. Why do you exaggerate so much? Why, you even told me you played polo.
I did not. I said I played at polo. I'm out there all the time. Of course, I'm not as good as Spencer Tracy.
That goes for stage, screen, polo, ping pong, and I haven't even turned the page yet.
Well, that's the trouble with Hollywood. A guy wins the Academy Award a couple of times, right away he's better than I am. But that's life, I guess.
Oh, Jack, here comes Dennis, and his mother's with him.
Oh, yes, he must be feeling better. Hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Who's cooking?
Who's cooking?
Yeah, what gives out what the gives in?
Oh, fine. Mrs. Day, are you going to stand there and let your child talk like Phil Harris?
Why not? The kid's jiving.
Well, it's all right with you. There's nothing I can do about it. Oh, Mrs. Day, Dennis told me last week that my Thanksgiving dinner upset you a little.
Yes, but I'm feeling much better now.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, but it really couldn't have been the food. See, nobody else got sick.
Nobody else got a Mickey.
I didn't give her a Mickey. I merely discussed it. That's all.
A Mickey? What's that?
A Mickey, Mrs. Day, is an internal hot foot. You know, a sort of a liquid blackjack. Now, Dennis.
Yes, please?
Have you got a song all ready for us?
I sure have, Mr. Benny.
Well, go ahead. Let's hear it. Hold it a minute. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
I thought that horse you rode in the parade the other night was a beautiful animal.
You did?
Yes, especially south of the border, which was me. Goodbye.
Oh, he's everywhere. Sing, Dennis. That was My Prayer, sung by Dennis Day. And very good, Dennis. That was one of your best songs. You did it beautifully.
Gee, thanks.
It was a grand job. In fact, you sang much better than you did last week.
What was the matter with last week?
Nothing was the matter with last week. I simply said he sang better today.
Oh, then you mean Dennis is not consistent?
I mean nothing of the kind. All I mean is that everybody can improve. Even Bing Crosby is better now than he used to be.
Well, if you like Crosby so much, why don't you get him?
Mrs. Day, don't be fooled by the way Crosby dresses. He doesn't work for peanuts. Those patches on his pants are baby bonds. Boy, what a woman.
It's your own fault, Jack. Why do you always stick your neck out?
I didn't stick my neck out. I'm the master of ceremony, so when Dennis finished the song, I said it was very good. And Mrs. Day started an argument, and I answered it.
Well, Jack, there's an old Chinese proverb that says, when man argue with woman, man have 2 strikes before he open mouth.
Oh.
When open mouth, strike 3.
That was very clever, Ming Toy. But not quite true.
I think Miss Livingstone is absolutely right.
Oh, you do? Well, there's another Chinese proverb, Mrs. Day, that goes something like this. when Mama walk around with Chip on shoulder, goodbye, Mr. Chip and Mama. And now, ladies and gentlemen, tonight for our feature attraction, the Benny We Can Stand It If You Can players will present their annual football classic. A mystery melodrama entitled Murder on the Gridiron, or He Had 10 Yards to Go When He Went. Now, once again, I will play the part of Flash Benny, the famous coach for dear old Flatfoot. Now, Phil, you're going to be the...
Why can't I be the coach? I know more about football than you do.
What are you talking about? When I was a kid, I was the star quarterback for Waukegan High. Boy, was I fast. I used to kick the ball, carry the ball, and throw the ball.
Throw the what?
Throw the ball. You heard it. I was hot stuff in those days. I remember once I ran 95 yards for a touchdown.
Your legs didn't buckle then.
Yeah, don't buckle now. Anyway, getting back to our football play, Phil, you're going to be right end. Dennis, you're going to be left end. And Don.
Yes, Jack.
You're going to be right guard, left guard, center, and a fraternity house. So much for the line. Now in the...
Am I going to be on the team again this year, Jack?
Yes, Mary. We're short of men. You'll have to be one of the players. Now, here's your equipment. Put it on.
Okay. Oh, Jack, do men wear these?
Put them on. Those are shoulder pads. Now, let's see. We're still short of men here. We need one more in the backfield.
I'll be glad to help you out, Mr. Benny.
Thank you, Mrs. Day. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to make our play as legitimate as possible, I have gone to a great deal of trouble and expense to hire a real football player. That former star fullback of the Hermosa Beach Grunions, none other than Mr. Dynamite Dugan. And here he is, folks, in person. Well, did you hear that, Dynamite? That applause was for you.
Thanks, everybody. I appreciate that spontaneous ovation.
Yes, sir. Now tell me, Mr. Dugan, how long is it since you played in a game?
Well, the last time I participated in a football contest was when we encountered Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute during the Philadelphia Sesquicentennial.
Oh.
However, in the intervening space of time, I ain't done nothing.
I see.
Hey, Jackson, this guy knows a lot of big words. I'd like to meet him.
It wouldn't hurt you any. Dynamite, this is Phil Harris, our orchestra leader.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Harris. Permit me to felicitate you on your Philharmonic aggregation.
Well, thanks, Bub. It's sure gratifying to meet a man of your intellect and mental fortitude.
Why, Phil.
That's topping him, eh, Jackson?
It certainly is.
I know more words than Noah and Webster put together.
That's one man, Noah Webster. He wrote the dictionary.
No kidding. I was under the impersonation it was two different guys.
Under the impersonation. Oh, brother. One thing about you, Phil, when you go haywire, you go all the way through. Impersonation comes from the word impersonator, and an impersonator is a mimic.
And a mimic is a man with no blood.
Mary, stop with those old jokes. What is this, a medicine show?
All we need is some snake oil.
Need? There are 8 bottles in the orchestra. And now, Phil, we're ready for a number.
Hey, what happened to me?
Pardon me, Dynamite, we digress momentarily. Now, our play tonight, Mr. Dugan, besides being a football drama, is also a murder mystery. And you're the guy that's going to get bumped off.
You mean on the corpus delicti?
Exactly.
Hey, Jack, who's going to be the murderer?
That, Don, I cannot divulge. It may be one of us. It may be somebody sitting in our audience. And then again, it may be... This will go on immediately after the next number. Play, Phil. Isn't it thrilling, folks? That was In My Merry Oldsmobile, played by the orchestra, an old number which finally reached Harris. Phil's got a harp in his orchestra tonight. Now I've seen everything. I can quit radio. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our football mystery, Murder on the Gridiron, or That Ain't Ketchup on the Grass. Now, the locale of our play is Flatfoot College, located in the thriving little town of East Bunyan, Indiana. As the scene opens, the first half has just ended in the annual game with Meatball Tech. And Coach Flash Benny is giving his team a pep talk in the locker room. Curtain. Music. Now, listen, men. You're playing like a bunch of nitwits. What's the matter with you guys, anyway? Now, this next half, I want you to go out and fight. Flatfoot can win. I know we're going to win.
Then why did you bet on Meatball?
Them odds were terrific. Now, look, fellas, this isn't a picnic, it's a football game. Why, I'm ashamed of the way you've been playing.
What are you talking about, Coach? We scored 97 points in the first half.
Sure, but Meatball scored 103. The way they've been crossing our goal line, you think we were giving away a Plymouth. My goodness.
What are we giving away?
Quiet. And you, Harris, why don't you snap into it? You've been playing like a sissy all afternoon.
Sissy, I got my arm broke, didn't I?
That was last night when you fell off the bandstand. Call yourself a football player. And you, Butch.
What is it, Coach?
Every time you get the ball, you just stand there. Why don't you run with it?
Oh, who would take me?
Well, run and find out. Now, listen, fellas. We can win this game if you guys only just put a little pep into it. A little fight. A little spirit.
Hey, Roach.
That's Coach. What do you want?
If that wasn't a stuffed horse, why did he have glass eyes?
Forget about that horse. Now, listen, fellas, we got to stop this fooling around. I'm going in myself this half and play quarterback in place of who was playing quarterback?
We didn't have any.
No quarterback? Then how'd you give signals?
We built fires like Indians.
Oh, then I owe you all an apology. I thought you were holding a weenie bake out there. Now, Dynamite, I want you to carry the ball in every play. It's our only chance to win.
But, gee, Coach, I'm afraid. You saw that letter that said I was going to be bumped off.
Oh, stop worrying. It didn't say positively. Now, come on, fellas. Let's go out there and fight. Fight! Fight! What's that?
Look, Coach, somebody threw a brick through the window.
And there's a note on it addressed to Dynamite Dugan.
Give me that. It says, my dear Dynamite, if you play in the last half of this game, you will be bumped off. Signed positively. I guess they mean business.
That sounds bad, Coach. I'm scared.
Well, it's too late to do anything now, Dynamite. You just got to go out there and take a chance.
Yeah, maybe he'll win the Plymouth.
Oh, forget that. Now, come on, men. We're going out in that field. And remember, we're going to win this game for dear old Flatfoot, or I'll know the reason why.
I'll tell you now, we're lousy.
All right, snap into it, men. Come on, let's go.
Well, here we are, folks. The second half is about to begin. Meatball is already on the field, and here comes the Flatfoot team, led by their coach, Flash Benny. Listen to those cheers, folks. 80,000 people are gathered here today to witness this thrilling football game and the murder of Dynamite Dugan.
How do you know?
I'm getting out of here.
Take it easy, Dynamite. Take it easy. There's nothing to be scared of. You see, they missed you. Now, follow me, Dynamite, but not too close. Come on, line up, men. I'll take the ball.
There's the whistle, folks. The teams are lining up, and Flatfoot is about to kick off the Meatball. Flash Benny is running towards the ball, and there's the kick.
Wow, I can still boot him, eh, Livy? Look at that pigskin sail.
Where?
Way up there.
That's the Goodyear blimp.
Well, I'll be darned.
Flash Benny missed the ball, folks. The old boy's eyes are bad.
They are not. I haven't got my glasses.
You got 'em on, but you can't see 'em.
Oh, yes.
They're lining up again, folks. Benny is trying once more. And there's the kick. It's a beauty, folks. Meatball receives the ball on the 10-yard line. Uh-oh, it's a fumble, and Flatfoot recovers. There's another fumble, and Meatball recovers. There's another fumble, and Flatfoot recovers. Meatball, Flatfoot, Meatball, Flatfoot. The ball's loose again. I told them they should have killed that pig.
quiet. Now, listen, men. This is the break we've been waiting for. We got the ball on their 1-yard line. And besides, the wind is with us. 1 yard to go, I'll carry the ball.
Pretty long trip for you, ain't it, Bob?
Don't get smart. I'll make it. Signal. 1, 3, 7, 9. I'll take that ball and crack their line.
There's the play. Benny has the ball, and what's this? They're pushing him back. Back 5 yards, 10 yards, 20 yards, 30, 40, 50.
Hey, wait a minute. I get off at 47th Street. Gee. Hey, what's the matter with you guys anyway? Don't I get any interference? I only had 1 yard to make, and now look where I am.
Well, don't blame us, Flash. We opened a big hole for you. Why didn't you go through?
The wind changed. I'm only human. All right, Dynamite, it's up to you. In this next play, I'll throw you a forward pass, and you run for a touchdown.
But, gee, Flash, suppose I get killed.
Then drop the ball. You can't take it with you.
Sure, don't worry. All right, men. Signal. 9, 7, 4, 6. If a man answers, hang up quick.
The ball is snapped to Benny. He throws a forward pass to Dynamite Dugan. Dynamite is running down the field. He's headed for a touchdown. Services at noon Wednesday.
Run, Dynamite, run. You only got 30 yards to go. Don't let that scare you, Dynamite. Keep going. You can make it, Dynamite. Run, run. Dynamite. Dynamite, speak to me. Who shot you? Who did it? Tell me, Dynamite, who did it?
My assassination was conceived and executed by...
You shorter words, you'll never make it.
I was shot by...
Good heavens, he's dead.
This will be continued next Sunday night. Who killed Dynamite Dugan? Was it an inside job? Will the murderer be discovered? Will Jack give me a Christmas present?
Tune in next Sunday night and find out. We're a little late, so good night, folks.
The Jell-O program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingstone, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, folks, once again we bring you that genial personality who guides the destiny of this program. A man I am proud to be associated with, and whose friendship I shall always cherish, that grand artist, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, that introduction was very sweet. Even if there are only 12 more shopping days till Christmas, I know you were sincere. You meant every word of it.
I certainly did, Jack.
What do you think I am, a dodo or something? You know, Wilson, every year at the same time, you and the rest of the gang bring out that banana oil and loosen me up into buying presents. I'm wise.
But, Jack, I honestly meant that introduction. There's no denying it. You are a grand artist.
Well, make me grand in April sometime. Then I'll believe you. I know what's going on.
Say, Jack.
Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello. Say, Jack, when is Christmas this year?
December 25th, Mary, same as every year.
Oh, then they didn't...
No.
Oh.
No. And, incidentally, Mary, I know it's 2 weeks before Christmas, so don't try patting me on the back like Don.
What do you mean?
I mean, don't tell me how marvelous I am. Just be yourself.
Why, Jack Benny, how can you talk like that? When did I ever say that you were anything but a sweet, lovely, adorable person?
Mary, right now you're calling me an imbecile, expecting me to believe that.
But, Jack, sometimes you seem to have an inferiority complex. You always imagine that people are running you down.
I imagine?
Yes, you jump at conclusions. If I happen to say you're a heel, you always take it the wrong way.
Well, how else can I take it? A heel is a heel.
You said it.
There you are, Don. I imagine things, eh? Oh, and here comes another one of my pals. This guy's nuts about me. Hello, Phil.
Hello, baby. How's my favorite comedian?
As if you cared. You see, folks, all of a sudden I'm his favorite comedian.
I mean that. Honest, Jackson, you're funnier than I am.
I better be, Phil, or we'll all be working at no cover charge. This gang is so subtle. Every year's the same thing. Just before Christmas, they respect me, and right afterwards, I'm in the doghouse. What are you laughing at?
From sir to cur in 2 weeks.
That's it, exactly.
Well, it's your own fault, Jack, with those cheap gifts you always give us.
Cheap?
Yes, last Christmas you gave me a meal ticket for the Melrose Grotto.
Well, the food is very good there. Anyway, Mary, wait till you see what I picked out for you this year. Are you in for a surprise?
What is it, Jack?
I'm not going to tell you.
Oh, come on, give me a hint.
Okay, see if you can guess. It comes in a little box, and when you take it out and put it on your finger, it shines like anything.
Holy smokes, nail polish.
All right, Smarty, if you're so clever, what shade is it? I guess I'll have some suspense around here.
Hey, Jackson, what are you going to give me this year?
I don't know, Phil. I just can't decide whether to get you a convertible sport roadster with a custom-built top and nickel-plated fittings or have your shoes half-soled. I'll think it over.
I wish you would. I don't know whether to get a driver's license or go barefoot.
No, you don't. Say, Phil, why don't you do something about that cold? He's very hoarse, folks. He slept in a drafty gutter last night. And now, folks, come in.
Special delivery for Mary Livingstone.
Here I am, boy. Give him a tip, Jack.
Okay. There you are, young man.
Oh, boy, a quarter.
A quarter?
Thanks, Mr. Benny.
Hand me my glasses, will you, Don? Well, Mary, who's the letter from?
My mother.
Oh, well, let's hear what Ninotchka has to say.
Okay. My darling daughter, Mary, just a few words to let you know that I am feeling well and that I received your cute little check last week.
Cute little check?
I put the cute in.
Oh, it was a little check. I see. Go ahead.
Please send me another one and don't spare the zeros.
Boy, what a gold digger.
We had quite a crowd at the house for Thanksgiving dinner, including your cousin Lou and his wife Ruby, your sister Babe and her husband, and your uncle American Beauty.
Your uncle American Beauty?
Yeah, he's got a rosy nosy.
Oh, and I paid a quarter for this. Go ahead.
Among those unable to attend were Clark Gable and Carol Lombard, Robert Taylor, and Barbara Stanley.
All right, Mary, your mother doesn't have to rib me. Go ahead.
The dinner was simply marvelous. We had a great big turkey, which was delicious, which your brother won in a raffle, which he ran.
Oh, boy, what a family.
Well, at least we're not dull.
Oh, you're a riot, every one of you.
Oh, Jack, listen to this.
What?
Your sister Babe's husband, who is always inventing things, has almost perfected a new bulletproof vest.
A bulletproof vest?
I say almost because he tried it out on your late Uncle Willie.
Oh, my goodness. Anything else?
Must close now, as your father just walked in. He is on all fours as usual. No other news. Your loving mother on the Cobb Livingstone.
Oh, fine. What an act he and Harris could do.
P.S. I like your new tenor, Dennis Day, and his mother is simply wonderful. I think it's a crime the way Jack picks on her.
I pick on her?
Well, don't argue with the letter.
Well, that's the nerviest thing I ever heard. Oh, Phil.
What is it, Jackson?
Do you think you can follow a red-hot mama with a hot number?
Sure, I'll follow anything.
There's an answer here, folks, but it's too obvious. Play, Phil. That was Oh Johnny, played by Oh Brother and his orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, tonight we will continue with the football murder mystery, which we started last week. That pigskin melodrama entitled The Murder of Dynamite Dugan, or He Kicked the Bucket When They Kicked the Ball. Now, in episode 2 of our drama, I will play a...
Why don't you play all the parts and let us go home?
Phil, the only reason I'm playing a dual role is because I'm the only one who is capable of handling it. I'm the only real actor in this group.
If you're such a good actor, how come you never play dramatic parts in pictures?
Dramatic parts? I've been asking Paramount that for years. That's what I need, those Charles Lawton roles. Oh, boy, what a job I could do as Henry VIII.
Why not? You eat like him.
Listen, Mary, fingers were made before forks. And besides, you don't have to comment on my table manners. They're all right.
Go on. I saw you in a restaurant the other day, and you were fanning your soup with your hat.
Well, it was hot.
Why didn't you blow on it?
Phil, blowing is for coffee. Now, in our mystery drama tonight, as I said before, I will be that brilliant sleuth who solves the crime, Detective Captain O'Benny. Now, Mary, you're going to be a beautiful young co-ed who is madly in love with the victim, Dynamite Dugan. It's a very emotional part. Do you think you can handle it?
Sure. Oh, Dynamite, Dynamite, why did you leave me? Why did you have to die? I love you, Dynamite. Loved you, loved you, loved you.
Anyway, Don, in our play, you're going to be my assistant, Sergeant Wilson. And Dennis...
Yes, please?
Oh. I didn't see you, Dennis. Have you been here all the time?
Yes, sir.
Well, why don't you speak up and say something?
I couldn't think of anything funny.
They shouldn't stop you around here.
Well, that's so. Now, Dennis, in our play tonight, you're going to be my other assistant, Officer O'Day. And Phil, as much as I hate to do this, and only as a last resort, you're going to be a college professor, the dean of Flatfoot University.
What do you mean as a last resort?
I mean, Phil, that allowing you to play a college professor for this one night may undermine the entire educational system of the United States and Canada. That's what Dennis. Hold it a minute. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rob. Should I come down and pick you up in the car? No trouble at all, boy.
No, Rochester. I'm going to stay downtown for quite a while tonight.
Well, can I fix you a little snack in case you're hungry when you get home? I'll be glad to do it.
Now, Rochester, I know what you're up to. You've been acting like a little angel all week.
My, is Christmas coming so soon?
Sure, I knew you'd give yourself away. You don't have to act so nice, Rochester. Your Christmas present is bought already.
It is. I wonder what it can be.
Well, all I'm going to tell you is it's a very practical gift, and you'll enjoy pushing it around on the rug.
But, boss, you gave me a vacuum cleaner last year.
Well, this is the latest model. Instead of an ordinary hum, it plays Shoot the Dutch to Me, John Boy. It's a lovely tune.
I don't care if it plays Memphis Blues. It ain't going to trick me.
Never mind. And by the way, Rochester, how's Trudy?
Oh, she's fine, boss.
Trudy?
Yes, that's that ostrich I bought by mistake for Thanksgiving. I'm keeping her for a pet. So, Trudy's all right, eh, Rochester?
Yeah, but you know, boss, I don't think she likes Carmichael.
What do you mean?
She just laid a big egg and threw it right in his face.
Oh, that's terrible.
But he got even with her, though. You know that bucket of sand the ostrich always sticks her head in?
Yes?
Well, Carmichael put glue in it.
Glue? Well, for heaven's sake, did you get her head out of the bucket?
I sure did. And say, boss, remember how long her neck was?
Yes?
Well, you can skip rope with it now.
Well, look, Rochester, keep those two separated, and I'll be home in a little while. So long.
So long. Oh, say, boss.
What?
Would you mind bringing my salary up to date so I can buy you a Christmas present?
Don't worry about your salary.
Doggone, if I had brains, I'd quit this job.
What?
Did I say it? I was only thinking it. So long, boss.
What a guy. To hear him talk, you think I owed him 6 months' salary.
To hear you talk, you think you didn't.
Quiet, Miss Livingstone. I haven't got that nail polish wrapped up yet. Sing, Dennis. That was Lilacs in the Rain, sung by Dennis Day. And, Dennis, your vocal was simply beautiful. Gosh, I could almost smell the lilac.
What about the music?
That, too, Phil. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the second episode of our college mystery thriller entitled Murder on the Gridiron, or Mr. Dugan Goes to Forest Lawn. Now, the opening scene of our play is the office of Captain O'Benny at police headquarters. It is 4 p.m. Curtain. Music. Hello, police headquarters. Captain O'Benny speaking. What's that, madam? You want a policeman to come to 118 Elm Street? What's the trouble? Oh, you just want a policeman. Okay, goodbye. Oh, hello, Sarge.
Hello, Captain. How are things going?
Not so good, Wilson. There's so much crime in this town, I had to buy a trailer for the patrol wagon. And incidentally, Wilson, I wish you'd take off a little weight. Every time you inhale, a button pops off your uniform. It's annoying. There goes another one. And you, O'Day.
Yes, please?
You're a fine cop, too. Last week you helped a burglar carry a heavy safe out of a building.
Well, he said it would give me muscles.
Well, there must be some other way to get him. What a policeman. Where are your handcuffs?
Right here.
Well, take them off. They're for criminals. I'll tell you one thing, men. If we don't... I'll take it. Hello, Captain O'Benny speaking. What? I'll be right over. Goodbye. Oh, boy.
What's up, Cap?
The dean of Flatfoot College just called me up and told me that their star fullback, Dynamite Dugan, was running down the field with the ball just now in their annual game with Meatball Tech, and he only had 10 yards to go to make a touchdown when all of a sudden a person or persons unknown fired several shots into his body, killing him almost immediately in the presence of 80,000 spectators, and the score was 103 to 97 in favor of Meatball. Boy, did that guy talk fast. Come on, men, let's go.
Where are we going?
We're going out to pick berries, so wear some old clothes. Where are we going?
We better step on it, Cap. There'll be a lot of traffic around the stadium.
You're right, Wilson. Let's get started. We'll go to the dean's office first. You drive the car, O'Day, and don't spare the cylinders. I'll solve this crime, or my name ain't...
Calling all cars. Football player murdered at Flatfoot College. Go there immediately. Officer Murphy will now sing When Irish Eyes Are Smiling.
When Irish eyes are smiling, short is like the morning spring.
Shut that off. That guy ain't near as good as that quartet they used to have. Step on it, O'Day. Well, here we are, men. Now, here's the dean's office. I'll go in and grill him. Stick with me, O'Day.
Yes, sir.
And Wilson, you surround the building.
Righto, Cap.
But I can't understand it. I wasn't here. But I didn't have anything. All right, quiet, everybody. Quiet. Break it up. Which one of you is the dean?
I am, Captain. Professor Harris is my name.
Pleased to meet you, Professor. Now, tell me, what do you know about the murder of Dynamite Dugan?
Nothing at all, Captain. However, I feel it must have been someone with an interior motive.
That's ulterior, Professor. Now, where were you at the time of the murder?
Down in the Meddy in the itty-bitty pool.
Don't get smart. So you're the head of this college, eh?
Only days. At night he's the janitor.
Well, who's this dame?
I'm Toots Livingstone, Dynamite's girlfriend.
Oh, so your sweetheart was murdered 10 minutes ago, eh?
Well, I've got a new boyfriend, if that's what you mean.
Make a note of that, O'Day.
Why, is it me?
No. Now, listen, young lady. If you were Dynamite's sweetheart, what are you doing here in the dean's office?
I didn't know my lesson, and he kept me after school.
Oh, he did, eh?
Sure, if they don't know the lessons, I gotta learn them.
I'm talking to Toot. Now, how do I know he kept you after school?
Look at that blackboard. He made me write Wilshire Bowl 1,000 times.
Oh, yes. Well, I'll get to the bottom of this murder.
Pardon me, may I go now?
Wait a minute, Junior. Who are you?
I work here.
You work here?
Yes, I'm a professor of Pansin
Professor of what?
That's the study of Ralph Fram, contingent Brutus, Hamburger Calculated, and Toska and political science.
Make a note of that, O'Day.
How do you spell Ralph Fram?
Capital Rump, Elf, Grin, Semp, Double Tren, and Vidu. You got that?
Solidly.
Good. Now, listen, everybody. I want you to come with me.
Where are we going?
There's an old saying that a murderer always returns to the scene of his crime. It never fails. So follow me, everybody. We're going out to that football field and wait for the man or woman who committed this dastardly crime.
Do I have to go along?
Yes, Dean, you too.
But I'm lecturing tonight on psychological research in the field of hypothetical relativity. Pay me.
Here you are.
What's that for, Cap?
I bet him $5 he couldn't read that. Now, come on, everybody. We're going to that football field, and I'll find the murder of Dynamite Dugan, or my name ain't...
4 days later.
Don't be impatient, fellas. A murderer always returns to the scene of his crime.
10 months later.
Don't worry, fellas, we'll get him. A murderer always returns to the scene of his crime.
35 years later. And our little group is still waiting on that football field.
Well, we're still here. But don't worry, fellas. A murderer always returns to the... How does that darn thing go?
To the scene of his crime, you old ghost.
Doggone it, this is the hardest case I was ever on.
It ain't any harder than the arteries.
I wouldn't talk if I were you, Professor Harris. Your face is so full of wrinkles, it looks like a prune that worries. Hey, wait a minute. Am I going crazy? Look, that's the first time I ever saw gray grass.
That's your beard. Reel it in.
Oh, yeah. Hey, Officer O'Day, why don't you say something?
Hey!
Death of the post, folks. Well, we got to stay right here until we solve the murder of
Dynamite Dugan, you old quince face.
Oh, yes. We got to find out who stabbed him.
He wasn't stabbed. He was poisoned.
Poisoned?
You're both wrong. He was shot.
He was not.
He was, too, because I done it.
What? You killed Dynamite Dugan?
You're darn tootin' I did.
Well, doggone, why didn't you say so sooner?
You didn't ask me.
Oh. Well, I'm glad we got the right man. Slap the handcuffs on him, O'Day.
Hey?
I said slap the handcuffs on him.
I can't get him off.
Well, don't bother then. I've known this fella for 35 years. Guess I can trust him. Say, Tush.
What do you want?
During all this time, I got a kind of crush on you. How about you and me getting married and settling down?
Nothing doing. I want to have my fling first.
Well, step on it, gal. You ain't no flapper. Come on, O'Day. Let's go back to the office. There might be some mail. Playboys. And we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. I hope you all liked our little murder mystery.
You know, Jack, you play an old man's character very well. You'd never know you were acting.
Thanks, Mary.
Were you?
Oh, quiet. Good night, folks.
The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingstone, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I bring you our worn-out master of ceremonies. Between his broadcast at NBC, his picture at Paramount, and his Christmas shopping at the 5 and 10, he's the busiest little man in Hollywood, Jack Benny.
Jell-O again. This is Tilly the Toiler talking. And, Don, you're right. I don't ever remember being as rushed as I've been this past week. I'm a wreck.
I can appreciate that, Jack.
You know, when I got home last night, I was so exhausted I didn't have the energy to go upstairs. I slept all night on the billiard table.
My goodness, you must have been tired.
I was, Don. I rolled and tossed and tossed and rolled till almost daylight.
Restless, huh?
No, I forgot to take the balls off the table. I didn't mind that so much, but I dreamt I was an ostrich, and I woke up this morning with my head in the side pocket. What a night.
Well, if you're tired, Jack, it's your own fault. Radio keeps you busy enough. What are you making a picture for?
That's what I can't figure out, Don. I can't understand Paramount putting me in another picture so soon. I'm not tired of my last one yet. But I guess they know best, huh?
Well, Jack, tell me something about your new picture. Is it a light, sophisticated comedy like Man About Town?
Oh, no, Don. This is a Western, a real rip-snorting melodrama full of actions and thrills.
Well, that's a surprise. How did they happen to cast you in that type of story?
Well, you see, Gary Cooper isn't at Paramount anymore, and they seem to think that I'm the one to take his place.
What was that, Jack?
I said Paramount seems to think I'm the only one at the studio that can take Gary Cooper's place.
Well, so long, Don. See you later.
Mary, come back here. There's nothing ridiculous about my playing parts like Gary Cooper.
What are you talking about? In the first place, Gary Cooper's better looking than you are.
Well, a little makeup will take care of my look.
And he's younger than you are.
Mary, makeup will help me there, too.
And he's a great actor. Put some mascara on that.
Listen, my critical friend, I can play those strong Western types, too. I can talk through my teeth just like Gary Cooper.
What do you mean, your teeth?
Mary, possession is 9 points of the law. Anyway, wait till you see the picture, young lady. You'll change your mind.
Say, Jack, is Phil Harris in this one, too?
Yes, Don, he's in it, but I can't understand why. He must have something on the director. I wish I knew what it was. I'd like to get some more lines. Oh, well, I'll just snoop around.
Well, how is Phil in it? Has he got a pretty big part?
You'd think so to see him strut around on the set. He's such a ham, Don, yet he tries to be so democratic.
What do you mean?
He's got a sign on the back of his chair that says, Phil Harris, never too busy to say hello. Isn't that corny?
Well, Jack, I guess that's just his way of being a good fellow.
I know, Don, but it's so hammy, all those words on there. Now, all I got on the back of my chair is just Jack Benny, and right under it, a simple little star. Why overdo it? Well, anyway, besides Phil, there's Ellen Drew, Andy Devine, and oh, yes, Rochester's in the picture. I forgot.
You'll remember when it comes out.
Listen, Mary, I'm the hero. That's good enough for me. Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Gary.
Gary?
And I do mean Indiana. Pretty sharp, huh?
Oh, that was a honey. How long did it take you to think that one up, Phil?
No time at all. It just came to me like a flash.
Well, someday you're going to get fired like that. And incidentally, Phil, I wish you'd stop telling everybody at Paramount that you're playing the part of my son. It's not true. Besides, it takes away from the romance.
Some romance. I read the script, and in the end, Jack marries a cow.
That's cowgirl. If you'd have turned the page, you'd have seen the word girl. Anyway, this is radio, so let's forget about pictures. We can talk about something else.
Hey, Jackson, as long as we're changing the subject, how about paying off that bet you welched on?
What bet?
That bet we made on the USC-UCLA game. Come on, pay off.
Phil, I'd pay off if I owed you anything, but that game was a tie.
Sure it was a tie, but you took USC and gave me 7 points.
I don't care if I gave you 50 points. The score was 0-0. That means I get nothing and you get nothing. Now get your band together and play a number.
I don't want to interfere, Jack, but if you gave Phil 7 points, he won that bet and you ought to pay him.
Certainly he ought to pay him.
Of course.
Oh. All right, Phil, all right. Here's a quarter. Now leave me alone. What a guy.
Thanks, Jackson. Here's your change.
Thanks. Now go ahead and play, you sorehead. Next time I gamble with you, I'm going to have it in writing. That was Make with the Kisses, played by a miser and his orchestra. Miser, Phil, meaning a man who thinks more of 15 cents than he does of my friendship. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
All right, if that's the way you feel about it, Jackson, here's your money back.
It's not the money, Phil. I just don't think I lost that bet.
You don't think you lost on Hoover.
Mary, I conceded that months ago. We're talking about the football game.
The trouble with you is you don't know anything about gambling. You're just a poor sport.
I'm a poor sport. That's a hot one. For your information, Phil, I had an uncle who was one of the most famous gamblers in Waukegan. Why, he'd bet $1,000 on the turn of a card.
I bet he was an uncle by marriage.
No, his name was Benny. Shoot the works, Benny. So keep that 15 cents, Mr. Small Fry. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Oh, Jack, don't forget about,
I'm coming to that, Don. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Christmas being just a week off, Mr. Don Wilson, that eminent American author, has written another of his famous one-act plays. Take it, Don.
This time, ladies and gentlemen, it's the night before Christmas. The scene is the home of Mr. and Mrs. Santa Claus at the North Pole. Mr. Jack Benny will be Santa Claus.
Yes!
Never mind, Mary. With a beard, no one will know the difference. Go ahead, Don.
The North Pole. Curtain. Music.
Ding, Boom, 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 ba-ding, bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum, ba-bum.
Oh, Santa.
What do you want,
You better get started pretty soon. The reindeers are all hitched and everything.
Well, I got a few more letters here, and I got to see what the kiddies want before I put my bag in the sleigh.
I'll help you. Here's a letter from Encino, California. It's from a kid named Philip Harris.
Tear it up.
But Santa, he says he's been a good little boy.
Good little boy. Why, last Christmas I got to his house around 5 a.m., and he was just getting home. Not only that, he threw snowballs at me.
There's no snow in Encino.
He didn't know it. Well, what does little Philip want from Santa Claus?
14 points in Tennessee.
Oh, well, he'll never get it.
Oh, Santa, here's a letter from Rochester Van Jones, Jr. in Central Avenue, California.
Rochester Van Jones. What does he want?
He says, Dear Santa, please send me a sled, a pair of roller skates, and a bottle of gin.
Well.
P.S. If you haven't got the sled and the roller skates, no hard feelings.
I'll see what I can do. Any more kiddies to be heard from?
Yes, here's one from Jackie Benny, Beverly Hills, California.
Well. Little Jackie Benny. He's a cute kid. What's the little rascal got to say?
He says, Dear Santa Claus, have been a good boy all year. So when I give a party Christmas Eve, will you please send Clark Abel and Carol Lombard, Robert Taylor, and Barbara Stanley?
Let's see that letter. There's nothing of the kind. Well, goodbye, darling. It's getting late, and I must be going.
Can I go with you?
That's fine. I got one night out a year. My wife wants to go along. Nothing doing. Goodbye, darling.
Goodbye. Oh, Santa, just one more thing.
What is it?
When you get to Ann Sheridan's house, just fill her stocking and get.
Oh, don't be so jealous. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
So long, honey. I'll be home in the morning.
Okay, bring some cinnamon rolls.
I will. Goodbye. Get at you, reindeer. Come on, Donner. Giddy up with them. Buck Santa rides again. Don, that was marvelous. That's one of the best plays you've ever written.
I thought you'd like it, Jack. And by the way, what did you think of that surprise finish when I asked for Jell-O?
Oh, Don, it was such a shock. Yeah, I never dreamed you were going to mention our product. And now, folks...
Gee, I knew what he was getting at all the time.
Oh, hello, Dennis. I didn't hear you come in.
Well, I didn't trip over anything today.
Oh. Well, Dennis, I don't want to rush you, but Don's play reminded me I still have a lot of Christmas shopping to do, so go ahead with your number and I'll run along.
Can I go with you, Jack? I've got some stuff to buy, too.
Sure, come on, Mary. Oh, Don, you and Phil take care of the rest of the program, will you?
Sure, Jack. We'll carry on. Here's a Lulu, folks. A tramp went up to a farmhouse, knocked on the door, and said, Can I have a piece of cake, lady? It's my birthday.
Bill, wait till I get out. With those 1912 wows. Go ahead and sing, Dennis. I'll see you next week.
Okay. Oh, by the way, Mr. Benny, could I speak to you a minute?
Of course, Dennis. What is it?
Well, it's a little personal. I'd like to talk to you in private.
Well, you can tell me right here. What's on your mind?
Well, Mr. Benny, my mother...
Yes?
Gee, I don't know how to say it.
Go on, Dennis. Don't be bashful.
Well, my mother told me to ask you, when are you going to start paying me for singing here?
Oh, well, that's strange. I take care of you every week, don't I, Dennis?
Yes. But, gee, we got enough Jell-O now for 25 years.
Oh. Well, look, Dennis, you go back in and sing your song. I'll think it over.
I wish you would. Our house is so full of boxes we can't walk around.
Well, just leave it to me and everything will be all right. Come on, Mary. Burns me up. I never got paid till I was 28 years old.
And now, folks, Dennis Day, our young tenor, will sing a beautiful number called Tomorrow Night. Sing, Dennis.
Gee, the store is crowded. Everybody doing their Christmas shopping the last minute. Stick close to me, Mary. Here, I'll take your arm.
Let go of me, you masher.
Oh, pardon me, miss. It's so crowded here, I thought you were someone else.
That's what they all say.
Mary, where are you?
Here I am, right behind you. Who's your girlfriend?
She's not my girlfriend. I don't even know her.
Well, it ain't your fault, Gary.
I said I was sorry, miss. Now stay close to me, Mary. Have you got my Christmas list?
Yes, here it is.
What does it say?
Dear Jackie boy, I waited for you in the Owl drugstore last night.
The list is on the other side. Read it.
Wait a minute. Who's Gladys?
Never mind. Give me that list. Let's see. I got to get some perfume for my sister and a watch for Don Wilson and a mink coat for Gladys.
Which will turn out to be perfume.
Don't be so sure. Now, let's see. I got to take care of Phil, and I got to get something nice for Dennis.
I know what Dennis is giving you, Jack.
What?
A pair of socks.
Pair of socks? What a little tightwad. Bet that kid's got the first box of Jell-O he ever earned. Well, I'll get Don's present first. I wonder where the watch department is.
Let's ask the floor walker.
Yeah, there's one over there. This must be him. Now, pardon me, are you the floor walker?
Yes, I'm the floor walker. What do I look like? A telephone booth?
Well, how do I know you haven't got a carnation on?
It's in my pocket. I detest them.
Now, listen, buddy.
Just tell him what you want, Jack.
Yeah, listen, buddy, if it won't tax your mentality too much, will you please direct me to the watch department?
No, I won't.
Well, if you don't tell me where it is, I won't buy a watch.
What do I care? It's not for me.
It's the last time I'll ever come to this store.
Oh, Jack, there's the watch counter right over there.
You stool pigeon.
What a guy. I don't know how he holds his job here. Come on, Mary, give me your arm.
Hey, you, let go of me.
Oh, it's you again.
Will you stop following me around?
Well, I thought...
It's no use. I'm engaged.
Well, I pity the fella. Come on, Mary. She thinks I'm trying to make a date with her.
Your approach is awful.
Well, Gladys doesn't think so. Here's the watch counter.
How do you do, sir? Can I help you?
Yes, I'd like to look at a watch, please.
Bulliver, pullover, or schmulliver?
Just a watch. Just a watch, a man's wristwatch.
Well, let's see. Now, here's our new Venus de Milo model. No hands on it.
No hands on it? Well, how do you tell time?
Nearly everybody asks me that, but they sell like hotcakes.
Well, it's cute, all right, but I like something a little more practical.
Oh, Jack, I'm going over and do my own shopping. See you later.
Okay.
Now, here's a very smart clock, and it's only $25.
A clock? Well, I really wanted a watch.
But this is a real bargain. Yesterday, the same clock sold for $1,250.
My goodness, how could you afford to cut it from $1,250 to $25?
We took the Buick off.
Oh, it wasn't a car. Well, I just like a wristwatch, please. Oh, here's something cute. How much is this one?
$10.
Well, that's just what I want. I'll take it. Here's your money.
Thank you.
Say, this is a beauty, all right.
It certainly is. And you know, it has that new unbreakable crystal. Here, try it out.
No, I'll take your word for it.
Go ahead. Take this little hammer and hit it.
Oh, all right.
Shall I wrap it up now?
Wrap it up? You mean sweep it up? And give me back my $10.
I'm sorry. You'll have to see the floor walker about that.
What?
Oh, Mr. Chambers.
What is it, Miss Kelsey?
This man broke a watch with a hammer. He broke this watch with a hammer, and now he wants his money back.
Well, certainly I broke the watch, but she told me to.
She told you to?
Yes.
Well, haven't you got a mind of your own?
Well, certainly I have a mind of my own, but this young lady told me it was unbreakable.
Young? Why, she's 42 if she's a day.
We're not arguing about that. I want my $10 back.
Give it to him, Miss Kelsey, before he bites somebody.
Yes.
Here's your money. Boy, what a sore loser.
Well, certainly a fine store to do business with.
You walked in, Sugarfoot. Nobody dragged you.
Now, where the dickens is Mary?
Your daughter is over there at the hosiery counter.
She's not my daughter. More trouble buying a little watch.
What's Mary buying?
I like this shade. I'll take a half a dozen pair of those 2-thread hose.
You're wrong, lady. This hose is 3 threads.
Oh, no, it's 2 threads.
I beg your pardon, but it's 3 threads.
Listen, sister, don't argue with me. Not so long ago, I was standing right where you are.
That's telling her, Mary.
Oh, hello, Jack. You get a watch for Don?
Yes, but I broke it with a hammer. It's a long story. Let's go over to the perfume counter. Go over to the perfume counter.
Okay. Shall I wrap up these stockings, miss? Yes, I'll be back later. Oh, by the way, who's pitching for your softball team now?
Mary, you can talk shop later. Come on. Oh, Mary, here comes that girl who thought I was trying to flirt with her.
Yeah.
Watch me have some fun with her. Hello, sweetie pie. Ow! Here, Mary, hold my coat.
Oh, Jack, you're in a store.
Lucky for her, believe me.
Here's the perfume counter.
I see it. Pardon me, sir. I'd like to buy some perfume.
Okay, mister, what kind of perfume would you like?
Well, I don't know. What's popular right now?
Well, now, here's something that's exotic, yet on a delicate side.
Oh.
It's called Lamaua Tujawa Lamaua.
Well, let me see that. It smells lovely.
It ain't bad to drink, either.
Well, I really don't care how it tastes. You see, I'm buying it for my sister.
Oh, is she on the wagon?
No, she just doesn't drink perfume. She's eccentric. Anyhow, it has an exquisite scent. How much is it?
2 clams a slug.
Oh, that's reasonable enough. You think I ought to take a bottle of this, Mary?
Certainly.
Mary. Well, wrap it up, and I'll drop in on my way out.
Okay, pal.
Oh, by the way, I don't want to seem impertinent, but how does a fellow like you happen to be selling perfume?
I'm the only mug in the joint that can speak French.
Oh. Well, see you later. Goodbye.
Au revoir, pal.
Quite a character. Let's see, what's next on the list, Mary?
You gotta get something for Phil and Dennis.
Yeah, let's walk over to the necktie department.
Oh, Jack, look.
What?
There's Rochester buying some neckties.
Oh, yeah, and that floor walker's waiting on him. They sure are busy here.
I'll bet Rochester's getting a tie for you.
Let's sneak up behind him.
Well, I think this tie is beautiful. It's very unusual.
Yes, but I don't think my boss would like it. It ain't his style.
I see. What type of man is your boss?
Well, he's kind of tall, medium weight, and rather conservative.
You mean conservative in appearance?
It goes deeper than that.
Well, at least he's subtle.
Quiet, I want to hear this.
Now, here's a rich-looking tie. Maybe he'd like this one.
Yeah, that's a pretty thing. How much is it?
It's only $3.50.
How much?
$3.50.
Too bad he didn't like that one.
Oh, fine.
Well, if you don't want to spend quite so much, here's a lovely tie for 89 cents.
89 cents?
That's right.
Now the blue of your tie meets the gold of my purse.
Can you imagine that?
Of course, it may be a little too plain for your boss. Is he a young man?
No.
Is he middle-aged?
No.
Is he elderly?
Wrap it up.
Rochester Van Jones.
Oh, hello, boss. I didn't see you.
I know you didn't, and don't be buying me any 89-cent tie.
You keep out of this.
I will not. This fellow works for me. Now, look, Rochester, you've been with me 3 years now, and I've been very nice to you. I've always tried to make things pleasant for you and keep you happy.
Is that open for discussion?
No, it isn't. I'm leaving you here at this necktie counter, and I want you to decide for yourself whether or not I'm worth more than an 89-cent tie. Come on, Mary, let's go.
Okay.
Mary, which tie do you think Rochester's going to buy me? The one for $3.50 or the 89-cent one?
Well, if you were Rochester, which one would you buy?
I'll fire that guy. Play, Phil. We're a little late, so good night, folks.
The Jell-O program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingstone, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as is always his custom on Christmas Eve, Jack Benny is holding open house tonight for all the members of his cast. So without further ado, we whisk you to Jack's home in Beverly Hills. Take it away.
Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Work all night, work all day, never get no pay. Jingle bells, jingle bells.
Rochester. You got any complaints to make, don't sing them.
I tried everything else.
Never mind. Now, as soon as you get those packages wrapped, put them over here under the tree. The gang will be here pretty soon.
Okay, boss.
Now, wait a minute, Rochester. Why is this side of the tree so bare? What happened to all the ornaments?
Your ostrich had lunch.
Oh, she ate them, eh? I thought I told you to lock Trudy up in the garage with Carmichael.
I did, and boss, your Maxwell is now completely covered with fur and feathers.
Good. We'll enter it in the Rose Bowl parade. Where's Trudy now?
She's out in the kitchen laughing at the turkey.
She is, eh? Well, I hope she doesn't annoy Swing High.
She better not. Them Chinese can cook anything.
Well, as soon as you're through here, get Trudy out of the kitchen. Now, hurry up with those presents.
Okay. Say, boss.
What?
Who's this leather belt for?
Oh, that belt is for Don Wilson.
My, long ain't it?
Well, Mr. Wilson isn't exactly shaped like an hourglass. And wrap it up nice for him. And look, Rochester, I wish you'd... What's that?
Here comes Trudy now.
Trudy! Trudy, come back here! Well, there goes my new Ming vase. Rochester, go out and catch that ostrich.
Boss, if I could run that fast, I'd be playing with UCLA.
Well, I'm not going to have Trudy running through the house. As soon as you get those packages finished,
Hello, Jack. Merry Christmas.
Oh, hello, Mary.
Oh, Merry Christmas, Miss Livingstone.
Same to you, Rochester.
Mary, put your packages under the tree.
Okay. Say, Jack, who are you giving this oil painting to?
Beautiful, isn't it? I got that for Phil Harris.
An oil painting for Phil Harris? Are you crazy?
No, I'm not crazy. He's got a lovely apartment.
Sure, but he hasn't got a picture on the wall he didn't tear out of Esquire.
That's why I got Phil this painting. I'm trying to educate him. Look, Mary, it's a genuine Botticelli.
He won't like it unless there's a joke under it.
He'll appreciate it, all right. Say, Mary, when you came in, did you notice the way Rochester decorated the front of the house with holly and lights and everything? Isn't it something?
Yeah. But gee whiz, Jack, you ought to take down that sign.
What sign?
The one that says, Merry Christmas, ostrich plumes, 15 cents.
Well, for heaven's sake, Rochester, did you put that sign up, ostrich plumes, 15 cents?
You told me to.
I did not. I merely said that's the price if anybody asks. I didn't tell you to advertise.
Shall I take the sign down, boss?
No, the damage is done now. Leave it up. But I want to see the books at the end of the week. Remember that.
Why, Jack, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. The idea of selling ostrich plumes.
Well, I have to do something to get even. Trudy eats everything in sight. She got in my bedroom the other day and ate my cufflinks, a box of cigars, and 2 hairbrushes.
The brushes you don't have to worry about.
I do, too. Those brushes were a present from Greta Garbo when I was working at MGM.
Oh, I remember. They were sent to your dressing room by mistake.
I don't care how I got them. I got them. It's the thought that counts. Anyway, that ostrich better stop eating things in my bedroom. It's costing me a fortune. What's so funny?
If you ever eat that green stuff out of your mattress, you'll be bankrupt.
Rochester, to hear you talk, you think I kept my entire life savings in my mattress.
Uh-huh.
Well, I don't.
Then why do you stand there with a gun when I make the bed?
That's the only way I can get you to work, and you know it. Anyway, Mary, all Trudy needs is a little training. Well, there's somebody already. Come in!
Hello, everybody. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, everybody.
Same to you, Dennis.
Merry Christmas, Mrs. Day.
Put your packages under the tree, Dennis. We'll open them later.
Oh, Mother, isn't that a beautiful Christmas tree?
Yes, Dennis, it's lovely.
Thanks.
Gee, look at those popcorn balls hanging there. Can I have one, Mr. Benny?
Of course, Dennis. Help yourself.
Just put a dime under the tree.
That won't be necessary. This is Christmas. Well, Mrs. Day, I'm so glad you were able to come tonight. We've missed you on the program the last few weeks. Where have you been?
Oh, I've been very busy shopping and preparing for the holidays. You know how it is.
Yes, yes.
Jack told me you were wrestling in San Diego.
I said nothing of the kind. Don't try to start an argument between Mrs. Day and myself. We're very good friends now, aren't we, Lucretia?
Well, I'm standing under the mistletoe, if that's what you mean.
Not now, Lou. Later, when we play games.
Say, boss.
What is it, Rochester?
The man just came with the ice cream. It's $4.75.
Oh.
Have you got the cash with you, or shall I go upstairs and make the bid?
Never mind. Here's $5. Let him keep the change.
The whole quarter?
Yes.
Boss, while you're in this mood, I'd like to have a little talk with you.
Never mind. Give the man the money. Now, Mrs. Day, you'll have to excuse me. I still got to wrap up a few more packages. Do you mind?
Not at all. I'll be glad to help you.
Well, thank you. And, Dennis, while we're working, how about singing something for us to brighten things up? You know any Christmas carols?
Oh, sure. Lots of them.
Good. Let's hear one. Here, Rochester, hang up Mr. Wilson's hat.
Yes, sir. Happy Yuletide, Mr. Wilson.
Well, the same to you, Rochester, and here's a little gift for you.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Wilson. Thank you. Looks like a bottle.
Yes, Rochester, it is. It's hair tonic.
Oh. Well, little White Rock will fix that up.
Put it under the tree. You can have it later. Now, go ahead, Dennis. Let's hear your song.
Okay, Mr. Benny.
Mrs. Day, will you tie a nice bow on this package here? It's for the... Oh, darn it.
Gang way, everybody. Here comes the 550.
Trudy! Trudy, come back here! There goes a goldfish bowl. Come on, Rochester. Let's get her.
My, what a household. Sing your song, Dennis. Dennis, those carols were lovely. You sang beautifully.
Thank you, Mrs. Day.
I'm your mother.
Oh.
Well, that's that.
Did you catch Trudy?
Yes, and Rochester's putting her in the basement. She won't bother us again. Say, I wish Phil and Andy'd get here. I'm getting hungry.
Me too. What are we going to have, Jack?
We're going to have turkey hash, Don. Delicious turkey hash.
Uh-oh.
What are you owing about?
They didn't move Thanksgiving back far enough.
Mary, this is not the same turkey.
Well, I think we're very lucky. I'd rather have turkey hash than roast ostrich any day.
Don, you're just being silly. In the first place, I haven't got a roaster big enough for an ostrich, and in the second place, they aren't good to eat. The meat is much too sinewy and fibrous to chew.
Oh, you looked it up, eh?
I didn't look it up. I just happen to know that.
Oh, Mr. Benny, did you invite any movie stars here tonight?
No, Mrs. Day. We're just having our own little gang. And listen, everybody, I got a big surprise for you. I wasn't going to tell you until they got here, but my sister Florence and her husband are driving in from Waukegan, and they're due here today.
Oh, your sister's coming. Well, this is a surprise.
And her husband, too, eh?
Yes, you remember him, Mary. You met him in Waukegan.
Oh, yeah. Is he the pool shark?
No, that's my cousin Boo Boo. Boo Boo Benny. The fellow that's coming here is my brother-in-law, Leonard Fenchel. He's an interior decorator.
An interior decorator, huh?
Yeah.
He's a paper hanger, and you know it.
Mary, he sells wallpaper on the side. He's got 1 million patterns.
Are they going to stay here at the house with you, Jack?
Oh, sure. You don't think they'd stay anywhere else, as my sister said in her letter. Anyway, they ought to be here any minute.
Doggone that bird, I'll teach her to nip me.
Rochester, I just want you to put her in the basement. What did you do to Trudy?
I ain't saying, but she's going to eat her dinner tonight, loop de loop.
Rochester, did you tie a knot in her neck again? Did you?
Well,
Rochester, did you tie a knot in Trudy's neck?
Just plain, no bow.
Well, don't you ever do that again. Now go downstairs and untie her before she chokes. Now hurry.
Okay, boss. I wish I knew a detour.
Rochester, I don't know what's the matter with that guy. Every time I get a pet, he has to... Come in, come in. Hiya, Jackson. Merry Christmas, everybody.
Hello,
Well, Phil, I'm glad you brought all your boys with you. Come on in, man.
Merry Christmas.
put all your presents under the tree, fellas.
Oh, Jack, the orchestra boys are here, and you forgot to buy presents for them.
I did not. I got them a lovely gift. It's a very practical and something they can all use.
I'll bet it's a roller towel.
Well, it won't hurt them any. Now, hang your hats out in the hall, men, and say, Phil, how do you like the Christmas tree? Nice decorations, eh?
Oh, boy, look at those popcorn balls.
I knew you'd say it that way. Now, Phil, we're not going to open our presents until after dinner, but the one I got for you is so beautiful, I want everybody to see it. Go and get it, Mary.
Okay.
Wait till you see it, Phil. You'll love it. It's for your apartment.
Last year, you gave me some cocktail glasses, and you didn't even wash the cheese out.
Well, I was rushed.
Here you are, Phil.
Yep, there you are, Phil. A beautiful oil painting. And it's for you.
Keep it.
You're welcome. Now, wait a minute. Phil, you don't realize that this is a masterpiece, a work of art.
Maybe you should have taken the calendar off.
There's no calendar on it. Look, Phil, this painting is The Birth of Venus by Botticelli.
I don't care if it's Whistler's wife. I don't want it.
That's Whistler's mother. And there's a guy that don't appreciate the real thing.
But, Jack, if this painting were an original Botticelli, it would cost you at least $100,000.
What do I care? It's Christmas. It only comes once a year. What if I do spend a little money?
Say, Jack.
What?
If you stay up there 8 hours, you can get a pilot's license.
Well, all right. If that's the way you all feel about it, I'll keep it myself. Go out of my way to get an unusual present. Come in.
Say, does Jack Benny live here?
Hello, Jack.
Florence Leonard. Well, I thought you'd never get here. Florence, darling, how are you? Gee whiz.
Oh, you're looking grand, Jack.
You do, too, and so does Leonard.
Yeah, I'm fine. You're putting on a little weight, ain't you, Droopy?
Oh, a little here and there.
Well, you're eating more regular now.
Oh, fellas, this is my sister Florence and her husband Leonard.
Oh, how do you do? Oh, you look beautiful.
Well, Florence, how's Dad and Cousin Boo Boo and everybody? Eh?
Oh, they're fine. Everybody's swell.
That's good. Hey, Leonard, how do you like my new house? Pretty classy, eh?
The wallpaper stinks.
Oh, it does, eh?
Say, Florence, this is your first trip out to Hollywood, isn't it?
Yes, and I'm so happy for Leonard. He's just dying to meet all the movie stars.
So is Jack. They ought to get together.
Listen, Mary, I know plenty of big stars, and I'll introduce them to Leonard and Florence.
Do you know Ann Sheridan? Woo!
Oh, brother.
Leonard, will you behave yourself?
Oh, let him alone, Florence. He's having a good time.
That's right, Droopy.
Stop calling me Droopy. That was years ago. Well, folks, as soon as Andy gets here, we'll eat. You want to wash up a bit first, Leonard?
Yeah, where's the sink?
Oh, fine.
Leonard, you can clean up in my room, and I'll take you there in a minute. Gee, Florence, it's nice seeing you again. I'm glad you were able to come out.
Oh, I am too, Jack. Gee, it's been ages.
Now, tomorrow I'm going to take you over to Paramount Studio, and you can watch me do a scene in my new picture.
Is Ann Sheridan in it? Woo-woo!
No, Leonard. Woo-woo! You're as bad as Cousin Boo Boo. Gee, I wish Andy'd get here. I'm hungry.
Me too. Why don't we eat now, Jack?
All right, let's do that. When Andy comes, he can join us. Come on, fellas. Let's all go in the dining room. Hey, Leonard, what are you doing back there?
Look at this wallpaper. It don't hang right.
Leave it alone. It's all right.
No, it's too loose. Look.
Leonard, please. You're here on a vacation. I'll have to have that wall redone. Well, come on, fellas. Let's eat. See who that is, Rochester.
That must be Mr. Devine. Come in.
Come in. Trudy, stay out of the dining room.
Don't call that African canary.
Trudy! Well, there goes my china closet. Rochester, lock her up in the garage with Carmichael.
Okay, boss.
Come on, folks, let's see. Here, Florence, have some more of this hash. It's delicious.
Oh, no, thanks. I don't believe I can finish this.
Put some catsup on it. That'd help mine.
Now, this is darn good food, Mary.
Leonard, I wish you'd please use your fork.
I've been using a knife for years and never cut myself yet. Hey, Mrs. Day?
Stop nudging me.
Hey, Phil, you're not eating. What's the matter? Aren't you hungry?
Yeah, but I can wait.
Oh.
Well, I hope none of you eat too much. I want you to save room for the dessert, you know. Well, folks, soon as you're through with dinner, we're all going to play games and have some fun.
So this is a Hollywood party, huh? Give me Waukegan anytime.
Leonard, will you please keep still?
This town is overrated.
Overrated? You've only been here 5 minutes.
And bragging about a swimming pool. I bet you haven't even got one.
Look out the window. What do you think that is in the backyard?
You call that a swimming pool? You ought to see Lake Michigan.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
Oh, don't let Leonard upset you, Jack.
Florence, I told you about this guy 10 years ago, but you had to marry him. Oh, Rochester.
Yes, boss?
This is my sister and brother-in-law. They're going to stay with us a while. They'll be using the guest room.
The guest room?
Yes.
Where's our boy going to sleep?
Mr. Billingsley will have to sleep in the den. He's behind anyway. Now get the room ready.
Okay. Bears, ostriches, relatives. Doggone, if I didn't have this address on my stationery, I'd move.
And it's fancy stationery with a crest on it yet. Well, finish your dinner, everybody, and we'll play those games. Well, there's Andy at last. Come on in, Andy.
Hiya, Buck. Merry Christmas, everybody.
Merry Christmas, Andy. Glad to see you. Merry Christmas. Gee, I hope you don't mind, Andy. We started to eat without you.
Oh, that's all right, Buck. I am.
Say, Andy, I want you to meet my sister and brother-in-law, Mr. and Mrs. Fencho.
Well, howdy, folks.
How do you do, Mr. Devine?
Hello, Andy. How are you fixed for wallpaper?
Leonard! This is no time for business. Well, Andy, what do you got in that package?
A Christmas present my mom knitted for you.
Your ma? Well, that's sweet. What is it?
Well, it's a combination sock, sweater, and ear lamp.
Sock, sweater, and ear lamp? Well, how do you get into them?
I don't know, Buck. When Ma knits, she's nuts.
Oh, I guess you're right.
She knitted Pa a snood for his beard.
Well, that'll keep it up out of the soup. Anyway. Now sit down, Andy. Have a cup of coffee anyway.
Yeah, come on, Andy.
Okay, thanks. Say, Buck, before I forget it, did you hear Fred Allen Wednesday night?
No, I didn't, Andy. What did he say?
Sure ribbed you about that picture you two are going to make together.
What picture? I'm making one right now.
I heard him too, Jack. He's talking about your next picture. Didn't you know about it?
Oh, that's a lot of baloney.
No, it isn't, Jack. All the papers carried the story. It said that you and Fred Allen are going to do a picture together, and Mark Sandrich is directing it.
Mark Sandrich? Why, he's directing the one I'm making now.
Yes, and he's going to direct your next one with Fred Allen.
Oh, no, he isn't. I wouldn't make a tintype with that guy. Imagine me making a picture with Allen.
I ain't worried.
You keep out of it. I'm not worried either.
I don't know, Jackson. Allen's a pretty funny guy.
Oh, you're a great judge of comedy, Harris. How do you make a Venetian blind poke him in the eye? I heard you tell that one the other night. Anyway, I'm not doing any picture with Fred Allen.
What are you going to do about it, Jack?
I'll show you what I'm going to do. Mary, get me Mr. Sandrich on the phone. Crestview 15335.
Okay.
I'll tell him a thing or two.
You better take it easy, Jackson. Paramount's liable to throw you right out.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, he'll be back hanging paper with me again.
I only did that one summer when vaudeville was bad. I'm not worried.
Hello? Mr. Sandrich? Droopy wants to talk to you.
Don't be smart. Give me that phone. I'll show him who's making a picture with Allen. Hello, Mr. Sanders. This is Jack Benny. Merry Christmas. Now, look. What's the story going around about my making a picture with Fred Allen? Well, I'm doing nothing of the kind. Now, look, Mr. Sanders.
Good evening, Mr. Benny.
Oh, Mr. Billingsley, you'll sleep in the den until further notice.
Very well. Good night.
Good night. Now, look, Mr. Sanders. Now, look, I'm not through with the picture I'm making now. And if you put Allen in my next one, I'm walking out. I said I'm liable to walk out. You know.
Some movie star.
Leonard. Now, for the last time, Mr. Sanders, I'm not making a picture with that anemic baboon. Mr. Sanders. Now, look, Mr. Sanders. Now, look. 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 Look.
Lights, tick, click, Saturday Evening Post.
Mary, please. Now, look, Mr. Sanders.
Ask him if he needs any wallpaper.
Do you need any wallpaper? Oh, shut up, Leonard. Not you. That's my brother-in-law. Now, Mr. Sanders, my objection to making a picture with Allen is this. In the first place... Now, look, Mr.
Here
Sanders.
comes Trudy, boss.
Trudy! Well, get her out of here. Now, in the first place, Mr. Sanders...
And Carmichael's after.
Carmichael, separate him, Rochester. Now, the first place, Mr. Trudy, Mr. Sanders. In the first place, Carmichael, leave Trudy alone. Trudy, come back here. Rochester, do something. Trudy, Carmichael. Look, Mr. Sanders. My objection to making a picture with Fred Allen. Now, Mr. Sanders. And we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. So Merry Christmas to you all from the whole gang. Good night, everybody.
The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingstone, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, in just a few short hours, we will welcome in the new year 1940. So without further ado, we bring you a man who was once 19 and once 40, Jack Benny.
Jell-O again. This is Jack Benny, who is rapidly closing in on Social Security talking. And, Don, you can go right ahead and kid about my age because I'm not the least bit sensitive. Remember that famous saying, Don, a man is just as old as he feels.
How do you feel, Jack?
Ooh, Johnny. But I'm only joking, Don. I'm one guy who welcomes every new year. It brings new life, new hope, new calendars. Boy, they sent me enough calendars this year to paper my living room.
Now, Jack, don't tell me you hung up all the calendars people sent you.
Why not, Don? They have gorgeous paintings on them. I got a honey from my tailor. It's a picture of a beautiful Italian girl sitting in a gondola with her reflection in the moonlit waters of the Grand Canal in Venice. Oh, it's a Lulu.
From your tailor, huh?
Yes, and right under the picture is this Italian girl's name, Pleaso Remito. That's the most artistic hint I ever got. Huh?
You think it'll work?
I doubt it. When they get subtle with me, I burn up. And say, Don, I got the cutest calendar from that little restaurant down the street where I eat once in a while.
Oh, you mean Ginsberg's Hanging Gardens?
That's it. Well, their calendar has a picture of the restaurant, and right under it is their new slogan, Ginsberg's Grill, where the matzo ball meets the soup. Isn't that original?
It certainly is.
Hey, Jackson, did you get one of those calendars from the Wilshire Bowl?
No, Phil, I didn't.
You didn't get one with my picture on it?
Your picture on it?
Why, certainly, yeah, the one where I'm standing with a baton in my hand, leading a 75-piece Philharmonic Orchestra.
No, what's the title of it?
It Can't Happen Here.
You said it. Phil, where did you ever have a picture taken with 75 musicians?
Ocean Park. They do it with mirrors.
I knew there was a trick to it. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Happy New Year, everybody.
Happy New Year, Mary. Happy New Year.
What are y'all talking about?
Well, I was just telling Don and Phil about the calendars I got this year. Gee, I got them hanging in every room.
Did you tell them about the one you got from your life insurance company?
Oh, that silly thing. They got their nerve.
What was it, Mary?
Just a picture of a hand with two fingers crossed.
Hey, they aren't so worried. Say, I wonder who thinks up all those calendars.
They sent me a bunch of them, too. And, Jack, you ought to see the swell one I got from the May Company.
You got one from the May Company?
Yeah. There's a beautiful picture of the store, and right under it says, "Come back, all is forgiven."
Well, it's nice to know there's a job waiting for you just in case you get fresh tonight.
Well, I ought to get fresh after that Christmas present you sent me. A fine gift, a saucer.
Now, wait a minute, Mary. It might not look like much, but that saucer I gave you happens to be real pewter.
It certainly does.
Well, there's no use talking to you. You just don't know a genuine antique when you see it. That saucer came over on the Mayflower.
I believe you still had coffee in it from the Pilgrims.
Well, the Pilgrims made very good coffee, so stop complaining. Did you have a nice Christmas, Don?
Oh, yes, I did very well. In fact, I got some of the most beautiful presents I've ever seen.
You did? What'd you get, Don?
Well, I got some gold cufflinks, a moving picture camera, a camel's hair overcoat, a golf ball, and a diamond wristwatch.
Well.
Thanks for the golf ball, Jack.
You're welcome, Don. You do play golf, don't you?
No.
Oh, well. You really ought to take it up, Don. It's great exercise for a fellow like you, and there's so many beautiful courses around here.
That's fine. You give a guy one golf ball, and right away you want him to join a country club.
Well?
Why don't you give him a porthole and let him buy a yacht?
Mary, before you continue, remember the Maine, the Alamo, and the May Company. Anyway, Don, I'm sure glad Santa Claus is so nice to you.
Oh, yes, I'll never forget this Christmas.
I, too, had a joyous Yuletide.
Did you, Jazzbo? What did Santa have in his bag for you?
Well, besides that golf ball, thanks.
You're welcome.
Besides that, I got some neckties, a gold keychain, and a lovely cashier's sweater.
A what?
A cashier's sweater. You know, that soft, woolly stuff?
That's cashmere. Isn't that awful? Cashier's sweater. Well, so much for the presents. And now, Dennis, we're ready for a song. How about it? Huh?
Oh, no dialogue, eh?
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry, Dennis. Hey, really, I am sorry. You should have a little something to do here. Tell me, did you have a nice Christmas?
Yes, well.
That's good. Did you get a lot of presents?
Yeah, lots of them.
I see. Did you enjoy them?
I sure did.
Well, that's fine. That's fine. Fine.
Well, no laugh so far. I guess I better sing, eh?
That's a good idea. Go ahead, Dennis. Hold it a minute. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
Did you get that calendar I sent you of Lady Godiva on a horse?
Yes, I did.
That was me with my hair down. Goodbye.
You ought to see him, folks. His head looks like a honeydew melon with ears. Sing, Dennis. That was All the Things You Are, sung by Dennis Day. And just think, Dennis, that's your last song this year. It's the last time we'll hear your voice in 1939.
Gee, time certainly flies, doesn't it?
I'll say it does. You know, Dennis, it seems like only yesterday I was your age. Only yesterday I was 19.
And the day before yesterday, Washington crossed the Delaware.
Mary, I'm talking to Dennis. Wouldn't hurt if we had a little bit of sentiment this evening. As I was saying, Dennis, 1939 is soon coming to an end. In just a few more hours, the old year will pass right out.
And I won't be far behind.
Last year, you won by 8 lengths. Well, I suppose all you guys are going to celebrate tonight, make whoopee and everything. Are you stepping out tonight, Don?
Yeah, I'm going over to the Florentine Gardens and see Sally Rand do her fan dance.
Why, Don, you're blushing already. How about you, Mary? Where are you going?
I'm going over to Ginger Rogers' house. She's having a whole mob of people over, but she told me not to tell you, so forget her.
Well, I know why. She's sore on account of those Christmas cards I sold her.
What's the matter with her cards, Jack?
I told Rochester just to print Ginger Rogers on them, and he underlined the gin. He has to get so fancy, you know.
Well, Jack, I see you've got your tuxedo on. What are you going to do tonight?
Me? Oh, I've got a date down with my girlfriend. And we're stepping out, high, wide, and handsome.
I'll bet.
Well, we are. I'm going out with Gladys tonight. I got a big roll of bills, and I'm going to shoot the word.
What's that bulge in your hip pocket?
That's my dime bank. If necessary, I'm going to crack that open. Gladys and I are going to town.
Well, Jack, as long as you've got a heavy date, you ought to have another tuxedo. That one looks awful with those moth holes on the shoulders.
Oh, it's New Year's Eve, and they throw a little confetti on me. Who'll see 'em? Gladys won't mind.
Oh, boy, am I going to have fun tonight.
You are, Dennis?
Yeah, I'm taking my girl to a midnight show. Wow!
Well, what's so thrilling about that?
We aren't going to watch the picture.
Oh, yes. Those were the days. Well, anyway, fellas, I'm going to have to leave early tonight, so before I go...
Hey, Jackson, who is this Dame Gladys? Is she in the movies?
No, but she could be. She tested for the part of Scarlett O'Hara in Gone with the Wind.
Who didn't?
You didn't.
Take that back, son, or I'll horsewhip you.
Sorry, ma'am. May I offer my humble apologies?
Rastus, come here. There's a weevil in my jeweler.
All right, Phil, we've gone far enough. Anyway, fellas, getting back to wherever we were, as I was saying, I've got a date, so I have to leave pretty soon. But before I go, I want to tell you all to be here early next Sunday because we're going to do a very important play.
What's it going to be, Jack?
We're going to present our version of William Pearlberg's outstanding Columbia film production. That sensational stage hit and screen masterpiece. That dramatic cinema achievement, Golden Boy. Thank you, Goldie. So remember, fellas, be here on time next week, as this is a long play.
Don't worry.
Well, I'm going to run along now. Can't keep Gladys waiting. Take over the show, will you, fellas?
Sure, Jack, we'll carry on.
Say, did you hear this one, folks? I call my girl Grapefruit because every time I squeeze her, she hits me in the eye.
Squeeze me, Phil. I'll hit you in both of them. Now I am leaving.
Oh, don't go yet, Jack. I want you to hear my New Year's poem.
You can read it later, Mary. I haven't time now. Oh, just when I'm in a hurry. Come in.
Hiya, Buck! Happy New Year, everybody!
Andy, if you'd have been a second later, you'd have missed me. I was just leaving. I'm going to have a big night tonight.
Me too, Buck. I'm taking Ma and Pa over at the Wilshire Bowl.
Oh, over to Phil's place, eh? So you're spending a little dough on the old folks.
Oh, it won't cost me nothing. Pa writes all of Phil's material.
Well, I knew it wasn't Alexander Woolcott. So you're taking Ma and Pa to the Wilshire Bowl, eh? Are they going formal?
Yeah, you ought to see Pa. Top hat, white tie, and jug.
Well, taking a jug of corn to Harris's place, eh? That's like carrying coals to Newcastle. Well, I'll bet you have fun at that. Is your Ma going to wear an evening gown, Andy?
I think so. She just had her tattoo retouched.
Oh, yes. That anchor on her arm was starting to fade. Come to think of it.
Well, I got to run along now, Buck. Happy New Year, everybody!
Wait a minute, Andy. I'm leaving right away. I'll walk downstairs with you. See who it is, will you, Mary?
I got it. Hello? Yes, he's here. Oh, Jack, it's for you. It's Gladys.
Gladys? Give me that phone. You better run along, Andy. See you later.
Okay, Buck.
Hello, Gladys. Yeah, this is Speedy. I'm coming right over. What? You can't go? But Gladys, I got my tuxedo on. Yeah, I got reservations and everything. Gee.
Tell her about your dime bank.
Quiet. Now, look, Gladys. Well, of course I believe you, but, gee, it's New Year's Eve. You gotta go. Oh, gee whiz, Gladys, won't you change your mind?
Of course I will.
Thanks. Mary, stay out of it. Now, look, Gladys, isn't there some way you can make it? But, honey, I got 2 tickets for dinner. I'll be so stuffed I can't walk. Well, all right. All right, so long then. See you next week, Gladys. Goodbye. Fine thing. Well, what are you all staring at? Gladys had a very good excuse. And she's nuts about me, too. Well, she is.
Well, don't take it so hard, Jackson. Come on out with me tonight. I'll get you a date.
No, thanks. I don't feel like going anyplace.
Oh, come on with us, Jack. We'll have a lot of fun.
No, Don, thanks just the same. I'm going to drop over at Ginsburg's, have a cup of coffee, and then go home. Well, look after the show, Don. Happy New Year, everybody.
Happy New Year, Jack.
So long.
Gee, I wish Jack had waited and gone along with us.
Yeah, no fun being alone on New Year's Eve.
I'll say it isn't.
Pardon me, fellas, I forgot my cane. Here it is. Well, so long. New Year's Eve, and I got to go home. Oh, well, it's just like finding the money, I guess. Happy New Year, Mike.
Oh, hello, Mr. Benny, and a Happy New Year to you, too. Is your program over?
No, Mike, I just left early.
Oh, Stepanotti.
No, I'm just going over to Ginsburg's, have a cup of coffee, and then home.
Well,
Good night.
Good night, sir. Good night. Oh, by the way, Mr. Benny, thanks very much for that golf ball.
That's all right. So long, Mike. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, sir.
Well, everybody's sure having a good time tonight.
Happy New Year, mister. Yippee!
Happy New Year.
Where'd you get that derby?
How? Hey, cut that out. A brand new hat, too. Boy, what a crowd. Well, here's Ginsburg. Hello, Sam.
Happy New Year, Mr. Benny. Did you got my calendar?
Yes, I did, Sam. I liked it better than last year's.
It's nothing fancy, and still it's for nothing, you know?
Yes, it's lovely, Sam.
Are you all alone tonight?
Yep, just dropped in for a cup of coffee.
With a tuxedo on, it's 5 cents extra.
All right, I'll pay it.
Yeah, but with that tuxedo, let it go.
All right, Sam. Oh, hello.
Hello.
Coffee, please.
Would you like a sandwich or some toast with it?
No, thanks, just coffee.
Want a little cream with it?
No, just some black coffee.
Gee, I'm sorry about that.
That's all right, Gladys. That's all right. Forget it.
But honest, Jack, Mamie promised she'd work for me tonight.
Mamie. All the time it's Mamie. Couldn't have let me know before the last minute.
I'm sorry, Speedy.
Well, see, you're wearing my corsage on that uniform yet. Forget about the coffee. I'm going home.
I'll be through at 3 o'clock.
At 3 o'clock, I'll be snoring. Goodbye.
Well, if that's the way you feel about it, here's your golf ball back.
Keep it. She always blames everything on Mamie. It's always Mamie's fault. Hey, taxi! Taxi! This is the house on your left, Joe.
Okay.
What does the meter say?
$1.10.
Well, here's $2. It's all yours.
Gee, thanks, Mr. Benny.
You're welcome.
Say, you sure you won't change your mind to go out with me and Mamie?
No, thanks, Joe. Some other night. Good night.
Good night.
I should go out on a party with Mamie after what she did to me. Fine New Year's Eve. Well, I guess I'll turn in.
Is that you, Josephine?
What?
Uh-oh. Happy New Year, boss.
Happy New Year. Rochester, I thought you were going out tonight and celebrate.
No hurry, boss.
Oh.
On Central Avenue, Father Time lingers till we get rolling.
I see. Well, I'm going upstairs and go to bed.
Why don't you sit in the library? It's nice and cozy there with the fireplace and everything.
I guess I will at that. Say, where's my sister and brother-in-law, Mr. Fenchel?
Your sister, your brother-in-law, and your full-dress suit are out for the evening.
I wish Leonard would stay out of my clothes closet. Where's our boarder, Mr. Billingsley?
He ain't come home yet.
Gee, that fire looks good. I'm going to sit down in this easy chair and relax.
Do you want your bedroom slippers?
Yes, Rochester. Take them off. Bring me a glass of milk, will you?
Milk? Wouldn't you like something a little stronger tonight, boss?
No, Rochester.
I got a bottle of champagne right here. Can I pour you a glass?
No, Rochester.
Don't you want just one little sip?
No, I don't want one little sip.
Well, can I even wave the cork under your nose?
No, all I want is a glass of milk. Well, Rochester, in just a few hours, it'll be 1940. A brand new year.
It ain't getting off to a very good start, is it?
No, it isn't. With all this quarreling and fighting that's going on in the world.
Yeah, that's bad.
Yep. You know, Rochester, what this world needs is more peace, more brotherly love.
Boss, what this world needs is a few less people who are making less people.
You said it. Throw another log in the fire, Rochester, will you?
Okay.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Billingsley.
Good evening, Mr. Benny. Happy New Year.
Same to you. Won't you sit down for a few minutes?
No, thanks. Think I'll turn in. Good night.
Good night. He's an awfully nice fellow, but I wish he wouldn't walk on his hands all the time. Rochester, turn on the radio. I want to hear how our program is getting along.
It's over, ain't it?
Not yet.
So Happy New Year, Happy New Year. That is our wish. Oh, yes, indeed. From me and Don and Phil and Dennis and good old Jack. Are you listening, Speedy?
Yes, I'm listening.
Goodbye, goodbye, old 39. Here's good luck to all mankind. So Happy New Year once again. Good night, dear folks. This is the end.
Gee, I wish I'd have heard the start of that. Turn it off, Rochester.
Okay.
Well, I think I'll get to bed.
Ain't you going to stay up and welcome the New Year in?
No, I'm tired. Good night.
Good night. Say, boss, I ain't going to get to bed till early in the morning. Do you mind if I sleep late?
How late do you want to sleep?
Till about Thursday.
All right, have a good time. Good night, Rochester.
Good night.
Ya-da-da-da-dum, da-dee-da-dum, bum-bum, bum-dee-da-dum, bum. Hey, Rochester!
What do you want, boss?
Will you please call up Ginsberg's restaurant? I left my cane there.
Okay.
Good night, Rochester. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, boss. Happy New Year.